Now back to all. My name is Beast. Back with Riddle Joker. Today I'll potentially hope to finish Ayase-Route. So yes. Anyways, might be a possibility that I won't be able to finish it. But hey, a boy can dream. Anyways, Sam, please go ahead and feed yourself. Also, it is, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm immediately delete that. You may be wondering, wait, it seems like there's 2 less voice lines from last time. That is because, here used to be a Mayu voice line, and roughly here used to be, actually I think it was here? What was that? Here, potentially? Used to be a Chisaki voice line. But I only had 1 Mayu voice line and 1 Chisaki voice line, and no voice line from other characters, and just for 2 voice lines. I'm not making a noises video. So I deleted those voice lines and just moved everything up, so we have more space for Ayase. Because by God, something tells me we're going to need it. Anyways. So go ahead and... No issues on my end, just leading a peaceful, ordinary life. That was all I had to report out. Yeah, so you started asking about my love life? What's that got to do with anything?
部下の人間関係を把握するのは上司の仕事の範疇だ。冗談でも何でもなくな。順調に進展して結婚するってなってみろ。こっちにもいろいろ手続きとかあるんだよ。
Right, I understand that you do. But what's the truth?
息子の初めての恋人のことが気になってる気持ちも半分ってところだな。
Like he's like, yeah, okay, yeah, nice. You're trying to fulfill your duties, but for real, what is it?
どっちにしろ、冗談やからかい目的で聞いているわけじゃない。もし万が一、別れて落ち込んだりでもしたら、仕事に影響が出る可能性もあるからな。実際昔いたんだよ。プライベートが影響して注意力が散漫になり、ボンミスをしたやつがな。別に今日何があった、デートでどこに行ったとか、こと細かく報告しろとは言わん。だが、何かあった時にはこちらにも報告が欲しい。特に潜入任務の場合、常日頃から注意が必要な任務だからな。
Everything's going well. I don't see us breaking up any time in the near future.
そうかそうか。そいつは何よりだ。
Well, that's everything I had to report to you.
おっと、待て待て、まだ切るな。こっちの話はまだ終わってないんだ。
You have a mission for me?
ああ、少し調べてほしいことがある。
Embarrassment immediately washes away, and I mentally shift gears into work mode.
以前、お前にも手伝ってもらった空き巣事件のことだ。
One where that astral used a potion to steal items in a safe.
その空き巣だ。気になることがある。
What's wrong?
事前にこちらで掴んでいた能力はアポーツ。自身を移動させることはできないはずだった。だが、あの時、間違いなくテレポートの能力で逃走を図っただろう。
Sorry, my ears were itching.
こちらが予想してなかったからこそ、お前に出番が回ってきたんだ。
If I remember correctly, portation and teleportation. Let's try that again. If I remember correctly, portation and teleportation are both remote movement type abilities.
ああ、だからこちらが掴みきれていなかっただけなら問題はない。いや、うちの調査能力には大問題なんだが、どちらにしても念のために調べておきたいんだ。そこで一つ、お前に頼みがある。
Want me to check something in the AIMS database?
そうではなく、 能力を成長させることについて調べてみてほしい。
Growth potential. I remember Shiki been mentioning that before.
使い方が上達することはあっても、能力がレベルアップすることはないっていうのが今の定説。
In other words, if abilities could grow, it would be due to some secret that the researchers haven't yet discovered. Do you want me to steal data from the research center?
そこまで本格的なものじゃない。言い方が悪かったな。すまない。データを漁ってほしいわけじゃなく、先生に確認してくれるだけでいい。吉科学院はアストラル研究の第一線で、そこで働く教師は全員アストラルの研究にも携わっている。研究として発表されたものじゃなくていい。噂でも何でも、何かそれに関係するような話はないか、軽く調べてほしい。
So you want me to ask my teachers questions under the guise of a curious student?
こちらも確証があって言ってるわけじゃない。今の段階では人手を回すこともできんしな。
Alright.
よろしく頼む。以上、通信終わり。
Ability growth. Should I ask Kakimoto about it?
今日も走ってたの？
Yeah, on that note, why aren't you coming with me anymore? Just curious since you used to every day.
ああ、前はほら、いろいろと不安になることがあったから早起きできただけで、最近は安心できてるせいか、あんなに早起きするのが苦痛で、あはは。私も一緒に行った方がいい？
Oh, nah, you don't have to if you don't want to. Literally just jogging, nothing more. But spending more time together would be nice.
そりゃまあ、その気持ちはわからないではないけど、早起きって苦手だから、本当はずっとベッドの上でゴロゴロしてたい。
Yeah, I feel you. But you don't have to if you don't want to. I remember the last time I woke up early, you weren't too... I woke you up too early, you weren't too pleased. It was just the other day, actually. It happened the morning after we had sex and spent the night together. That look on her face still haunts me. Oh no. Yeah, so it's morning. Gotta head back to my room, okay? I'm very sorry for disturbing your slumber. Go back to sleep. Man, I legitimately feared for my life that morning.
それはさすがに言い過ぎでしょ!
I'm serious, you scared me to the bone.
昔から朝は得意じゃなかったけど、そんなに初めて言われた。いや、寝顔見せるのなんて家族以外には初めてだから当然なんだけど。
I'm not saying you have to do something about it. It was actually pretty adorable in a sense. You're a fucking maniac.
寝起きを褒められてもあんまり嬉しくはないな。
You know, I was about to piss my pants, but in a way, it was kind of cute. I did have to check my underwear once I was back in my room, though. Don't worry, it was completely dry. Well, either way, you don't have to do anything you don't want to. You can just join me if you randomly wake up early one day. That's fine.
最初から諦められててなんかムカつく。
Hey, you said it, not me. But yeah, we can discuss this later. Let's go get breakfast.
三笠さん、おはよう。おはよう。おはようございます。
She wears a nice cheery smile on her face as she walks in the classroom. It's a different smile than the one she shows me when we're alone. But this smile is fine in its own right. This one is interview at the pool, yeah. Wonder what it's gonna be about. Alright, I'm about to head to my seat when I notice a pair of stairs being directed my way. Yeah?
いやな、前から思ってたんだが、お前最近三笠さんと妙に仲が良くないか？
なんか休みの時には中庭の方で2人で一緒にピザを食べてたとか、そんな噂も耳にしたんだが。
Oh, yeah.
否定しないのか？
Uh-huh.
なんだと？そいつは穏やかじゃないな。ま さかとは思うが、
三笠さんと付き合ってるなんてことはないよな。
The two girls are currently questioning Mitsukasa about the same thing. And what? I just ate lunch with a girl who lives in the same dorm as me. What's weird about that?
だよな。
But yeah, you guessed right, we're dating. I like the bait and switch people, like... So people saw two students eating together, and that immediately means they're dating? Come on, get real. You are, however, completely fucking right. We are going out. What's the big deal? You guys have a crush on Ayase or something?
綾瀬、もう呼び捨てかよ。
I mean, yeah, we're dating. But real talk. Are you anywhere?
そりゃあな。
I will end you.
男なら普通に好きだろ。とは言っても、恋愛感情っていうよりは憧れかな。
そうだな。なんつうの？何かチャンスがあれば全然 OK だとは思ってたけど。
自分から積極的に動いてどうこうって感じではないかな。あくまで夢？願望？まあそんな感じだ。
他のみんなも同じような感じじゃないか。まあ中には本気ってやつもいるだろうけど、彼女プライベートな付き合いはせずに笑ってスルーするタイプだったから。
なのにいきなり有原と恋人か。妄想じゃないよな。
まさか一方的な思い込みのストーカーとか。
Well, you guys are crazy. Why would we be walking to school together if I was a stalker?
そりゃそうだ。
We're dating without a doubt. She verbally said yes to
そっ
me.
か。ならまあ俺たちがとやかく言うことでもないな。
願ってはいても本気でモーションをかけてたわけじゃないんだから。けどまさか有原と。文句を言える立場ではないって分かってはいるけど、羨ましいやら妬ましいやら。
実は可能性があったのか。悔やまれるな、チキショー。
その余裕がさらにムカつく。
俺たちはこうして文句を言ってるだけだけどよ。身辺には気をつけろよ。
隙があったら背中刺してやる。
Well, I'll make sure to tell everyone to blame you if I turn up dead.
冗談だって。本気にするなってば。
安心しろ有原。人は簡単には死にはしない。特にこの学院なら医療設備も多少はある。重要なのは刺されるところをしっかり選ぶことだ。
Wait, why am I still getting stabbed?
いいだろ、これぐらいの妬みはよ。
He was stabbed recently. He doesn't need it again.
医療設備といえば頭痛の検査の方はどうだったんだ？
まああれか、いつも通りの片頭痛。薬も柿本先生に出してもらったよ。
Some tells me it's more than that. Feeling better now?
バッチリよ。
That
そ
there?
れでこの前の休みは完全に潰れたけどな。
Yeah, it was a similar experience for me. Just gotta sit there until it's over with. I was bored out of my mind.
そうなんだよな。
おっと、チャイムだ。
皆さん、出席を取りますよ。席についてください。以上のような比較研究によって、アストラル能力の発現が先天的でも後天的でも、その強さには影響がないと証明されました。つまり、目覚める時期が違うだけで、基本的には何も違わないということですね。
先生！
何ですか？
基本的にはということは、細かい部分では違うこともあるんですか？
一般的には、後天的に発現した人ほど、アストラルの感知に長けている。そして、リンクで生み出したエネルギーを、より効率的に使うことができる。らしいという話です。ただこれは、手先が器用か不器用か、といったのと同じことです。統計的には、その傾向が見受けられますが、明確なデータとして証明はされていませんね。ちなみに余談ですが、何が影響して後天的に発現しているのかもまだ判明していません。
あれ？本人の深層心理や欲求の影響を強く受けるって聞きますけど、違うんですか？
それは俗説です。 ありえないとは言いませんが、何の根拠も示されていませんね。深層心理や欲求は数値で測れるものではありませんから。
だったら先生は何が関係していると思いますか？
そうですね。アストラル使いは年々増加の一途をたどっています。いずれは全人類がアストラル能力を手に入れると言われています。
That's gonna be a pain in the ass.
これは一種の進化であると考えられる。そうであるなら遺伝子の中にその情報は記されているはず。
There's gonna be people who are gonna be like, ah, yes, we Astrals are the superior race! I can already tell that there's gonna be people like that. Probably hidden in the pro-Astral faction. Like, it's the... Are they gonna go for that? Are they gonna be brave enough to actually go for that? To basically put in anime Hitler? Anime Astral Hitler even? But he himself isn't actually an Astral? Kinda how Hitler was like, ah yes, the Aryan race, he says. Strong, blonde, blue eyes, he says as a stubby brown-haired dickwood. I don't know the eye color of Hitler right now, actually. I just stopped talking about Hitler. I get to talk about him, I'm German. Anyways.
私の考えではありますが、個人の欲求ではなく、遺伝子の欲求。例えば、二条院さんは水の操作に関する能力です。
あ、はい。
もしかすると、二条院さんの祖先は水辺の近くに暮らし続けていた。だから水の操作を求めた。もしくは逆に水が極端に少ない地域で暮らしていたために水を強く欲していた。そういった生きていく上で必要な欲求が世代を重ねる中で刻まれ、それがたまたま今の世代で発現したという説です。ただ親子であっても全く違う能力が発現するので、これも有力な説とは言えませんが、まあトドのつまりは何も分かっていないということです。だからこそ全世界で研究が進められていて、吉科学院のような施設も存在するのです。もし今の内容に興味を抱いたなら、遺伝子の側からアプローチしてその結果を教えてください。
先生は調べないんですか？
生物工学や生理学の分野は専門ではありませんから。この学院で行われている研究は主にアストラル能力を一般技術に応用する方法です。やはり企業とのつながりが強いですから。
スポンサーの意向ってことですか？
身も蓋もない言い方ですが、まあそういうことですね。ですがそれだけではありませんよ。皆さんが知っての通り、アストラル使いの力の制御に関する研究も行っています。スポンサーの意向だけでなく、アストラル使いのことを考えた研究もちゃんと行っています。ですので、能力に関して悩んでいたり、興味があることがあれば、研究者の一人として、いつでも話を聞きますよ。ああ、もちろん、能力と無関係であっても相談に乗りますよ。これでも教師ですからね。
なんか今慌てて付け足しませんでした？
バックログ画面ですね。
気のせいでしょう。
That was quite the thorough explanation. The things Dad asked me to look into seems pretty related to astral abilities, so I guess I can just ask Kakimoto about it. Guess I'll go ahead and do that after class.
おっと、もう時間ですね。少し早いですが、授業はここまでとしましょう。
Kakimoto, stop her walking down the hallway during lunch break and call out to her.
はい。何ですか？
Is now a good time? I have a question.
授業に関係することですか？
It's not about anything we talked about in class today, but it's sort of... tangentially related, so I figured I'd ask you.
廊下では邪魔になりますから、職員室に行きましょうか。
柿本先生。
はい。ああ、理事長。何かご用でしょうか。
新たな取材の申請があり、そのことで。
Oh, come back at a later time, Kakimoto.
いや、その必要はない。むしろちょうどよかった。君に話したいことがあるんだ。
Why? You need to talk to me?
有原君だけではなく、有原君をはじめとした水着喫茶の面々にだ。実は声優祭のことで今日の放課後にまた取材を受けることになっているんだが、取材のことはすでに三笠君には伝えてある。
Despite that there's still so much interest in it, it's already been a few weeks since.
普段はここまで注目を浴びることもないんだがね。君たちの出し物だ。例の水でできた家具というのが話題になっているらしい。それで今日の取材に関してもそれを再現してもらえないかという希望を突然言われてしまった。
So that's what you want to talk to me about.
再現についてはさっき連絡があったばかりだ。三笠君にも伝えていないんだ。
I take it you want me to tell her as well as the rest of the group?
そういうことだ。取材は17時からの予定になっている。
Got it, I'll make sure everyone knows.
そして柿本先生。
はい。
念のため監督役として取材の同行を頼みたい。もちろん喫茶店の再現をできるのならだが。
私の方は問題ありません。
有原君。
Yes, sir.
喫茶店の再現で問題があるようなら柿本先生に連絡を。そして柿本先生はすぐに私に連絡をしてほしい。先方には私の方から先に伝えておこう。
承知しました。
Yes, sir.
すまないがよろしく頼む。
With that, he walks off. Guess I should probably ask them ASAP.
可能ならば早い方がいいでしょうね。
Alright, I'll go ahead and do that now.
大丈夫ですか？私が放送で呼び出しても構いませんが。
That's fine. I don't want to needlessly draw attention to the whole thing. Okay, see you later, Kakimoto.
はい。いや、有原君は何か質問があったのでは？
It's nothing urgent. I'll just ask you again some other time. What after school today during the interview work?
わかりました。私も忘れないようにしておきましょう。
Thank you. Found everyone, talked to them about the interview, and luckily nobody had any plans today, so they all agreed. After school, we all gathered at the pool.
にしても、水着まで着る必要性ってあったのかな？
Honestly, not. Or, I suppose. That's what they wanted. They said that it'd look more natural if we were in our swimwear when standing next to the chairs and tables.
私、いりますかね？能力とか使えないただの球児なんですけど。私も喫茶店とは無関係の能力だよ。
それを言い出したら、それに加えて僕は男でさらに不要じゃない？
I'm basically in the same boat as you. I didn't use my abilities for anything. But still, the cafe was a group effort. It'd be a little sad to leave people out just because they weren't involved with the furnishings.
それは、そうですね。そうだね。声をかけてもらえないのはちょっぴり寂しいかも。
別に他に用事があるわけでもないからいいんだけどさ。
これで完成かな。
Nice.
これでいいでしょう。お疲れ様でした。いえ、すみません。気が早かったですね。取材はこれからですから。
なんだか取材の前から少し疲れてしまいましたね。軽く何か甘いものでも食べたくなります。
お茶受けとかあるといいんだけど、さすがに今日は料理までは再現してないからね。取材、なんだか緊張するな。いや、別に私を取材しに来るわけじゃないのは重々承知している。だが、こういったことは初めてで、 落ち着かない。その気持ち私もわかる。もし写真を撮られてそれを見た誰かがいい年をしてとか思っても言い訳すらできないし、そんなの自分が一番よくわかってるよ。
I think you're worrying over nothing.
そうですよ、式部先輩。先輩はグラマラスで綺麗なんです。全然気にすることじゃありません。式部先輩は綺麗なのに、どうしてそんなに自分を卑下するんですか？
ありがとう、ななみちゃん、ちさきちゃん。お姉さん頑張るよ。
先生、取材の方はまだいらしてないんですか？
いえ、こちらの準備が整うまで理事長が相手をしてらっしゃいます。私が呼びに行ってきますので、皆さんは少し待っていてください。
わかりました。すみません、皆さんにまで付き合ってもらって。
あ、違うんだ。別に文句を言うつもりではなかった。そうそう、恥ずかしいけど文句ではないよ。いつも三笠さんがしてくれてることを手伝えるのは嬉しいことだよ。
微力ながら頑張りますよ。そうだね。
Honest God, it would be very funny if, like, at one point the interviewer, like, asked, like, actually, we noticed that there are two boys within your group. Incidentally, are you going out with one of them? Yes. That this has nothing to do with the interview, though. Oh, really? Which one? He just stepped, like, Sutton just steps up. That would be me. Is that true? Yes. Oh, so you are her boyfriend? Yes, I am. And if to any potential stalkers out there, I will be merciless. Just like death visible in his eyes.
これは学院の取材というよりも三笠さんの手伝いだ。友達を手伝うことなら喜んで手を貸すぞ。
ありがとうございます、二条院さん。本当に嬉しいです。
Maybe putting on a mask in front of everyone, but her gratitude is sincere. Now that I've gotten much closer to her, I can tell these things. Probably always been this way. Her speech and mannerisms are fake, but the intent behind what she says is genuine. She's good at hiding her real self, but faking her feelings is something I doubt she could do even if she wanted to. Maybe it's that sincerity of hers that draws me to her.
じゃあ先生が戻ってくるまでおとなしくしてようか。
でも水着で手持ち無沙汰だとちょっと落ち着きませんね。やっぱりこの水着ちょっと大胆すぎたかな。
Mayu's worse.
気にしないでいいってば。その水着に決めたのは間違いじゃないよ。
Like, I mean, just standing around in the swimsuit is gonna be somewhat awkward. Like, something just suddenly cards. Just pulls out a deck of cards.
ありがとう。千咲ちゃんもとっても可愛いと思う。その明るい色がよく似合ってる。ありがと
う。うん、二人とも可愛くていいと思うよ。
そういう先輩は黒い水着がはちきれんばかりで大人の魅力がいっぱいで、まさに肉体美。
Yes, Shizaki expressing her pity for the swimsuit, for it looks to be screaming in pain. Even though it doesn't really seem to be screaming in pain, it actually seems somewhat okay.
そうだよね。わかる。とってもセクシーです。そういうななみちゃんもセクシーだけどね。
確かに式部先輩もそうだが、ななみくんも私より年下なのに発育がいいんだな。
そんな見られると恥ずかしいです。
あ、いや、すまない。ついな。
二条院先輩も十分あるじゃないですか。それに比べて私はいいなぁ、羨ましいな。
Stay out of the conversation, Ayase. Stay out of the conversation, Ayase. Stay out of the conversation, Ayase.
やっぱり男の人っておっぱい大きい方がいいんですか、先輩。千咲ちゃん、
なところで何を聞いてるの？そうだよ、三笠さんのいる前でそんな意味深な。別にタイはなくてですね、男の人の意見の代表として参考までに聞いてみたかっただけですから。
Honest God, I really wanted to just like, mine's not gonna be much helpful since my answer is just going to be honest. You gotta ask Kyohei.
大丈夫、千咲さんを疑ったりしてません。それに千咲さんの質問は私も気になります。どうなんですか？ねえ、どうなの？
Oh god, oh god, oh god, she's terrifying me! Right. Can't speak for every guy out there, but I don't not mind small boobs. Saying that in this situation is going to confuse everyone since she looks like she has massive knockers. And saying this casts suspicion on her mission to hide her flat chest. I don't know why I said that like that. I don't know why I decided. Yes, there needs to be a rhyme in there. Fuck, I should probably read this. I love you a whole lot, Ayase. Being with you makes me happy. I definitely wouldn't be this happy if my love for you only stemmed from a single part of your body. So yeah, boob size doesn't matter to me. It's kinda hard to describe, but like, when you really love someone, you can feel it in your heart.
まあ、納得しておいてあげる。
Yeah. Close call there. She probably would have murdered me if I said the wrong thing. Either way, I spoke my honest opinion. I wasn't fibbing out of my ass to tide me over the situation.
綾瀬先輩なら気にしなくてもいいと思いますけどね。
それは、人前で堂々と胸の大きさが重要なんて口にしちゃう人は願い下げです。
確かに人間性は重要ですね。
だが有原くんなら大丈夫だろう。
そうそう。あとはシスコンさえ治れば。
I think his sister complex is gone at this point. I'm not a siscon!
では取材を始めさせていただきます。本日はよろしくお願いします。早速なんですが、先日行われた声優祭での水着喫茶、大変好評だったようですね。
ありがとうございます。
アストラル能力を使用して作った椅子や机が好評だったと聞いています。今私が使用させてもらっている椅子や机がそうなんですが、このアイディアは三笠さんが思いついたものですか？
いえ、私ではありません。一緒に喫茶店をしてくれた式部先輩のアイディアです。
なるほど。では式部さんにお尋ねします。
Panic?
はい、なんでしょう。
今までの声優祭での発表は個人のアストラルを生かした出し物が多かったと思うのですが、こうして複数の能力を組み合わせて披露しようと思った経緯を教えていただけないでしょうか？
それは正直思いつきとしか言えないんですが、でもそうですね、実は私この学院で研究をしてまして。
I'd love to help, but I don't think they want guys on camera.
まあ可愛い女の子の方が入るだろうしね。
I mean, give the girls some fan service as well. We know that he's toned.
今日は突然の申し出を受けてくれて感謝する。
ああ、いえいえ、別に用事があったわけでもありませんから。
柿本先生も他に仕事がある中申し訳ない。
いえ、こういったことも私の仕事ですから。
So, do they not want you to be part of the interviews, sir?
ここに来るまでの間に私が返答すべきことは終えている。それに今は取材より君と話をしてみたい。有原悟くん。
With me? Like, he's just like coming with me. It's just with me? Just outside, just like calm inside.
この学院に編入する学生の数はそれなりだが、こうして話をする機会は少なくてね。この学院での生活はどうだろうか？
I can hardly complain. It's very nice here, and I feel nothing but gratitude to everyone who's for being so kind and accepting towards me. My sister also echoed the same sentiments.
そうか。
Find school pretty fascinating as well.
おう。興味深いというと
Even though our abilities are an inherent part of us as astrals, I found that there was quite a lot I didn't know about them. I've been one to enjoy school and studying, but the classes here are also interesting. It's the first time I've ever thought of school as fun.
なるほど。そう言ってもらえるなら、この学院の設立に尽力した甲斐があるというものだ。それで、全寮制だが、普段の生活で困るようなことは
No, I'm doing fine. Everybody is very kind and helpful. I mean, it was only because I made such wonderful friends that I was able to participate in the Astral Expo Fair without cafe. Sir?
そうか。それならいいんだ。すまない。取り留めのないことを聞いてしまったな。ありがとう、有原君。今後の学院のためにも、また話を聞かせてくれ。
Yes, of course, sir.
では、私はこれで。柿本先生。
I still insist on... I'm still convinced that that Issa is the principal Issa is actually Ayase's father.
はい。
私は理事長室に戻る。何かあればそちらに連絡を。
わかりました。
理事長ってものすごく怖い人かと思ってましたけど、意外と普通に話してくれるんですね。
多少威圧感を感じるかもしれませんが、学生を相手に凄むような人ではありませんよ。
にしてもまだ向こうの取材時間がかかりそうだな。先生、僕ちょっと飲み物を買いに行ってもいいですか？すぐに戻ってきますから。
ええ、構いませんよ。
サトルは？何かいるならついでに買ってくるけど、先生も何か買ってきましょうか？
教師が学生にそんなことをさせるわけにもいきません。その気持ちだけで結構です。
Like, that is actually something at my school some girls used to do, because they would often during the long lunch break buy like coffee for the afternoon classes. They would always buy one extra cup for the teacher, so they were allowed to drink their coffee mid lesson. So they always place the coffee on the teacher's table. Like, she's just like, thanks, go ahead, you can drink. It was always mildly funny to me. Like, they just come in, just like openly bribe the teacher. I don't need anything either.
そうですか。じゃあちょっと行ってきます。
Go ahead on off. Exiting the pool area.
では次の質問ですが、この水の家具の維持ですが、アストラル能力で作ったものはずっと残ったりするんでしょうか？
普通はそんなことはありません。すぐに解除されてしまいます。ですよね、二条院さん。
そうであるな。維持し続けるためには能力を使い続ける必要がありまする。
そうなんですか。お答えありがとうございます。そんなに緊張しなくても大丈夫ですよ。雑誌ですから間違えても修正はできます。
承知。お気遣い痛み入りますです。
雑誌の本文では語尾は普通にしておきますね。
よろしくお頼みます。
では先ほどの話の続きなのですが、
今回は特別で式部先輩、あれは言っても問題ないんでしょうか？
詳細を言わなければ大丈夫だよ。というか私が説明するよ。
Go is right. This isn't gonna end anytime soon.
そういえば有原君、
Yes?
休憩時間に言っていた質問とは何でしょうか？
Oh, thanks for reminding me. I was a bit curious about something. Is it possible for a person's ability to grow in potential?
能力の成長ですか？
You mentioned in class today that ability control is an active topic of research, and I was wondering if ability growth is as well.
何か成長させたい理由でもあるんですか？
Nah, not exactly. My link value is just a little on the low side. So I figured that, now that I'm at Kika Academy, it might be fun to try and work on improving my ability.
有原君は確か身体強化の能力でしたね。 有原くんのリンク値はいくつですか？
Around 55.
その値で身体強化。なるほど。確かに少し低いですね。その分効率的にエネルギーを使用できていると考えるべきでしょう。逆に言うと余分なエネルギーの持ち合わせはないとなると難しいかもしれませんね。
So further developing an ability would actually be possible if there was excess energy when linking.
成長ではなく単純な強化であればそれほど難しい話ではありませんよ。説明しましょう。理論上余っている分も使えるようになれば出せる力は強くなります。これは能力の成長というよりも効率化であり、実際にそういう意味で能力を強めることは可能です。深く考えなくても有原くんにはわかるはずです。先天的に能力を有している人も幼い頃から限界まで使えるわけではありません。肉体が成長するに従い使いこなせるエネルギーも増えるわけです。
Now it turns out that he's a Mary Sue and he just could perfectly control it from a young age. Yeah, now that you mention it, I know what you're talking about, Nat.
ただこれはあくまでもともと有していたエネルギーをうまく扱えるようになっただけであり、成長というより制御が上達したというべきでしょう。
Do you think it's possible to rapidly improve control in a short period of time?
必要なのは感覚を養うことですから人によります。ですが正直容易だとは思えませんね。長期にわたる反復練習が必要になるのではないでしょうか。それに有原くんの場合
No amount of practice would really do much. If I wanted to make my ability more potent, I'd need to up my link value, correct?
その通りです。ですが残念ながらリンク値に関しては上昇させる方法が見つかっていません。もしそれが見つかれば意図的に能力を発現させることも可能になるかもしれません。
Interesting. Increasing the link value of a normal person would turn it into an astral. Yeah.
ですからその研究に関しては世界中が注目しています。
I've heard some sketchy rumors about some drug on the black market that can supposedly make a normal person into an astral. But yeah, I've never met a person who's become an astral that way, or anyone who's ever seen the drug at all.
つまりそういったことは見つかっていないということでしょう。有原くんにもチャンスはあります。期待していますよ。
Like, you're gonna be the motherfucker who makes that. I just put myself in a lot of trouble, haven't I? For what?
教え子が新たな発見をして教科書に名前が載ることを。
No promises, but I'll try.
質問の答えはこれで十分ですか？
Yes, I learned a lot.
何か疑問に思ったことややってみたいことがあればいつでも来てください。
Thank you. Like, I just really wanted to just be there for the experiment, and he just suddenly causes this fucking link value to just skyrocket, but by sheer will, since his ability does allow him to do that. According to what you told me, my ability will never change in any significant way. By getting better at control and harnessing the excess energy, an ability can become more potent. In this particular case, the change is from apportation to teleportation, which I guess you could technically see as potency related. Honestly, you should just ask, like, so instead of ability growth, if it for some reason something more of really similar abilities. Let's take apportation. Apportation, teleport things to you, and teleportation, just teleport things. Like remote movement remote movement ability. Could there be a case of an apportation ability only being manifested as only an apportation ability because the subject that has that ability has not learned to properly control the excess energy, and therefore once actually grasping on how grasping the how to control the energy, manages to utilize teleportation instead. Just like bullshit your way through it like that. I think it depends on the fundamental nature of the person's ability either way. One can think of countless ways and apportation and teleportation ability might work. Warp matter through space, pass matter through other matter, or even utilize some sort of wormhole. Depending on how it operates, the intricacies of the ability change. Well, first things first, I gotta report to Dad what I learned.
今日はありがとうございました。ついインタビューに熱が入ってこんな時間になってしまって申し訳ありませんでした。
いえ、いい記事になるのならこれぐらいは全然。
本当にありがとうございました。他の皆さんもおかげで記事が華やかになりそうです。それでは失礼します。
お疲れ様です。
門までお送りいたしましょう。
ありがとうございます、先生。ですがその前に理事長にも挨拶をさせていただきたいのですが。
もしかするとすでに帰宅されているかもしれませんが。
挨拶をしておきたいだけですから、その場合はそのまま失礼させてもらいます。
わかりました。では確認してみます。皆さんは着替えて寮に戻ってください。
先生。
はい、何ですか？
戸締まりは僕らがしておきますから、少しだけプールを使わせてもらえませんか？
プールをですか？何か能力に関することで？
正直に言います。せっかくなんでちょっと遊びたいなーと。
遊ぶ？
やっぱりダメですか？
わかりました。学院の取材に協力をしてくれたのですから今日はいいでしょう。ただし今日だけです。また門限までには寮に戻ること、わかりましたね？
はい、もちろんです。
では鍵を渡しておきます。気が済んだら職員室に返却をお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
お待たせしてすみませんでした。では参りましょうか。
はい。
Kakamoto then leaves alongside the reporter.
さてと、
スオはそんなにプールで遊びたかったのか？
いや、そういうわけじゃないよ。ほら、サトル。
He tosses me the key he received from
せ
Kakimoto.
っかくだからデートでもすれば。
Oh, the wingman!
こういう機会でもないと二人でゆっくり過ごすこともないでしょ。寮で暮らしてると部屋を出入りする時にも人の目があるだろうしさ。
そういうことか。
私たちは二人の関係をもう知ってるから。なるほどなるほど。なかなか小粋なことを考えるんですね、スオ先輩。
てなわけで着替えて先に帰ろうか。
そうだな。だが二人ともくれぐれも門限は破らないように。
Nah, we won't. Thanks, guys. That's gotta be sexy, yeah. I remember somebody playing, looking up the sex scene CGs for this game, namely Keigo, in a call, and apparently there's a Naizuri scene with Ayase, which doesn't. Naizuri, I had no idea what it was until they sent that. It's Paizuri without the pie. It's a tit job without the tit. You rub your rod against a flat plane. Let's head off to the changing room, leaving me and Ice alone in the pool area. We have this whole wide area all to ourselves right now.
どうしよっか。
Let's just relax and enjoy ourselves. I mean, our friends set this up for us, so I'd feel bad for not making use of it. Besides, I've kind of been wanting to spend time alone with you lately. Haven't you?
それはそうだけど。
Then what's the problem?
じゃあお言葉に甘えさせてもらおうかな。
Mm-hmm. With all pulled to ourselves. You'll be able to unwind now since everyone's gone too.
そっか、そうよね。疲れた。やっぱり雑誌向けの笑顔は疲れる。
I bet. So I couldn't really do anything.
それは別にいい。取材はあくまで私の仕事なんだから。
Give me your hand for a second.
手を？なんで？
She tilts her head in puzzlement and does what I instructed her to do. Then gently wrap both of my hands around hers. Having someone touch your hand and warm you up is a great way to relax when you're stressed and tired.
そうかも。それにこうして手をつないでるだけでなんかいい。ちょっとにやけちゃいそうになる。
Who says you have to? We're the only ones here right now. Grin all you want.
それはそうなんだけど、こう好きな人と一緒にいるだけでにやけるとか、そういうの見られると恥ずかしいから、なんか乙女チックで私のキャラじゃないというか。
Who cares about that? I'm the only one here, so I'm the only one who would see it.
だから嫌なんでしょ？弱みを握られてるみたいじゃない。絶対これをネタにしてからかってくるつもりでしょ。
What? I wouldn't do that. I'm not gonna upset you and ruin this precious time we have together right now. But yeah, anyways, you deserve a break after everything today. I'll do anything to be of service to you, milady.
召使いができたみたいでいいかも、これ。良きに計らえ。
I know I'm not much of a masochist, but this is scaring me. I'm actually considering what it'd be like to serve Ayase, and it doesn't seem half bad. It's just one of the ways in which love can change a man.
でも、思ったより気持ちいいかも。手のひらマッサージ。
Is all this personal sacrifice really necessary on your part? I know you said you're doing it for the future of other astrals, and I think that's a wonderful thing. But honestly, do you have to go this far?
それは。
She quickly looks away from me. That means it's something hard for her to say. Oh, sorry, I guess that was a bit too invasive of me. I won't force you to tell me if there's some other, more personal reason. If you can tell me, that's fine. I wasn't meaning to criticize you. I think what you're doing is really commendable, so just forget I brought it up.
言えないっていうほどでもないんだけど、会いたい人がいるの。子供の頃からの知り合いで、その人はアストラル使いなの。今はちょっと事情があって会うこともできないんだけど、その人もアストラル使いってことでいろんな目に遭ってた。私はそれを見てることしかできなかった。でも今は違うから、私が頑張ることでアストラル使いが暮らしやすい社会になるかもしれない。
So, that's why you're doing all these interviews and everything?
変化するのはほんの少しかもしれない。可能性だって高くないかもしれない。でもその人ともう一度会った時にちゃんと胸を張って会えるようにって思って。
Okay.
だからこうして疲れを癒してくれるだけで十分力になってくれてる。
Not to hear that, but one question: is that person you want to see again a guy?
気になるのはそこなの？
That's the most important thing to me. So, are they?
違うわよ、女の子。念のために付け加えておくけど、恋とかそういうことでもないから。私が恋をしてるのは一人だけだから。もう質問はない？なければ話はこれで終了。マッサージももう十分だから。ありがとう。
Alright. So, What now? Wanna go for a swim?
いい。せっかくマッサージしてもらったところなのに疲れることはしたくない。
Okay. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Just feels like a waste not to use the pool when all the others left and gave us this area to ourselves. They should have told them to stay, and we all could have played in the pool together. What?
それってさ、私の上げ底じゃ物足りないから本物のおっぱいを見てたいとか、そういうことじゃないわよね。
No, of course not. Like I said earlier, size doesn't matter to me.
言葉では聞いたけど、それを疑ってるわけでもないんだけど、でも、言葉だけじゃなく、もっとちゃんとした証拠が欲しい。
What are you talking about?
だから、たとえおっぱいが小さくても、私のことが好きだっていう証拠。証拠。
She's begging me for a kiss. We're still at the school pool. You do know that, right?
でも、二人きりなんだから。
Aren't there like cameras here? Like I'm pretty sure that was the whole plot of the fucking like mini explosion dude in Hazuki's route running here to the pool. Because A, there's cameras, and B, it's a wide open space, so it's very easy for him to prepare an explosion in case he's charging towards them. Like, that was the whole reason why they did that. True, we are. Judging by what Kakimoto said before she left, I doubt she'll be coming back. Do a quick scan of our surroundings, if the others are hiding and watching us somewhere. Nope, all clear. In that case... Alright, I guess we can. Honestly, I'm dying to kiss her right now, too. A second later, I step towards her and place my lips atop her own. He responds immediately, with vigor. Her lips are just as soft as last time. And it feels so warm, too. God, I love kissing. Just the fact that I'm getting to kiss my sweetheart right now makes my chest well up with joy. Ayase?
まだやめちゃダメ。もっと証拠。
You bet. I'm just getting started. Slide the tip of my tongue in between her soft lips. Oh boy, there we go. That's the snake ritual. Her tongue instantly wraps around it without a moment's delay. I'll say I love you. Say the thing. Say the thing. There we go. He was exchanging passionate, love-filled kisses. So sloppy that both of our mouths end up covered in saliva. Saliva, probably. Yeah, saliva. Rather than a simple kiss, it feels more apt to call this some sort of tongue intercourse. Oh. Still enough? You need more proof, yeah? So as an extension of her plea, she sticks her tongue out and continues to indulge in our kiss. Love you, Ayase. Size of your boobs makes not a difference in the world to me.
嬉しい。私もね、いっぱい好きって気持ちを込めたんだけど、伝わった？
Very much so. But I want to feel your love more. So, can we kiss one more time?
一回だけ？
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Let's kiss to our heart's content.
満足するまで何度でも。
Our tongues are so wildly coiled around each other that I'm losing track of it. Continue to wrap and twine as our lust soars. Man, we're really going crazy with these kisses.
だってキス気持ちいいからキスダメ？
I can't stop at this point even if I wanted to.
しよう。キスもっとしちゃおう。
The minutes pass as we continue to feverishly indulge in our passions until we are satisfied. and then they miss the fucking curfew.
なんか歩きづらい。
フローチャート画面だ
Still
よ。
inevitable. Still hurts.
じゃなくて、足とか腰とかに力が入らなくて。
Want me to carry you?
そこまでじゃないわよ。それに、さすがにそんな姿を見られたら恥ずかしいし。
Really?
いや、別に付き合ってることがバレるのが恥ずかしいとか、そんな風に思ってるわけじゃないんだけど。
Oops. No, I never assumed that. I was just kind of thinking. That's too embarrassing for you. Would holding hands be too embarrassing as well? As I say that, I offer my hand to her.
そんなの、嫌なはずないでしょ。
Her hand feels as soft as ever. The way she's tightly gripping my hand indicates her desire to stay next to me stronger than words ever could. Same goes for me. I also put strength into my hand. And we then interlock our fingers to form an even tighter connection.
あったかい。
Could make it a little warmer though. Pull on her hand to draw her closer to me. She relaxes and lets it happen. Afterwards, she snuggles up to me, showing that she wanted this too. Yeah, it's definitely better this way.
確かにいいかも。夜は冷えるからね。
We return to our dorm, cuddling and holding hands, walking through every single camera on the way, apparently. Back at the door, my friends welcomed us with smiles on their faces. They did tease us, of course, but it was all in good spirits. Man, I'm so blessed. I've good friends, and a girl I love. I'm so glad I came to the school. I find myself wishing this happiness would last forever. It's not gonna last forever just based on that.
リドルジョーカー。
Something bad's gonna happen is what I'm trying to say.
おはよう。
フローチャート画面だよ。
Strengthening bonds.
おはよう。
Fuck you, Ayase, you made me yawn with that. She hands me a towel while letting out a big yawn. I gratefully take and proceed to wipe the sweat off my forehead.
よく飽きずに朝早くから走れるわね。
I try to go to bed early. I gonna have to do it either way. Gotta keep in shape, otherwise I'll screw up on a mission.
ねえ、そういう仕事が重要だってことは分かってるんだけど、無理だけはしないでね。
I won't. I didn't mean to worry you, but I'm not pushing myself, I promise. You're my precious girlfriend, I love you to death. I don't want to make you sad, so I'll pay attention to my health.
じゃあ、約束だからね。
Yeah, of course. On a related note, you don't need to push yourself to come along with me when I jog. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy spending time with you. More time with you. But you're not a morning person, are you?
そうなんだけど、だからって最初からお前には無理だなんて言われてるみたいでなんかムカつく。
Looks like when I told her she didn't have to come the other day, she interpreted that as me indirectly telling her I'm not expecting her to show up and decided to prove me wrong. She can't be stubborn like that. She's not very talkative and I catch her rubbing her eyes groggily often, but she's managing to wake up and come with me every day. While she's not actually jogging with me, she just sits and waits for me with a towel and a cold drink. But that's fine. I'm happy enough just getting to see her in the mornings.
それにこの先何があるかわからないじゃない？私も早起きする必要があるかもしれない。例えばほら結婚とかしたらお弁当作ってあげたりとか見送ってあげたりとか好きな人にはいろいろしてあげたいから。とにかく私だってそれぐらいやろうと思えばできるってところを今のうちに見せておこうと思って。
Okay.
だからもし何かしてほしいこととかあったら言ってくれていいから。どうせ無理だろうからなんて遠慮してたらそれこそ怒るから。
Alright. I'll try to talk with you first before assuming things in the future.
よろしい。
Same goes for you. If there's ever anything you want me to do for you, just say the word.
ありがとう。
Morning, guys.
おはよう。
おはよ
おはよう。
何？どうしたの？なんか体調悪そうじゃない？
いつもの片頭痛が今日はちょっとひどくてな。もしかしたら明日は雨かもな。
Do you doubt
気圧
that?
が下がると頭痛が辛くなる気がする。
なんか猫みたいだなお前。
全然無関係で外れることもよくあるけどな。にしても
先生に薬をもらってたんじゃないの？
もらった分はちょうど昨日飲み切った。
Why not ask for some more? It hasn't been that long since your examination. They'll probably just give you more without bothering with another checkup.
そうだな。そうするか。
今日はもう休んで寮に戻った方がいいんじゃないの？
それもありかもしれないな。
そんなにか。怪我と違って本人にしか分かんないからな、そういうの。
俺ちょっと先生のところに行ってくるわ。
そうだな、無理はしない方がいいな。
Kind of worried about you walking over there on your own.
ついて行ってあげるよ。もし倒れたりしたら大変だしさ。
ガキじゃないんだ。そこまで心配してもらわなくてもいいよ。それにもうすぐ授業も始まるぞ。心配してくれるのはありがたいが、ただの頭痛だ。一人で大丈夫だよ。
それなら
ちょっと行ってくる。
おう、気をつけてな。
病気にしろ何にしろ慢性的なのって大変そうだね。
そうだな。
Did you ever silently watch Sagami leave the classroom? Shortly thereafter, classes start without him.
先生。
はい。
Kagimoto spins around at Kyohe's voice.
何でしょうか？授業の質問ですか？
いえ、そうじゃなくて相模くんのことです。
He was going on about how bad his migraine was, and he said he was gonna go he was gonna go to you.
今日はもう寮に戻ったんですか？
はい。辛そうでしたから、新しく薬を出して部屋でおとなしくしているように伝えました。
もしお見舞いに行くとしたら、持って行った方がいいものや持って行かない方がいいものってあるんでしょうか？
普通に食べ物でいいと思いますよ。もしくは患部を冷やすようなものがいいでしょう。
わかりました。
ただしお見舞いは放課後に。授業を抜け出すようなことはしないように。
そんなこともちろんしませんってば。
結構。それでは私はこれで。あ、有原くん。
Yes, ma'am?
その後どうですか？
What do you mean?
教科についてですよ。何か思いついたようなことはありますか？
Alright, that conversation.
ん？
I only really asked her about that because Dad requested that of me. So honestly, I haven't really given it any thought after I reported it all to him. What should I say to her? No, nothing as of yet.
そうですか。もし本気で調べてみるつもりなら連絡をください。私も協力しましょう。私も興味のあることですし、学院としても有益な研究ですから。
Thank you for the offer. If I ever think of any questions or decide I want to go forward with research, I'll make sure to come to you.
わかりました。待っています。それでは、私は行きますね。
Goodbye.
ねえねえ、さっきの先生との話って何のこと？
I asked her some questions about whether abilities could evolve the other day.
もしかしてサトルって自分の能力にコンプレックスとかあったりするの？
Nah, not really. I was just asking out of curiosity.
先生に聞いてみた結果はどうだったの？
Apparently, an ability can become more potent the more experience you get with it. It has to do with your ability to harness excess energy. But fundamental capabilities of your ability don't change. You just get better at using it. She said that currently it's believed that there's no way to change a person's link value.
つまり多少鍛えることはできても根本的な底上げをするのは難しいってことか。
Yeah, at least that's what research has shown.
でもそうだろうね。もしそんな方法が確立されてるなら学院の授業でも取り組んでるよね。
Yeah, true. I guess it was pointless to even ask.
ああ、でも噂だけは聞いたことがあるかも。
But what?
都市伝説だけどね。 これは友達の友達の話なんだけど、ってやつだよ。裏ルートで出回ってる薬を飲むとか、奇妙な映像や曲を視聴することで脳が覚醒するとか、死の淵から蘇るたびに戦闘力が上がるとか。
The last one is straight up out of Dragon Ball.
で、最後は限界を超えた自分の能力を制御できなくなって、能力が暴走を起こして大爆発とか、脳が焼かれて死ぬとか。
That sounds suspiciously like what happened to Gotari.
必ずそういうオチもついてる。噂はあれど、実際に能力が強くなったって人は見たことないね。オチ通り死んでるなら見たことないのも当然だけどさ。
Yeah, I've also heard about the drug that can turn a person into an astral, but it was just hearsay, like in your case. So I don't know anything specific about it.
そう。だから都市伝説なんだよ。おっと、もうすぐチャイムが鳴っちゃうね。移動教室なんだから早く行かないと。
その手の都市伝説はいくつもある。全てを確認したわけじゃないが、大抵は調べるまでもないものばかりだ。当然脳が焼かれるようなこともない。アストラル使いにとって能力は体の機能の一つだ。使用すれば疲労はしても長時間勉強したりするのと大差はない。
Yeah, I figured as much.
他に何か情報はあるか？
There's the possibility that he simply brought out the latent potential of his ability by bettering his control.
今のところそれが一番現実的な考えか。わかった。この件に関してはひとまず保留にしておこう。積極的に調査をするほどではないが、学生生活の中で噂を聞いたら報告をしてくれ。
Copy that.
頼んだぞ。
After ending the call, I walk out the hallway and knock on Kyohei's door, one room over.
サトル、一体どうしたの？
Wanna go check on Sagami?
もちろんいいよ。ちょうどお見舞いの品も買ってきたところだから。
Oh, dang, you did that
って
quick.
言ってもそんな大したものじゃないよ。あんまりかしこまったものだと気を使わせるかもしれないから。
They're gonna find him going out for control.
コンビニで売ってるバナナを買ってきたんだ。調べたらマグネシウムとかいいんだって。
Ooh, a healthy option that's cheap too. Good choice.
もしバナナが嫌いだったら僕が食べればいいだけだしね。それじゃあ行こうか。
Sneaky. Yeah, but here, let me pay you half of the bananas.
いいってこれぐらい。それよりもほら、早く行こう。
Sagami in Dome 3, do you remember?
第2。だから一旦外に出るよ。
It's just gonna go down. Or not. A few minutes later, we reach his room and promptly knock on the door. He's not answering.
二人ともどうしたんだ？お前ら第三寮だろ？
相模のお見舞いに来たんだ。
Yeah, but he's not
俺
responding.
もさっきノックしたけど反応がなかったから寝てるんじゃねえか？
Then we probably don't want to wake him up.
しょうがない。戻ろうか。
Crashing in 3, 2, 1.
後で俺が様子を見とくよ。その時に二人が心配してたことも伝えとく。
だったらこのバナナを渡しておいてよ。お見舞いの品だから。
おう、任せとけ。
じゃあよろしくね。
Why not? When arriving back at the dome's eyes, just happens to walk down.
二人でお出かけですか？
No, we just got back.
サトルと一緒に相模のお見舞いに行ってたんだよ。
相模くん？そういえば朝は見かけたような気がしますが、いつの間にか休んでましたね。
Is she gonna recognize the symptoms? He left because he wasn't feeling well.
そうなんですか？それで相模くんの様子は？
We didn't get to see him.
多分ぐっすり寝てるんだと思う。反応がなかったんだよ。でもまあ寝てるのなら問題はないと思うよ。もともと頭痛がするって言ってただけだし。
Yeah, headaches are like that. You go to sleep, and when you wake up, they're gone. Plus, he's living in a dorm full of other students. He'll be fine.
さて、じゃあ僕は行くから、あとはどうぞ。二人でゆっくりしてよ。
Wait, Kyohei, what are...
じゃあね
Man, I really didn't have to do that.
二人きりにされちゃったけど、どうしよっか。
She's technically asking a question, but there's a certain amount of playfulness in her tone. I feel like the nuance in her question reads more like, what do you want to do together? You don't have any interview stuff?
うん、今日はゆっくりできそう。
Sweet, want to play games in your room then? Why is this enemy so damn fast? Gotta find a window after dodging his attack, then pop a health potion.
ほえー、ねえ、本当にゲームをあんまりやったことないの？
I seriously haven't. I've zero reason to lie to you about that.
その割にはなんかすごい慣れてるというか、成長速度が速いというか。
Thinking good at this game? I was dying non-stop earlier because I couldn't get the hang of the controls. I had a hell of a time defeating the first enemy I came across. Thanks to that, I'm still at it, even past lights out. Well, to be fair, it's more about spending time with Ayase than it is about playing this game.
そりゃ巷ではこのゲーム死にゲーって言われてるぐらいだからね。
Ah, they're playing Dark Souls!
私なんて何度死んでも攻略できそうになくて結局積んじゃったぐらいなのに。
Let me guess, Bed of Chaos. Feeling she's just plain bad at action games. Do you not get bored watching me play this? With the horror game, at least the story moved at a pretty fast pace, but this one, it's moving like at a snail's pace, it feels like. It's moving as fast as you're willing to read through the item descriptions. Oh well, I guess it'd be better to say you've just given a lot of... You're just given a lot of freedom, and it's up to you to pursue whatever bits and pieces of the vague story you want to. Yep, they're playing Dark Souls. They're playing Dark Souls. They're playing Dark Souls. Feels amazing when I beat a hard boss and collecting different and collecting pieces of different stories scattered throughout the world is pretty fun too. But I'm the one playing the game.
確かに前のよりは暇かも。その分怖くもないけどね。
Do you know how long it takes to beat this game?
聞いた話だけど、平均で30時間ぐらい？
Man, that's pretty long.
そう？対策 RPG だともっと時間のかかるのもたくさんあると思うけど。
So 30 hours is normal for these games?
と言っても、最近はそういう時間のかかる RPG って減ってる印象があるけど。
Close one. Almost died there.
本当に上手くなったわね。
Yeah, the game's surprisingly fun.
そっか。つまらないのにいやいや私に付き合ってるわけじゃなくてよかった。
Of course I'm enjoying myself. I love spending time with my girlfriend. Besides, I like being relied on, even if it is just to help you beat a video game.
男の子って本当に単純なんだ。
Well, that's a positive thing in my mind. Better than to be hard to read.
それは確かに。それに私も単純だ。こうして一緒にいられるだけでとんでもなく幸せ感じちゃってるんだから。
Don't get me wrong, the game is fun, but honestly, the best part about this is getting to spend time with you, Ayase.
セリフのチョイスがベッタベタ。はあ、ベタな言葉だって分かってるのに胸がときめいちゃってるんだよな。やっぱり惚れちゃってるみたいだ。畜生。
What's so bad about it?
昔からよく言うじゃない。恋愛は惚れた方が負けだって。
Somebody's been watching too much fucking Kaguya. I mean, I've fallen for you too, so I'm as much of a loser as you. And if we both lost, then that means it's a draw. See?
それならまあいっか。
If we can conclude the matter before it can turn into a debate of who loves the other the most. You know, honestly, I'd rather play some kind of multiplayer game. That way we can both have fun. You not like multiplayer games or something?
趣味じゃないというか、そもそも一緒に仲良くゲームをするような間柄の人がいなかったというか。
Oh. I kind of feel bad for asking.
本心から申し訳なさそうにしてるのがすっげえ腹立つ。別にいいわよ。もう一人じゃないんだから。
Fair enough. Wanna try co-op mode and something then?
それもいいかも。そうなると据え置きよりも携帯ゲーム機の方がいいかも。
Oh, that's the thing you use to watch cat videos.
そうそう、ああいうの。
And let me guess, she happens to have two. Well, time to learn more controls. So excited.
基本は変わらないわよ。今のゲームであれだけ操作できるのならそんなに困ることはないと思う。
Really? How many games are on that handheld?
どうだろう。一応モンスター狩人っていうゲームはやってたんだけど。
It's always Monster Hunter. It's always Monster Hunter. I'm very excited for Monster Hunter Rise, by the way. Like, very, very excited. Anyways, I've heard that name before. If memory serves, it's an action game where you go around hunting and slaying monsters.
一人じゃ難しくって結局放置しちゃってるんだよね。
Further evidence to support my theory that she isn't good at action games. Does that Monster Slayer game have co-op mode?
うん。私はしたことないけど協力プレイが売りになってたからできるはず。
Certainly don't fucking play it for the story. Sweet! Guess I'll buy one of those handheld devices you have so we can play together. Might enjoy it more than you did, you might enjoy it more than you did playing it solo. Well, still no guarantees we'll be able to beat the game. You up for it?
それは構わないけどソフトはどこに置いたかな。
Might have to turn on the device in the meantime. I want to check it out a bit.
どうぞ。私はソフト探しておくから。
Okay, let's see what we have here. Pick up the device with both my hands. Oh, that's the power button. Oh yeah, there. Gotta be this one here. Oh, it's on. There's no game cartridge inside though, so I can't play anything at the moment. Yeah, the buttons are pretty much the same. Actually, there aren't as many rear buttons. Maybe this will be easier. This thing has internet connection, doesn't it? Can I check it out? Can I check that out? Just click on the browser thingy, right? Oh no, he's gonna find a browser history.
あ、うん。Wi-Fi には自動的につながるから。あれ？じゃあこっちかな。
Oh yeah, it's connected. Man, your search history is all cat stuff. I'm not even surprised.
だって猫かわいいじゃない。かわいい猫の動作を見ただけで心が本当に癒される。あー、猫。
I agree they're cute. But there are other things in life to enjoy besides just cats. Cute cats, cats in box, sorry meow, cat's belly up. They're all pretty straightforward, except sorry meow. What's that supposed to mean? In addition to those, there's also a grumpy cat, how big are penises, sex, pain of losing virginity, and how to pleasure a guy, among other things. And below these, I see titty fuck for girls with small tits and itty bitty titty fuck. Itty bitty titty fuck. That's all just cat. Stand corrected. It's not just all cat stuff. She used this device for various other research purposes.
あったあった。これだ。これがモンカリの。ってどうしたの？
Man, now I feel bad. Sorry, I didn't know you were so afraid.
一体何よ。
She swiftly snatched the device from my hands.
いやー、全部残ってる。消し忘れてた。
She probably just forgot because she usually just uses this to search cat-related stuff, leaving all her embarrassing searches there for me to see.
油断した。まさか誰かに履歴を見られるなんて思ってなかったから。違うからね。普段からエッチな検索ばっかりしてるわけじゃないんだから。
Don't worry, I never assumed you did. Though I'm curious, how'd you find anything useful? YouPipe deletes all videos with sexual content, like the video that got uploaded today, which is for the final part for Ayase-Route. I'm trying to contest that right now because I censored everything. So I basically told them please put it back up or tell me which part of it you took it down for so I can edit it out, which they should do from the fucking beginning, by the way. Anyways.
経験談とかをまとめてあるのもあるから。でも私よりも胸がある子ばっかりで参考にならなかったかも。てはナイズリとかいうワードまで出てくるし。
That's the word, naizuri. Nothing will ever beat itty bitty titty fuck. Is that what led you to your obsession with giving me a titty fuck?
ごめん。つつましやかでもおっぱいさえあればパイズリぐらいできるわいと思って。
Don't apologize, it felt good.
本当に？
Of course, don't you remember how much I came?
それは確かに。あの時すっごい出してた。濃くてドロドロでなんか臭くて、でもなぜか嫌ってわけでもなくて。
Trust me, your titty fuck was wonderful. Can I like stop saying titty fuck, please? To say boob job. That.
そっか。あの場の流れじゃなく改めて言われると恥ずかしいけど嬉しいかも。パイズリを気持ちいいって言ってもらえて喜ぶとか、本当に私変態だ。
Honestly, Ayase, it makes me really happy that you're putting so much effort into pleasing me. Makes me fall for you even harder.
じゃあ証拠。
Again. This again. She closes her eyes and tilts her head up.
フローチャート
Still
画面だ
strengthening
よ。
bonds, yeah. There's no need for me to confirm. I know what she's asking for. A kiss. And I'm not about to make her wait. Ayase? Just a simple mention of her name is enough to make her open her mouth and stick out her tongue. Naturally, I respond in kind. Our tongues intertwine, and our saliva mixes in this passionate, lustful display of our affection. Can you stop? Seriously, just stop. Our tongues interlock with increasing vigor, like... Use soft as some kind of weird tongue kiss fetish, don't they?
もう一回、最後にもう一回キスいいでしょね。
This is supposed to be our final kiss, yet the intensity of our kisses isn't dying down one bit. Our mouths are covered in saliva, and we continue kissing feverishly until we run out of breath.
もう一回。今度はお休みのキスしたいな。
Is this ever going to end at this rate? The rational side of my brain wonders that, but the more instinct-driven side ignores it. I seal her lips once more without a moment's delay. We keep continuing, saying one more time, till eventually we've kissed 5 whole times. And we really are addicted to these. But finally I reached a point where we both seem to have calmed down. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my room now.
気をつけて。
Guys aren't allowed in the girls' area during this time, which means I'll have to take my leave through the window. Good night, Ayase.
おやすみなさい。また明日。
Does he have his window open even? Not drawing any negative attention means I gotta stop breaking school rules like this. I'll be in deep trouble if someone sees me. I gotta avoid doing stuff that runs the risk of people finding out about my identity and my mission. I carefully climb the wall down while thinking of my mistakes. That's when my senses pick up on something. I stop moving immediately. Next, I carefully scan the surroundings and prick up my ears. Someone's definitely there, but doesn't seem to be a security person. Then who? The who would be out roaming the campus this late at night. I'm curious, but I can't let someone see me sticking to the wall of a building. Quickly climb down and jump through my window. Once back inside, I check the outside area again through the gap in my curtains. Can't find anyone. It's dead silent, and I don't sense the presence anymore. Can't be students, so the logical conclusion is that it was a teacher. And I really gotta start obeying school rules and stop climbing the walls. The teacher discovering me with doing that would be very bad. I can't throw on my SFD uniform just because I want to hang out with my girlfriend. I'll have to discuss this with Ayase.
リドルジョーカー。
Good morning.
おはようございます。
おはよう、お二人さん。同伴出勤とは仲がおよろしいことで。
Yeah, everything's going great.
はい、仲良くさせてもらってます。
ああ、皮肉に対して純粋に返されると、もはや何も言う気になれないね。
Come on, don't answer seriously when I'm trying to make fun of y'alls.
でもどうしたの？
It's awkward.
今までも仲が悪かったわけじゃないけど、あたり構わずイチャイチャするようなことはなかったよね。
What? We aren't together that often.
ですよね。一緒に登校してきただけですし。
ああ、はいはい。ごちそうさま。当人には自覚ないってのがお約束だよね。でも、その一緒の登校も初めてでしょ？だから何かあったのかなって。
Nah, nothing special.
サトルとの関係は隠すことなく言ってるわけですから、これぐらいなら大丈夫かなって。
That's the official version, at least. And the truth is, something we discussed yesterday sparked it. Since it's going to be difficult for us to spend much time together during the afternoons and evenings, I figured we could make up for it by going to school together. Apparently, Ayase shared my sentiments. We never explicitly discussed it. It's just something that we both decided on naturally.
あ、わかってますよ。授業中は真面目に受けますし、必要以上にベタベタして煩わしいことはしませんから。
Right. I don't want to draw any negative attention by being the typical annoying couple.
三笠さんと付き合ってる時点ですでに悪目立ちしてると思うけどね。
おはよう、三笠さん。おはよ
おはようございます。
まあそういうことならこれからは誘わない方が良さそうだね。一人寂しく登校することにするよ。
Come on, don't say that. You're gonna make me feel legitimately bad.
ごめん。ただの独り身の嫌味だから気にしないでいいよ。
You are not helping!
いいだろ、これぐらい言ったってさ。でもさっきのは冗談だから、二人の幸せを邪魔するつもりはないよ。
おう、おはよ
Morning.
おはよ
う。何か面白い話でもしてたのか？
Nothing important. I don't see Salmi with you. Is he still struggling with that headache?
それなんだけどさ。
相模なら入院したそうだぞ。
He has?
ああ、第3寮とは別のことだが、先生から私にも連絡が回ってきたんだ。
俺も聞いた。あいつ夜になっても全然部屋から出てこないから、さすがにちょっと心配になって鍵を開けてもらおうと先生のところに行ったんだよ。
So it was some sort of disease or something. That's why they took him to the hospital. And hope it's not a brain injury.
具体的な内容については、さすがに私も知らないな。
俺が聞いた話だと検査入院だったはずだ。ここの施設じゃ調べきれない専門医のいる病院とかなんとか。
それほど重大な。
Kakamoto didn't mention any of that when we talked to her yesterday.
俺も詳しいことは知ってるわけじゃないんだけど、いつの間にか病院に行ったらしい。
やはり見舞いに行った方がいいだろうな。
別にいいんじゃないか。そんなに長いはしないだろうしさ。
Well, wouldn't you feel lonely if you were in the hospital and none of your friends came to see you? Assuming they could, of course. You think he's at Wajisu Central Hospital?
それに関しては俺も知らないな。
私も聞いていない。
僕らにはわからないんだから、先生に聞くしかないよ。
She's suspiciously not gonna say anything, answer them.
実は私も詳しいことは知らないんです。私も人づてに聞いただけですから。確か東京の大きな病院だったと思いますが、大学も関係しているとか。
That's the cover they use for keeping people that are going out of control at the research facility, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know if you'll be able to visit him. That's pretty far away.
少なくとも平日は無理だな。門限までに戻ってこられないな。
交通費も結構かかるしね。
心配になる気持ちはわかりますが、大丈夫ですよ。ただの検査入院だと聞いています。全身を調べることもないでしょうから、数日で帰ってきますよ。
でもやっぱり症状が悪化したから検査入院なんてしたんですよね。
それがそうでもないそうです。
Oh, it's not.
今回の検査は相模くんの方から言い出したことではないんです。頭痛に関する研究を行っている方がいるんですが、アストラル能力保有者の患者を探していたらしく。
相模くんはその研究のために？
ええ、本人にそのことを話して了承を得て、自ら病院に向かったそうですよ。
つまり学院の公認ということですか？
そうなりますね。ただの検査で特に危険もなく、社会貢献ということで認められたそうです。
This is bad.
フローチャート画
Also,
面だ
a
ね。
sense of foreboding. Yeah, this is bad. Sense of foreboding. That fits. That fucking fits.
なら納得だ。あいつのことだから授業を高血できてラッキーとか考えてるんだろ
それはどちらかというと高階の方だと思うけどね。
う。そりゃ俺だって高血になるなら検査も受けるけど、頭痛持ちじゃないからな。
Have you been involved in this? Have you been involved in this research on headaches and astrals for a while now, Kakimoto?
いえ、先ほども言いましたが、私も人づてに聞いただけです。研究している方と理事長が知り合いだそうで、相談を受けたそうです。そもそも相模くんにそのことを話したのも理事長だそうですよ。
Oh, really? The principal must have a lot of connections.
それはもちろんです。この学院の設立にも理事長の尽力が大きかったと聞いています。もしかすると理事長がいなければ学院の設立はなかった、もしくはもっと遅れていたかもしれませんね。
バックログ画面
Like
ですね。
something told me that something tells me that Ayase is immediately going to catch on. Like, oh no, he also went out of control. This is getting bad.
ともかく心配は必要ないと思いますが、もし東京まで行くのでしたら詳細を確認しておきましょうか。
いえ、必要になったら自分たちで確認しに行きます。
わかりました。それでは私はこれで。
ありがとうございました。
Good thing it's nothing serious.
そうだな。
けどそれならそれでせめて一言ぐらい言っておいてほしかったぜ。いきなり消えたりするから柄にもなく心配しちまったぜ。
まったくだ。
柿本先生に教えてもらうまで誰も詳しいことは知らなかったんだからな。おかしな事件にでも巻き込まれたのかって一瞬心配しちまった。
バックログ画
I
面で
was
す
kind
ね。
of like, there you go. I was kind of distracted just now. But a good point. Definitely is weird that he didn't tell us. To be honest, it's kind of bugging me. Natural ability research is still in its infancy, so it makes sense that people like this physician would be looking to test out everything they can. But it's just way too sudden. We're supposed to believe he just got the offer, said yes to it, and went all the way to Tokyo without telling anyone anything in between. Apparently not even Kakimoto knows much about what's going on.
さあ、次の授業が始まる前に教室に戻ろう。
I'm just overthinking things. It's a bad habit of mine. Guess you could call it a symptom of working in this line of work. If something seems natural to me, I become hyper-focused on it. Most of the time I've gotten this feeling, it's turned out to be mere coincidence. There were some special circumstances at play. This instance is probably the same. I just can't stop thinking about it. I want to make a huge deal out of it, but I should bring it up to Dad just in case.
やっと昼休みか。お腹空いた。
いつも通りだな、スオは。
サトル、昼食を。で、そうか。登校だけじゃなく昼も一緒にご飯だよね。空気を読めなくてごめんね。
Man, you don't have to rub it in my face.
ごめん、ちょっとしつこかったね。そろそろひがみはやめるよ。でも一緒に食べるんでしょ？
No, actually, she has something she needs to discuss with the principal, so I was just gonna eat at Dome 3. Ooh, I wonder what she has to discuss with the principal. Perhaps a student going out of control and being brought to the research center. You're more than welcome to join me.
わかった。なら行こう。やっぱり美味しいな。このサクサクの衣がまた。
Every time we come here, you can't help but be amazed. How do you eat that much?
成長期ってやつ？
It's funny, watching you eat is almost interesting in a way.
バカにしてる？
No, it's just an observation.
ならいいか。
We continue to munch away at the mountains of food on our plates. Suddenly, however, I hear the noise from my phone alerting me that I have a new message.
何？恋人からのラブメール？
Wow, you said you were gonna stop taking digs at me.
これは単純な疑問。からかってるわけじゃないってば。連絡取るんだったら僕を気にしなくてもいいよ。
Thanks, but nah, it's not us, it's my dad.
サトルのお父さんって発表祭の時に来てた人だよね。そういや仕事って何してるの？
He works for a cleaning company. I think he's like a department chief or manager or something like that. Slide my phone back into my pocket as I respond.
いいの？
Nah, it's nothing important. Gotta focus on finishing lunch first.
ああ、確かに。ご飯は美味しいうちに食べないとね。ごちそうさまでした。はいよ。さてと。
Oh, sorry, I just remembered something I forgot in my room, so I'm gonna go fetch it.
待ってよか。
Nah, you don't have to. Weren't you waiting? Weren't you wanting to go buy a snack?
見抜かれてるな。じゃあお先。
Yeah. Okay.
そのクラスメートの相模くんだったか？
Yeah, Sagami Taishi.
その子の行方を確認しておきたいと？
Yep, sorry, I know it's not work related.
ま、そんな名前の患者がいるかどうか調べるぐらいは構わない。お前が不自然に感じるのならそれぐらいは。それにその相模くんもアストラル使いなんだろ？だったらうちとも無関係ってわけじゃないからな。
Thank you.
で、その病院の名前は？
No, only the principal knows the exact name. All I know is that it's in Tokyo and affiliated with some university. Though it might come off as suspicious if I seemed interested in every little detail, so I didn't ask about it.
おいおい、不可能とは言わんが、手間がかかりすぎる。現段階でそこまで労力を割く事案じゃないぞ。
So I guess I need to get the name from the principal.
ただ、馬鹿正直に病院の名前を聞きに行くのは、相手に警戒されるかもしれないな。
Right. Honestly, I'm pretty sure I'm just overthinking this. It's a bad habit.
念のためとはいえ、疑惑を解消するために行動するんだ。であれば、警戒するのは悪いことじゃない。そうだな。エイムスを利用してみるか。病院に運ばれたなら、その病院名が記載されているかもしれない。
Is it updated that frequently?
エイムスはそもそもアストラル使いを管理するために作られたものだからな。居場所の移動ともなれば情報が更新されている可能性は低くはない。それにもう一つ調べてほしいことがある。堀川俊之という名前を調べてみてくれ。
Another incident?
ああ、お前が捕まえたアポーツ能力者の名前だ。
What happened with him?
交流していた警察署から消えた。
What? Did he escape with his ability?
いや、脱走でないことは間違いない。理由はわからんが情報が隠匿されている。おそらくあの警察署の連中も事実は知らないはずだ。
What the hell's going on?
誰かが手を回したんだろうさ。エイムスに正しい情報が更新されているかどうかは微妙だが、調べる価値ぐらいはある。
Got it. We'll look into it.
よろしく頼む。
Whoops, I accidentally clicked away to talk to you later. So how's security looking?
平気だよ。特に新しく更新されたものはないから、いつでも動ける。
Alright. Sorry for dragging you into this, by the way.
いいよ、そんなの気にしないで。確かに話を聞くと私も気になるから。 些細なことでも調べてみるのは重要だよ。
Thanks, Nanami. Alright, let's do this. A few minutes later, and we've successfully snuck into Mayu's lab. Nanami, not wasting a moment, immediately goes to the computer and pulls up the AIM's database.
相模大使、相模大使。あった。この人だよね。
Yeah. So is the name of the hospital name listed? Is the name of the hospital listed? Nanami?
わからない。
Oh, well, I guess information isn't updated for short-term hospitalization.
そうじゃなくて、これ、ほら見て。行方不明って書いてある。
How is he missing?
わかんないよ、そんなの。でも確かに、ここに行方不明って。
Anything else? It's not like... There's not like a backup of previous versions, is there? Maybe the hospital name was there before he went missing?
調べてみる。あれ？ダメだ。復元もできない。
Is that normal, do you know?
まさか、それじゃあバックアップの意味がないよ。
What about Horikawa Toshiyuki?
そっちも行方不明。
Coincidence? No, that's doubtful. So where does that leave us? Some outsider have tampered with the files. What is it? You found something?
あ、ごめん。そうじゃないんだけど、一つ思ったことがあって。サトルくん、以前に言われて調べた行方不明の二人の名前、覚えてる？
Yeah, Kamakura Hisato and Asuka Kana. Kanami immediately looks up something on her tablet with deft movements. A few moments later, her hand stops and she stares at the screen wide-eyed.
そんな。でもやっぱり。
What you see?
二人のファイルも同じ。昔の状態を復元できない。ただ、この二人に関しては、最後に更新したのが古いからってこともあるかもしれないけど。でも、サトルくん。
Yeah.
最初侵入した時にも言ったと思うんだけど、エイムスって想像してたよりもセキュリティが甘いんだよ。
What about it?
ネットワークを独立させてあることに過信してるだけかと思ったんだけど、これ、もしかするとわざとなのかも。
Purpose? But why? Who would purposefully install weak security measures in a database full of critically malleable information so they don't think to look into it deeper?
正規とは違う。私たちみたいな不正アクセスでファイルをいじっても気づかれにくい。
Hold on a sec. You tell me that the database was designed with the expectation and hope that things like this would happen?
すべてが最初から計画されてたかどうかはわからないよ。セキュリティが甘いのだって設計者が過信してただけっていうのも十分あり得るから。
At the very least, we know we're dealing with someone who has the ability to alter information contained within this database.
そう考える方が妥当だと思う。じゃないとあまりに不自然だよ、これ。
This computer is far from the only access point to the database. But we should still assume that the number of people with official access is limited. In which case, we should be able to narrow it down. No, wait a moment. Well, exactly were the points that raised my suspicions initially. Was the fact that his hospitalization seemed way too sudden. That and the fact that only the principal knew what exactly was going on. No way. Our current theory is that an anti-astronaut group is behind the recent string of disappearances. But were we looking in the wrong direction? What if the principal and the school are actually the ones behind them? Does it give you any information on who changed the files, like a name or any access point and identification?
それはちょっと無理かな。
Man. Anything else that might help us?
今のところは
Don't apologize, it's not your fault. All we have to do at the moment is circumstantial evidence. All we have at the moment is circumstantial evidence. That's planned for the day. First things first, I have to report this to Dad.
間違いないのか?
No, we're not certain just yet. Everything we just reported to you is a hypothesis we arrived at by connecting the dots left by the circumstantial evidence.
ただ、明らかに不自然です。あれじゃあ誰かがバックアップファイルを意図的に改ざんしたとしか思えません。
わかった。
We definitely can't overlook this.
だが、手がかりが足りなさすぎる。こちらでも規制派の動きについて改めて調べてはみよう。それとは別に物的証拠が欲しいな。些細なもので構わない。
Yeah, we should discuss how to proceed from here.
相模大使が病院でないとしたらどこに連れて行かれたのか。それを特定する何かが欲しいな。
Should I search his room?
そうだな。いや、今はそれよりレビーナインにやってもらいたいことがある。戻ったばかりで悪いが。
私？
監視カメラのデータを調べてほしい。
Yeah, makes sense.
映像データに不備はないか、もしくは相模大使が学院の外に出ていく姿が映ってないか。そこだけでもはっきりさせておきたい。
Oh, if the principal really is involved with the disappearing of Astros, there's a chance Sagami could still be somewhere here. School's campus has many more facilities besides just the educational ones. The research center is a prime example. In fact, most students aren't even allowed entry to it. But most importantly, this campus is under his supervision. It'd be easier and safer to hide people here as opposed to taking them somewhere outside.
了解です。やってみます。
レビー9のサポートは任せたぞ。レビー6。
Roger that. There's one thing I'm curious about.
なんだ?
The secret organization of the Anti-Astron group was who we initially thought was behind the disappearances. What's the situation there?
組織はすでに監視下に置かれている。動けるのは逃げた残党だろうが、それも残るは最後の一人のみだ。今回の件に関係しているとは思えないが、念のため調査を急がせよう。
Okay, thanks. Draining the call, Nanami and I immediately head back to the school building. We probably won't get much sleep tonight, but this isn't time to be worrying about that.
バックログ画面だ。
The situation could end up being much more serious than we thought.
リドルジョーカー。
フローチャート画面だな。
The principal's hidden identity. I'm so tired. Ultimately, we're up till sunrise checking the security camera stuff. So I didn't get anywhere near enough sleep, just like predicted. Found nothing in the footage I looked through. Wonder if none of me found anything. We decided to split up between the two of us and take it to our rooms to look over. Given how late it was by the time I was done, I haven't gotten in touch with her yet. I don't know if I'll just have to be I know, but I'll just have to be patient. Time for my morning jog. Honestly, part of me would have loved to skip out on that to get more sleep, but I'd better not. Running will help wake me up. And also, Ayase is waiting for me. After I finish my normal distance, I stop and catch my breath.
大丈夫?
What do you ask?
いや、何がと聞かれるとうまく説明できないんだけど。でも、なんか雰囲気が変な気がしたから。
Dang, I've been trying so hard to tune it out and not let it show on my face. But I just can't stop thinking about it no matter how hard I try to not to. This string of disappearances continues. What if something happens to Ayase again? If anything happened to her? The moment I picture the worst case scenario, my heart pounds vehemently against my chest in denial. I don't even want to stomach the thought. I have to keep her safe. It's nothing.
分かった。深くは尋ねない。
Sorry.
いいわよ、今更だしね。ただ、一つお願い。
What is it?
私が力になれることがあったら言ってほしい。
Can I make a request right away?
何？
Can we kiss?
朝っぱらから何発情してるのよ。
Sorry, I forget I asked.
ちょっと、諦めるの早い。別にダメって言ってるわけではなくて。私とってキスしたい。何よ、そっちから言ったくせに、これぐらいで引かないでよ。
I know, sorry, I'm just really happy. Pull Ayase towards me and press my lips against hers. She's startled by the suddenness of it, but she doesn't reject me. Quite the contrary, she readily starts kissing me back. I can feel her body soften and loosen up through my arms. She must have been a lot more tense than I realized. I can feel her warmth from this passionate kiss. It's so pleasant and comforting. I can feel it washing away all my stress and worries. I guess I was just as tensed up as she was. Seemingly satisfied now, Ayase pulls her lips away. I, however, still want more. I don't want to part with this warmth. I palpate that desire. I continue to kiss her further. Stretch out my tongue and push it inside her mouth. Calm down, Buster. Next, I lick every inch of her saliva-covered stab. Please. At first, she somewhat tries to push me away, but her hands eventually relax again, and seemingly having given up, she surrenders herself to me. Come on, buddy, hold back. Actually, she's now kissing me back. We then continue to passionately lick around each other's mouths.
キス長っ。
Liked though, didn't you?
そういうわけじゃないけど、突然だったからよだれが。
Stand still, I cleaned it off for you.
ちょっと、またキスとか舐めとるとかするつもりでしょ、少女漫画みたいに。
Yeah, no, actually, I was just gonna use my towel. I bring one with me to wipe my sweat when I run. Oh, don't worry though, I haven't used it yet.
なんだ、そっちか。変な勘違いをしてしまった。
You'd rather me lick it off though. If you'd rather me lick it off though, I can do that.
いいです。舐めとってほしいとか、なんか変態みたいじゃない。
Really? I don't think it'd be that gross. It would be gross.
そこは少しぐらい気にして。
Yeah. Well, I don't think your spit grows me out, at least.
喜ぶべきかドン引きすべきかちょっと悩む。それでもういいの？
Oops. And you said I was the horny one.
違う私が力になれることは他にないか聞いてるの。
Okay, sorry about that.
当たり前でしょ。もうバカ。
Sorry, thanks. I feel a lot better now after that kiss.
そう？それならいいけど。じゃあ寮に戻る？
Sure, I don't want to miss breakfast.
大きなあくびだね。どうしたの？寝不足？
ちょっと夜更かししちゃって。
顔色とかは悪くないみたいだけど、気分が悪くなったらすぐに言わなくちゃダメだよ。
わかってる。
Hey, Nanami, you got a moment?
ごめん、千咲ちゃん。先に行っててくれるかな。
わかった。それじゃあ先輩。
Oops. Yep, see ya. Reba trots down the hallway towards her classroom. After she's gone, I look back to Nanami and immediately get down to business. I didn't see Sagami in any of my footage. What about you?
私の方も見当たらなかったよ。あの監視カメラの映像にも
何らかの手が加えられてる可能性はあるけど。
That would prove they're doing something that they need to hide. Looks like there's no way around it. We're gonna have to investigate the research center. Can you get a read on the research center security?
式部先輩の PC を踏み台にすれば、ある程度はわかると思うんだけど、より正確な情報のためには、研究施設にある PC から情報を手に入れたい。
Well, dang. So we'd need to go there and find a computer?
その場にいないとダメってことはないんだけど、最低でも1回は中に入らないと無理だと思う。
So that's something a non-computer junkie like myself could do?
それって、もしかして。
Yeah, my movements will be fairly restricted, but there is a way for me to get inside at least. Obviously, I'll also be under significant time constraints. Think you can work with that?
それなら、なんとかできると思う。
Alright. You got things started then.
有原くん、どうしたんですか？また質問ですか？
I wanted to talk to you about something to see if I've actually been feeling dizzy again.
それはいけませんね。また貧血ですか？
I have no idea what's causing it. Oh, but it's not as bad as last time. I doubt I'll collapse or anything.
食事や睡眠に関しては最近どうです？
All normal. Well, I probably didn't get an adequate amount of sleep last night and was up really late.
遅くなったのに何か理由はあるんですか？
No, I was just having trouble falling asleep. I was tossing and turning in bed for hours. But yeah, I was hoping you could examine me one more time just to make sure it's nothing serious.
わかりました。
Oops.
倒れてからまだそこまで日が経っているわけではありませんし、自分の体のことですから気になるでしょう。とはいえ、以前のように詳細に調べるには時間がかかりますが。
Yes, I'm aware. All you have to do is test me for anemia again. And if that doesn't show anything, I know it's just sleep deprivation. Sorry for making you go out of your way for this. To do this for me, and thanks.
学生の不安を取り除くことも私の仕事ですよ。では行きましょうか。そういえば有原くん、以前に渡した貧血の薬はちゃんと飲みましたか？
That medicine, I didn't outright throw it away, but I've just been letting it sit there. Given the story I'm going with, I probably shouldn't tell her the truth. Yes?
そうですか。なのにまためまい。
That was bad. That was the wrong thing to say.
それでめまいの他に何か症状などはありますか？
No, it only started today, and the dizziness is the extent of it.
そうですか。
Suspicious.
では腕を出してください。採血をします。気分が悪くなるようでしたらすぐに言ってください。
Will do. She ties off my left arm and puts the needle into one of the veins that surfaced.
どうですか？何か変化は？
No, so far I feel fine.
そうですか。
Just out of curiosity, did you study medicine, Kakimoto?
安心してください。これでも医師免許を持っていますから。
You don't need a medical license. If you're not dead, I'll keep you that way. And all that, you know? What?
というよりも、そもそも私は鷲津総合病院の医者だったんです。
Really? That's rather surprising.
鷲津の病院で働いていると、自然とアストラル能力保有者を診察する機会も多かったんです。アストラルに関する研究にも興味があったんですが、そんな時にこの学院から声をかけてもらいました。今もたまに病院の方に赴きますよ。一応非常勤務医として肩書きだけは残っていますからね。
I suppose you can count that as a hit? I suppose. I kind of landed on the border of the bag and just kind of pushed the border down so it's inside but still on the border. Guess we just have to expand those borders. That joke felt appropriate with all the Hitler talk I did earlier.
アストラルの症状に関する情報をもらったり、こちらの研究を公開したり、いろいろ協力も行っています。
Guess Poland's first to go again. Like, can we just talk about how often Poland has been invaded, like, and taken over? Like, by God. Damn, she even has a medical license. She's really a genius. I wonder what her school days were like. Did you even have time to sleep?
では、針を抜きますからね。ここをしっかり押さえていてください。私は血を検査に回してきます。ここでおとなしくしておいてください。以前にも言いましたが、勝手に出歩かないように。
Honest to God, just like, don't they usually just like, as you tell you to hold it, and then immediately like put tape over it so you don't have to hold it anymore? Of course. From that warning, she leaves the room with the blood she drew from me. Checked over everything with my prior visit here, but I take this opportunity to probe over it more thoroughly. Okay, I wasn't wrong. There aren't any security cameras in this room. That should work then.
この USB を挿してくれれば、あとは全部こっちでやる。サトルくんはこれを挿して、部屋を出るときに回収して。それだけで大丈夫だよ。
Sweet. Sounds like something I can
た
handle.
だ当然だけど、PC の電源が入ってないと意味はないから。
Gotcha.
あと、できれば PC には誰かが触れないようにしておいてほしい。
But I'll see what I can do. There's gotta be a problem, isn't it? Damn, it's shut off. Honestly, I was hoping it would already be up and running when I walked in here. Well, there's no turning back now. Proceed to hit the on button and plug the USB stick into one of the rear ports. Do something about the screen too. Yeah, I don't know how to throw up the black screen. That's not Naname's area of expertise. Yeah, we'll just leave the monitor off. The only remaining problem is going to be taking it out after it's done. Nanami said that she'd try and do it as quickly as possible, but even so, it's definitely going to take more than a couple of minutes. I returned to where I was sitting when Kakimoto left and considered my options. Fortunately, nothing springs to mind what to do. I mean, I'm gonna have to take it out somehow. There's no getting around it. And I'm still pondering the issue. The door opens and she returns.
血を抜きましたが、その後の気分はどうですか？
Yes, nothing feels off.
そうですか。よかった。なんともないと思っても、おとなしくしておいてください。
Got it. Well, how long will it be until the results come in?
まあ、1時間ほどかかると思っていてください。
Okay. That should be plenty of time for Nanami to do her thing. I guess I'll just do some research on this computer. Ah! I should just need to keep Kakimoto away from the computer until she's done. Sensei,
はい。
what are you going to be doing until the results come in?
特別な用事はないので、ここで仕事をしようかと思っています。私のことは気にしないでいいですよ。
Okay. I know. It's gonna try and turn the computer on. I'll be royally screwed if she goes near it. Quick, what can I do to draw her attention?
さてと。
Sensei!
はい。何ですか？
I wasn't curious about what we discussed that one time.
前というと？
Sorry. That time we discussed ability enhancement.
ああ。もしかして何か思いついたことがあるんですか？
Somewhat. I want to get your opinion on something.
興味深いですね。聞きましょう。
She turns away from the computer and backs towards me. Great, I've managed to grab her attention. The problem now will be keeping it, since I basically just blurted out the first thing I could think of.
それで、その方法とは何です？
Sorry, I guess I didn't make myself clear. I wasn't able to come to some concrete method. I was just wondering about a few things. So basically, remember that conversation, damn it. Should be more than enough. There should be more than enough starting points. Think. Astro users use their ability to link by linking with astrons, which produces a special kind of energy. So, what that means is that if the energy yield from linking goes up, abilities should become more potent. But there's currently no way to increase one's link value.
その通りです。
Has any research been done on whether or not the value can be changed through surgical procedures?
アプローチの研究は行われていますが、実際に実験が行われたことはなかったはずです。ことがことですからね。
Oh, Scott, use this opportunity to reveal your actual ability. Anyways, true. What about drugs that affect brain function?
有原君、考え方がストレートすぎませんか？確かに薬で能力を向上させる研究は行われていましたが、全ては理論までです。アストラル能力は人間固有のものであり、動物では効果のほどは確認できませんから、人体で確認する必要があります。そんな安全性に欠ける試験、認められるはずもありません。それが病気ならまだしも、単純に強化の可能性を探るためという理由であればなおさら。
I don't want to believe it, but could the principal possibly be gathering test subjects for some unethical human experimentation now?
私としてはもう少し興味深いアプローチが聞かせてもらえるものかと。
Sorry, I just happened to hear a few rumors and wanted to know if there was any validity to them. Supposedly there's a drug that can power up an astral's ability and also give powers to a non-astral.
ああ、根も葉もないあの都市伝説ですか。
I was thinking if theoretical work on it exists, there might be someone who secretly completed such a drug.
よた話ですよ。薬の開発には専門的な知識と施設、そして歳月と多大な費用が必要となります。
Like the principal! Knowledge, equipment, funding, and time. There's nothing noting that this academy could satisfy all those conditions. In that case...
これで質問の答えになりましたか？
Oh, actually, I haven't gotten to my main question yet. Astrons and the brain are deeply interconnected. Furthermore, we know that the link value has an upper limit. So I was thinking, maybe the brain is capping it?
続けてください。
Essentially, what I'm postulating is that maybe the brain unconsciously caps it to protect the human body, similar to how muscle tension works, for example. I think there's a potential that the limit could be broken in cases of extreme emergency or high stress, such as the hysterical strength works.
ああ、その手の話ですか。確かにそういった話はありますね。同時に外科手術でそのストッパーを外す方法を考える人もいます。
But like the drugs, doesn't it go beyond the theoretical level, I'm assuming? It doesn't go beyond the theoretical level,
そう
I'm
ですね。
assuming.
ですが論文はすでに存在しますよ。研究論文程度なら私も。
After that, she turns around and moves towards the desk. Shit, no computers there. Sensei?
はい。
Could you teach me about the link phenomenon so I could come up with a better idea to achieve this limit break? I did learn about it in class, of course, but I'd like to know about how the physical process works in greater detail.
いいでしょう。少し待ってください。必要な資料を出力しますので。
Huh? Are those files on your computer?
そうです。心配しないでください。大丈夫ですよ。
No, that's not. She walks over to the desk. Then she reaches out to touch the computer's power up button. It.
ディスプレイの電源を切った覚えはないんですが。
She thinks she left it on again. From the looks of it, that seems to be the only problem. Guess that means none of me's done. Either way, I can't buy any more time. Maybe one of the cables got loose? Let me check. Saying that, I head to the desk myself.
いいえ、ボタンを押せばちゃんとつくはずですから。そこまでしてもらわなくて大丈夫です。あと有原くん、少し離れていてもらえますか？パスワードを打ち込みたいので。
Oh, sorry.
いえ、まあ、念のためですから。
Increase the ability to see things from a distance, since I do assume that that's something I can do as well. I'm just assuming. After apologizing, I move away from the desk. But that's fine, I've completed my objective. Took out the USB stick as I was in the process of checking the cables. And the question is whether or not the data we need is on there. That comes later.
さて、では追加の講義を始めましょうか。
I'm ready.
特に問題はありませんね。今晩はしっかり寝てください。ですが念のため薬を渡しておきます。しっかり飲んでおいてくだ
They're
さい。
awfully quick to hand out medicine. That is very suspicious. Alright?
もしまた何かあればすぐに連絡をください。
Of course. Thank you for everything today.
いえ、私も楽しかったですよ。今回は空振りに終わりましたが、論文の方も継続して探しておきます。もし面白い論文が見つかれば、有原くんにも渡しますので。
Thank you, I appreciate it. See you tomorrow, Kakimoto.
ええ、また明日。
So, what you find, Nanami?
施設の構造は分かった。それにセキュリティに仕込みもしておいたから問題ないよ。
Cool, did you notice anything strange about the layout? Even assuming the academy and principal are up to something, the scope of people in the know should be limited. Which means there's a good chance this room we're looking for is hidden.
ある程度は目星をつけておいた。気になるのはやっぱりここ。セキュリティと研究棟の構造に差があるんだよ。
Right, it's just an empty space. It's not a secret room, maybe. Secret room in an Astron research center. That reeks. If that doesn't reek of suspicion, then I don't know what does. I'll have to go there and investigate.
侵入するのは深夜より明け方ぐらいの方がいいかも。
Why is that?
ログを漁ってみたんだけど、明け方が一番稼働率が低いから。
Alright, dawn it is. Let's do it today. No, I guess that'll be tomorrow. That work for you?
私は平気。
Perfect.
リドルジョーカー。
Status on security?
フローチャート画面だね。
It's the Academy's secret. Like, the chapter was called The Principal's Hidden Identity. Yet we did not find out his hidden identity. I call bullshit. I'm going to sue. Why did I say I'm going to sue, but at the same time pull out a gun? Guess I'm gonna call this gun Sue from now on. Mary Sue and all that.
ちょっと待って。今切るから。中に入るには3分で行けるよね。
Yeah, for sure.
じゃあ切るよ。
Let's do this.
周囲に人の気配は？
That I've noticed.
廊下をまっすぐ。10秒後にカメラを切り替えるから左に曲がって。
With an enemy as my navigator, I make my way down to the basement. She was right. There really doesn't seem to be many people here at this hour of the day. She continues disabling the security as I continue walking, and eventually we manage to reach the target location. How do we get inside the secret
と
room?
りあえず隣の部屋に入ってみよう。
Gotcha. Seems like seems like a simple storage room upon first glance. Rows of shelves with stuff stored in them. Nothing out of the ordinary. The items on the shelves aren't exactly cleanly organized, so you'd expect the room to be dusty. But oddly enough, it isn't. I reply that few people come in and out of this room. Very suspicious. Huh. Worrying about building layout, the empty space is adjacent to the east side wall. Knock on that wall to check the sound, but obviously won't tell me anything about what's in the room itself. At the very least, it does confirm that it isn't an exterior wall.
もし本当に隠し部屋なら廊下より部屋から入る方が安心だと思うんだけど。
True. Walk back to the entrance and take a quick breath. After that, I activate my ability. Survey the room with my heightened senses. I can safely ignore any place that has dust, which means the most suspicious place really is the east side wall. Huh? There's a ton of dust along, almost like what you'd expect if a shelf had been moved. Put my hands on the shelf to check. I feel like the stuff on it is particularly heavy. Should be able to move it rather easily. That being said, will still require my ability. Move the shelf out of the way. All I find behind it is a normal wall. Nothing about it is unusual. For some reason, this shelf is being moved, though. As I'm probing the wall and touching along it with my hands, I bump against something that feels like a metal knob. Odd, seeing as how this wall is supposed to be an even surface. For a second after I realize that, the spot in question warps before my eyes. Now all of a sudden, there's a security device installed into the wall. What the?
どうしたのサトルくん。
Do you not see it?
何が？
This tricky bastard. He must have been concealing some sort of astral technology infused with an optical illusion type ability. This here. Softly grab her hand and lead it to the device. Once she touches it, her eyes will open wide. Think you can handle it?
特殊なものじゃない。なんとかできると思うから、ちょっと待って。
It's a relief. We would have been really screwed if this was one of those astral authentication ones.
じゃないかも。特殊なものだと、専門の人を呼ばなきゃいけないからね。
Alright. Protecting the secret is a top priority. They wouldn't want outsiders getting near it. That's why they opted to instead use technology readily available to the academy and conceal it. Must be hiding something really big inside this room. So wait with bated breath. Soon enough, Nanami managed to disable the security lock. The wall slides aside and the secret room appears.
サトルくん。
Yeah. I give a quick nod and step into the room alongside Nanami. What the heck are those things? There's a number of large, strange-looking capsules lining the room in rows. What is their purpose? I nervously approached them. Upon getting close, I realized that there are people sleeping inside of them. I curiously inspect them, each, one after another. Doesn't take long before I find the face I'm looking for.
サトルくん。この人。
That's Sagami.
じゃあ、やっぱり。
Yeah, the worst nightmare just came to fruition.
でも、一体何のために？
I guess it's as good as mine. Glance around some more, and my eyes stumble upon a pile of files located in the corner of the room. There also seems to be a computer there as well. Look, Nanami, there's a computer. Maybe there's some information on it. See if you can extract it.
やってみる。
In the meantime, I'll work on memorizing the files and documents piled up. Wait, no way.
今度は何？
The two people over here. There's no doubt about it. They're Kamakura Hisato and Asuka and Kana. And over here, there's Horikawa Toshiyuki.
本当だ。エイムスの画面で見た写真と同じ。じゃあ、つまり。
Yeah. Sagami is the latest victim in the recent string of disappearances. So what does this mean? Were those anti-Astron thugs we caught not involved at all? Or an even scarier possibility, maybe the anti-Astron group has influence over the Academy as well? Alternatively, they could be collecting these people to conduct some sort of secret research project. Basically human experimentation.
どうしよう、サトルくん。とにかくお父さんに報告しなきゃ。
That comes later. We need to take as much information as we can before we can leave. Go search the computer, like I said. I'll store all the files and documents in my memory.
わかった。
I briskly walk to the pile of papers. Not wasting a second, I pick up the first paper of the stack and get to work. Even if I don't understand all the sciencey techno babble written on it, I can store an image of the text in my mind. Thinking comes later. Our job right now is to take back as much information as we can. In spite of that, one particular word enters my sight and sends a sharp shiver down my spine. I start reading more, concerning the control loss of astral abilities. Astral abilities are able to invoke supernatural phenomena through the process of creating energy via astral linkage. The potency of an ability is directly correlated to the total induced energy, like the link value. We know this to be the subject to differences between individual astrals. It can be assured that, in all likelihood, the link value is an upper limit set by an astral subconsciousness. Energy generation beyond the level of the link value has been tested, and observations have concluded that this places an exceedingly high amount of strain on the individual's body. In this state of high stress, the brain enters a panic mode of sorts and attempts to alleviate stress, resulting in ability activation that is irrespective of the individual's will. However, the activation of the user's ability gives rise to an even greater strain. This negative feedback loop causes the individual's condition to worsen exponentially. The above phenomenon is what causes the frenzied state of astrals. Since a lapse of control implicates that the individual no longer has direct control of their ability. It therefore follows that the entering of this state poses a danger to the individual themselves. Example 1. Astral with the ability to read minds will begin to experience an identity crisis from excessive probing into other people's consciousness. Example 2. An astral with the ability to control wind will begin to produce small-scale tornadoes. This involves risk not only to the surrounding infrastructure, but the individual as well. Example 3. An astral with a clairvoyance type ability will begin to perceive lights of wavelength that are outside the visible electromagnetic spectrum. This overloading of the visual senses will lead to severe neural damage. Furthermore, in the event that a control loss situation results in substantial damage and potentially even casualties, this will no doubt invite intense scrutiny and scorn from the general public. Therefore, all information concerning the control loss and frenzied state of astral abilities shall be kept secret. Control loss? Frenzied states. What am I reading? If all this is true, that means astral abilities are incredibly dangerous things. Whoops, fuck.
で、最後は限界を超えた自分の能力を制御できなくなって、能力が暴走を起こして大爆発とか、脳が焼かれて死ぬとか。
Does this mean there was actually a certain amount of truth to that urban legend he told me about? Astral abilities have the potential to go crazy to the point where their users can't control them. If this happens to someone, they're captured in order to avoid a public incident. The astrals that were captured I put to sleep here in these capsules. So Sagami, Rikawa Toshiyuki, Kamakura Hisato, and Asuke Kana were all abducted in order to hide the stark truth about the nature of astral abilities. Wait, hold on a sec. If all these people who went missing are related to this astral ability control loss thing, does that also apply to Ayase? Were those people trying to kidnap her because her ability was in danger of going haywire? Her ability is attraction or repulsion. Something like that went out of control. Yeah, that would be a disaster of epic proportions. Chances are she would probably be harmed as well. I'm getting a real bad feeling about all this. It feels like my chest is being ripped open. The anxiety crushes down on my shoulders like a heavy anvil. I'm panting heavily. No, please say it's not true.
Satoru-kun.
Is this really the truth of things?
Satoru-kun!
Sorry, what is it?
そろそろ戻らないと。とりあえず、ここで眠ってる人たちのデータはコピーし。
Whoops, I'm not quite done yet.
でも、そろそろ施設に人が増える時間だから。
God, I want to rush out over to Ayase right this instant. But I suppressed the gnawing panic and not none of me. Alright? Need to focus on the situation at hand now. First, we need to get out of this research center without being caught.
Satoru-kun?
I think someone might be coming here.
どうしよう。
Go invisible and hide. We'll just turn our stealth on and wait till they leave. Let's hide there. We huddle together in an inconspicuous place and activate the stealth functions of our uniforms. The wall is still open and the fucking shelf that was in front of the wall is still moved. If one looked close enough, they'd be able to see the year perturbations around us, but they wouldn't see it without specifically trying to. We're both holding in our breaths as best as we can. A few seconds pass and our visitor walks in.
あれは。
Principal Ise. If he knows about this room, then he's gotta be involved with this whole operation. After entering the room alone, the principal looks around, but he doesn't move. He doesn't approach the capsules, nor the area with the computer and documents. What's he doing? He had to have come here for something.
いるんだろ。出てきなさい。
No, you need to stay hidden. He could be bluffing, or just plain mistaken. Nanami is gripping my uniform as tightly as she possibly can. We hold our breaths and bide our time, but the principal shows no signs of budging an inch.
あまり時間を無駄にはしたくない。悪いが、こちらも確信を持ってここに来ている。この部屋に入るために扉のセキュリティに触れただろう。あれには簡単なセンサーが仕込んである。触れれば私にアラートで知らされるようになっている。もちろん施設のシステムとは別だ。だから気づかなかったんだろう。有原悟君。 もしかすると有原七海くんもいるのかもしれないな。
サトルくん。
この部屋について説明しよう。まずは話をしないか。
Considering that he stated our names, there's little point in hiding further. You give up and step out from behind our cover.
この目で見てもまだ信じられないな。しかもアストラル能力を転用したステルス機能まで。ただものであるはずがないんだが。
How'd you know it was me, if I might ask? Did it leave any traces?
確固たる証拠を得ているわけではない。隠蔽工作は実によくできていた。私が目をつけた理由は君に違和感を覚えたからだ。不自然さと言ってもいい。
What do you mean by that?
君たちが編入してから三笠綾瀬の周りで不可思議なことが起きている。確かに隠蔽工作は十分だったが、私はこれでも理事長だ。学内で起こったことはある程度把握している。
They're gonna blame each other for trying to kidnap Ayase.
全体から見ればどうしても不自然な部分は残ってしまうものだ。
Well, fiasco with Ayase was part of our initial mission. Well, it wasn't never part of our initial mission, so yeah. It was only natural that it came across as suspicious. The only one who bears responsibility for that is me.
それに君や君の妹さんはとても素直だ。自分の能力を受け入れ、まっすぐに生きている。ここには様々な学生がいる。君たちと同じ理由で転入してくる子もな。そういう子に比べて君たちは素直すぎた。
I highly doubt that only applies to us, though.
そうだな。だから動向を探っているのは君たちだけではない。アラートが鳴った瞬間、その対象の位置を確認させてもらったよ。そして君たち2人の部屋はもぬけの殻だった。当然外出の報告は受けていない。
Quite honestly flabbergasted. I had no idea that you were keeping a list of suspicious students.
こちらも人には言えない事情を抱えているのでね。
Are you referring to this room?
そういうことだ。ひとまず移動しようか。そろそろ施設の人が増える時間だ。
Alright.
それで君は一人か。妹さんも一緒にいるのか。
Nanami.
やはり一緒にいたか。では行こう。
We exit the research center alongside the prison. Prison? Did I almost say prison guard just now? Alongside the principal and see that it's really bright outside. Must have really lost track of time when I was reading those files. I only had enough time to check our rooms. Only we left a little bit sooner. That won't help anything. It's pointless to consider what ifs now.
さて、本来ならばゆっくり話したいところだが、君たちはこれから朝食を食べて授業を受けなければならない。私は放課後でも構わないが、その場合、君たちは授業に集中できないだろう。
Want us to go to class?
君たちは学生だ。ならば授業に出るのは当然のことだろう。
その、処分とか拘束とかするんじゃないんですか？
今のところそのつもりはない。
Really? We could easily go public about that room and the fact that you're kidnapping astrals.
公表ができるのか。その反応から察するに、あそこに置いてあった資料にある程度は目を通したようだな。どこまで読んだ？
Not the people who are confining their astrals whose abilities went haywire for one reason or another.
それが分かっていれば十分だろう。あの資料に書かれていることは全て事実だ。あの部屋で寝ていたのは全員能力の制御を失った者たちだ。君は本当にこの事実を公表できるのか？
We have to. If the danger exists, we have a responsibility to let people know.
その結果、アストラル使いへの迫害が強まったとしても、こんなことを公表すればどんなことになるか。火を見るよりも明らかなのは君も理解しているだろう。
Yeah, manhunts.
確かに私は暴走について隠蔽を行っている。だがそれはアストラル使い全体のためだ。あの部屋で行っているのも治療だ。 暴走のメカニズムの解明と再び制御を身につけるための治療法、薬の開発を急いでいる。少なくともアストラル使いのことを考えているのはこの学院の設立に尽力していたことでも理解してもらえると思うが、おそらく君たちの仕事もそうなんだろう。自分の能力を用いることで社会をより良い方向へと導きたい。私も同じだ。アストラル能力を社会に役立てたい。そして少しでもアストラル使いが生きやすい社会にしたいと思っている。そのためにも暴走の事実は公表を避けるべきだろう。
Can't just keep this hidden forever, though. Sooner or later, the word will get out. It's simply not something that can be avoided.
だとしても、その時に治療法を確立しているべきだ。それだけで印象は違ってくる。
I get that. I really do, but still. What about those people's families? Why do they have to be left in the dark about someone they love?
私が能力の暴走について把握したのは2年ほど前のとある事件だ。暴走者の名前は伊勢小鳥。
伊勢
Issa. That's the principal's last name.
伊勢小鳥。彼女は私の娘だ。
This happened to your own daughter?
小鳥の能力は簡単に言えば風の操作だ。暴走した時は自分や周りを巻き込むほどの暴風が発生。その結果、周囲の建築物や巨大クレーンをも倒す大きな被害を生み出した。
I believe that was detailed in one of the files. Wait, hold on. The crane tipped over 2 years ago. Is that what I'm thinking of?
ああ、その通りだ。三笠綾瀬が注目を浴びることになった事件。それを起こしたのは小鳥だ。彼女も他の暴走車同様眠らせてある。あの部屋とは別だがね。
Are you doing this all for the sake of your daughter?
そういう気持ちがあることは否定はしない。
So there are other reasons then.
私の願いは少なくともアストラル使いにとっても有益なもののはずだ。
This comes to light, Astrals are no doubt going to be the subject of widespread persecution. The focus won't just be on Geek Academy. The repercussions will be felt by every single Astral in this world, even those peacefully minding their own business. Worst case scenario, the Academy might be shut down. It's sad that it's bad. But is that reason enough to become an accomplice to his crimes? He successfully managed to sweep everything under the rug so far. But if word comes out, the fact that he's been hiding it will only make matters worse. If an Astral were to lose control of their abilities in the middle of a crowd, I don't even want to think about it. There's a limit to how long you can keep things like this secret.
そうだな。だが、アストラル技術がインフラをはじめとした社会に組み込まれてしまえば、もはや引き返せなくなるだろう。多少暴走という危険性があろうとも、使わざるを得ない状況にまでなれば、そのためにもアストラルという力の有用性をなるべく早く広める必要がある。
Using Ayase to accomplish all this?
一朝一夕で社会全体が大きく変わらないことは理解している。だが、彼女がいてくれるおかげで個人個人の印象は上がっている。
When this comes to light, she's going to be the one to bear the brunt of the backlash.
そこに関しては申し訳なく思っている。だがこれも必要なことだ。
I can't believe you.
さて、これで私の話は終わりだ。もう戻ってくれて構わない。
We finished this piece. The principal shoos us out. Suppose he's told us everything there was to tell.
本当に私たちを拘束しないんですね。
その装備やこの学院に編入する際の事前工作から考えて、君たちの背後には何らかの特殊な組織がついていると考えるべきだろう。であれば拘束すればさらに厄介なことになる。それよりも 理解を求める方がいい。それに私が拘束するのはあくまで暴走している能力者だけだ。暴走の件が広まればアストラル使いにとって生きづらい世界になることは想像に難くない。アストラル使いのことを考えるならこのことは黙っているべきだ。違うだろうか。それでも公表するというのなら仕方ないな。
I found any sort of response to give him. And I promptly left the room with no further words exchanged.
もう時間は残されていないかもしれないが、それでも念のためだ。引き続き彼らを見張っておいてくれ。
了解です。
I recognize that voice. That's my boy Kyohei. No longer being my boy. I mean, here's the thing. Somebody mentioned Kyohei shooting somebody or something like that in a comment, so I was expecting him to be somehow involved in all of this. So I'm not too surprised, honestly. I'm not too surprised. Like, I wasn't sure how he's going to be involved, but I just knew he was going to be involved, so when it happened, I would just... Yeah, fine. So that's how it was. That's what it was. Following our conversation with the principal, I took Nanami to her room. By the way, this is supposed to be a lesson. Like, don't. Just fucking don't. And there's some of y'alls that need to pull back their hint game a bit. By which I mean, just don't do the hint thing at all. It all would be best. Anyways, following our... I already read that.
お父さんに報告はどうするの？
Give me some time to think everything over.
うん。わかった。あんな話を聞かされちゃったらね。そりゃ正常じゃいられないよね。もうちょっと考えたい気持ちはわかるよ。私も同じだもん。
Thanks.
でもどうするかは私も考えてみる。お兄ちゃんに全部押し付けちゃうのは卑怯だと思うからね。ほら、私はサトルくんのバディなんだから。
Thanks, Nanami.
うん。
フローチャート画面だね。
Yep, we're still in the academy secret. I'm back in my room, but before I even have a chance to change out of my uniform, a call comes in from Dad. Contemplate whether or not I should answer it, but ignoring him isn't an option, I know. Level 6 here.
どうした？出るのが遅かったが何か問題か？
Everything's all fine.
そうか。なら本題に入ろう。研究施設への侵入はどうなった？
She says those words, my breath stops and my mind blanks. Should I tell him the truth? To trust him? It might be wise to consult him on this. But I can't forget that he's also chief of the SFD. Given his position, it's safe to assume that he'll have to take some form of action to report it to him. But hiding it from him would implicate me in this whole astral cover-up thing. I'd be betraying both the Dad and the SFD as a whole. I'm sorry the infiltration wasn't a success.
どういうことだ?
Our plan was to sneak in at night, but we found that there were still a larger number of people there. With that in mind, we opted to postpone the infiltration to a later date so we could figure out when the best time is. I'll give you the report afterwards.
わかった。例の残党の件だが、現在の顔が判明したという報告は受けた。データを入手次第、そちらに送る。
Thanks.
他に何かあるか?
Oh, that was it.
わかった。何かわかれば連絡を頼む。
Will do.
ではな。
That and the call. Ultimately, I chose not to tell him anything. I've essentially opted to delay my decision. Just need time to think about everything. Wonder if Ayase knows about the room and all people being kept in comatose states there. She's doing all of her PR work with full knowledge of it. Exactly why she's cooperating with him. I'd like to think not, but several things do hint towards it. Ayase's fame came about as a result of her rescue and relief efforts during the control loss incident. Following that, she enrolled in this academy and became somewhat of a public figurehead for it. A while back, she touched upon her reasons for taking upon such a burdensome role.
言えないっていうほどでもないんだけど、会いたい人がいるの。子供の頃からの知り合いで、その人はアストラル使いなの。今はちょっと事情があって会うこともできないんだけど、その人もアストラル使いってことでいろんな目に遭ってた。私はそれを見てることしかできなかった。
Unless you just like sit like while hanging out with her, just one time points, just like Kotori, just like wait for a reaction. Oh, don't worry, Kotori, like one of my co-workers actually is going to have a child soon, and he's panicked because he can't think of a name. So it's supposed to be a girl. So I thought maybe Kotori would be a good name. Anyways.
でも今は違うから、私が頑張ることでアストラル使いが暮らしやすい社会になるかもしれない。
The words bear a stark resemblance to the things the principal told me. It's possible that the friend she spoke of had her ability go haywire, which prompted Ayase to join hands with the principal. It's too early to jump to conclusions. But even so, I can't write everything off as a mere coincidence anymore at this point. I'll have to do something.
ねえってば、隣に彼女がいるってのにガン無視？
Oh, sorry, what you say again?
別にただの世間話だからそれはいいんだけど、また何か悩み事なんて確認するまでもないか。他の人には言えないことなんでしょ？私にできることある？昨日みたいにキスでよければしてもいいけど。
Can you tell me something?
何？
Why'd you tell me about that friend you said you wanted to see again? Put on a serious expression and look her straight in the eyes.
どうしたの急に。あの時も言ったけど男じゃないわよ。
No, I'm not asking because I'm jealous or worried or anything like that. I just really need you to tell me.
その理由は教えてはもらえないんでしょうね。いや。
Oops, sorry, but do know that this isn't a joke. I'm serious.
わかった。場所変えてもいい？ここなら他に人も来ないわよね。それで前に私が言った会いたい人のことだっけ？
Yeah, doesn't need to be everything. Just whatever you can tell me.
って言われても正直何を話せばいいのやら。とりあえずあの人とは子供の頃からの付き合いで優しくしてもらった。年上で私にいろんなことを教えてくれて、頻繁に会えるような関係じゃなかったけど一緒にいると楽しかったのは覚えてる。
So she was someone you really loved?
母子家庭だったから一人で過ごすことも多かったけど、それをあの人が埋めてくれた。母親の仕事が忙しい時はあの人が代わりをしてくれたこともある。遠足のお弁当を作ってくれたり、学校の発表を見に来てくれたりして、寂しい思いをしなかったのはあの人のおかげ。母親を恨んだりしてるわけじゃないけど、そういう意味での思い出が多いのはあの人の方だと思う。
Ayase recites her memories both gleefully and with a hint of embarrassment. The smile on her face and the joy her tone makes it clear that she really treasures her memories of this girl.
私のことを大切にしてくれてたのを子供ながらに理解してた。ありがたいって思ってた。だからいつかこの気持ちを返したいって思うようになってたの。
So that's why you're working so hard now? For her.
今更かもしれない。こんなことに意味はないのかもしれない。それでも何もしないなんてありえない。こんなことしかできないなら私は精一杯それをやるだけ。
I see. So, can you tell me why why you and her can't see each other now?
それはごめん、言えない。
That's fine. It's more than clear from what you told me that she means a lot to you. That's all I wanted to know.
そういう言い方をされるとものすっごく恥ずかしい。でもまあそういうこと。あの人がいなかったら私は今ここにいなかったと思う。下手したら引きこもってたかもしれない。大人になればなるほどあの人の優しさが身に染みて思い出すたびに嬉しくなるの。だから私はあの人に何かしてあげたい。些細なことだと思われても何もしないなんてありえないから。
From what you told me, she seems like a very kind and compassionate person. So I'm sure she'll appreciate what you've been doing for her, Ayase.
だといいと思う。
Thanks for being willing to tell me all this, Ayase.
本当にこんな話をするだけでよかったの？
Yeah. Comes abruptly and unexpectedly. Ayase kisses me and feel the sweet warmth of her lips. But only for a brief moment. She quickly pulls away after one peck.
そばにいるから一人じゃないってこと教えるためのキス。何を悩んでるのかわからないからアドバイスできないけどそばにいる。サトルが考えて出した答えならそれが正しいって信じてる。もし何かあって世界中から否定されるようなことがあっても私は認めてあげる。何があってもそばにいるから。
Is he actually gonna betray the SFD then?
一緒に怒られて一緒に謝ってあげるわよ。それだけは忘れないで。ちょっと何か言ってよ。こういう話をするのってすっごい恥ずかしいんだからね。まさかキスに有頂天で聞いてなかったとか言わないでしょうね。せっかく彼女がいい話してあげてるのに。
Sorry, I heard everything just fine. I'm full of so much happiness and joy right now that my brain kind of blanked out there for a second. Thanks, Ayase.
恩に着せるつもりはないわよ。これぐらい当然でしょ。恋人なんだから。
You're the best girlfriend a man could ask for. I love you so much, Ayase.
はいはい、ありがとう。ほら、そろそろ教室に行かないと。
Oh, right.
以上のように能力を分類することができ、
I'm convinced. I simply can't bring myself to believe that Ayase knows what's going on. Ever since we started dating, I've seen her make a wide variety of different expressions. And when I think back on it, when I think back on what she just told me, there's no way she'd smile the way she was if she knew about what's going on. I know my girlfriend. Apparently you don't, because she's 100% fucking aware of what's going on. Also, there's the fact that the principal didn't know that we were spies until today. It means Ayase never told him anything about me. She might know some fragments of the truth, but definitely not the full picture. So what now? I'm just averting my eyes from the truth, running away from something I don't want to stomach. I'm just trying to convince myself that she doesn't know, because I desperately want to believe in her. But Ayase believes in me, she always has. She placed her trust in me, accepted me with no question, with no question asked when it came to my work. The reason she told me about the girl who was her friend is because she trusts me. So I owe it to her to trust her back. I have to believe that Mitsukasa Ayase. I have to believe in Mitsukasa Ayase. She's my sweetheart, the girl I fell in love with. The girl who said she'd support me despite me being the irresolute fool that I am. She's not that kind of person. With that out of the way, I start to sort through the files from the room stored in my memory, and I begin to interpret under the assumption that Ayase isn't aware. What I find is that something doesn't seem right about all this, and I've calmed my mind and latch on to something I didn't before. How is this control loss not widely known in the first place? It's rare. It's insanely rare. Or induced by drugs. Probably induced by drugs. Some assholes trying to cause widespread panic. The principal said he first began to conceal the truth after the incident with his daughter, which was tied to the construction site to an accident 2 years ago. Ever since then, he's been capturing people who showed signs of control loss and putting them in artificial comatose states. How feasible even is that, really? Not considered with the question of how a mere school can manage to kidnap so many people. The school is famous across the globe, not only for its academics, but for its research. And he's the man who founded it. He no doubt has a wider range of connections. He probably knows people in power and those with connections to secret organizations like ours that would be willing to carry out work for him. The question that's really bugging me is how a single academy can supposedly conceal a scientific truth from the world. I mean, sure, the number of astrals in Washi's research city is pretty high, but only in relative terms when compared to other cities and regions. Astrals exist in every corner of the globe. Considering that, is it really possible for a single academic institution with its limited reach and power could conceal something this massive? Astrons were first discovered around the end of the 20th century. It's been almost a quarter of a century since then. Even then, before the discovery of the particle, there were still people with astral abilities. If the truth had been hidden long before the discovery of astrons, there would be no need at all for the Academy to take part in what it is, in the way it is. Can't believe I tunnel visioned so much that I couldn't even catch on to something as obvious as that. Considering it from the reverse perspective, though, it would mean that this control loss phenomenon is something that's only started to occur in recent years. Also, only within this Academy's area of influence. In other words, Washi's research city. That will be the only area where abilities can go haywire, which therefore means this frenzied state is not something that every astral is at risk of. A distinct phenomenon that only occurs within the confines of a single city. Is that even possible? What if you assume it's not a natural occurrence? Maybe some individual is purposefully inducing this phenomenon in astrals. Assuming that, though, that person could possibly be the principal. But who would profit from making astrals lose control, go berserk and wreak havoc? There's only one logical answer. People who are against astrals. Was that anti-Ayase-Route group, for instance? Wait, is that maybe why they were targeting Ayase? If someone of her fame lost control in a public setting, you could probably bet that anti-Astron regulation would come about. So let's summarize. Some unknown person began to artificially create this frenzied state in astrals a few years back, and the principal is doing what he is, knowing that. But why would he be hiding that? If this frenzied state is artificially invoked, then the logical thing would be to enlist the help of law enforcement or someone else in order to catch those behind it. And he definitely wouldn't have needed to threaten me and Nana with the consequences of disclosing everything. What reason could he possibly have to keep everything a secret in that scenario? There's gotta be something else he's hiding. Another question is how they make these astrals lose control. I recall what Kakimoto said.
ヨタ話ですよ。薬の開発には専門的な知識と施設、そして歳月と多大な費用が必要となります。
It's pretty much universal when it comes to astro-related things. Creating new technology from scratch requires a lot of different things. Take the memory fabric we utilize in ESFT, for example. It was created via research initially from the private sector that was later appropriated due to the dangerous nature of its applications. Meaning, assuming the loss control is officially induced, chances are there was some kind of research or technology out there that someone's using to cause it. Something like that drug from the urban legend that can power up a person's ability, or even manifest abilities in non-astrals. Would it also be able to facilitate the conditions for a control loss? If I can get my hands on it, All the missing puzzle pieces might just fall into place. So I should...
有原くん、
Oh, yes!
ちゃんと聞いていますか？
No, sorry, I wasn't.
ちゃんと聞いておかないと試験の時に苦労しますよ。それとも今の説明でわからないことでもありましたか？
Oh, no, I was thinking about something unrelated to class. Sorry, I'll pay attention now.
では授業を続けますが、有原くんは後で職員室まで来るように。
Fuck! Okay. This is less than optimal. Hello, Kakemoto.
来ましたね。
I'm sorry I was distracted during class.
授業中に無関係のことを一切考えるなとは言いません。ですが、後の試験で困らない程度にはちゃんと聞いておいてください。
Of course.
というのは先ほども注意しましたから、お小言はこれだけでいいでしょう。それで授業に集中していなかった理由は、もしかして能力の強化に関することですか？
Yes, I was pondering that topic.
そうですか。この学院にいるんですから、アストラルに興味を持って新たな研究について考えるのはいいことですが、だからといって無関係だからと基礎などをおろそかにするのは感心できません。
Yes, I understand that wasn't right.
それで授業に集中するために私にできることはありますか？
There's actually something I'd like you to look into.
聞きましょう。
You said that research on ability enhancement manifestation is being conducted to some extent, right?
ええ、論考自体は頻繁に行われていますよ。口頭無形なものから実験段階に至る一歩手前まで内容は様々ですが。
Would you be willing to gather some research papers on it for me? I look at her resolutely as I make my request. I don't necessarily want to just contribute to the research myself, but I am interested, so it'd be much appreciated if you could.
わかりました。いいでしょう。というよりも、実はその件でお伝えしたいことがあって、職員室まで来てもらったんです。
Oh, really?
ええ。あれから色々と漁っていたんですが、一つ興味深い論文を発見しました。
My fucking nose is so annoying today.
かなり詳細に書かれていますから、おそらく有原くんの役に立つと思って。
You have that paper on you right now?
いえ、研究棟の私の部屋に置いています。興味があるようならと思ったんですが、今さら問うまでもなさそうですね。
It's like there's something dislodged inside of my nose, so every breath I take it moves and tickles the inside of my nose. There we go. Got it out!
わかりました。お渡ししましょう。
Thank you!
もしかして今渡した方がいいですか？
The sooner the better, but the school day isn't over just yet.
ですが、授業に集中できないぐらい気になっているんじゃないですか？
Well, yeah.
仕方がありません。私の方から説明しておきますから、今から研究棟まで行きましょうか。
Is that okay?
放課後まで論文のことを黙っていなかった私のミスです。仕方ありませんね。
Thank you very much. Here's the thing. At the beginning I was expecting, yes, she's the bad guy. I'm still not quite over my suspicions. But by God, I would still tap that. Because, I legitimately like her at this point. She's nice. If she ends up the goddamn bad guy, sure. But yes, just... then not, I suppose. But if she doesn't... I'd go for it. She has more character than this teacher in Santa Banca. She legitimately seems like a nice person. Seems. If she does end up being a bad guy, then that's fucking out the window.
室長、例の規制派の残党に関する報告が上がってきました。やはり顔を変えていたらしく、その写真もついています。
こちらに回してくれ。
了解。
あとはこいつの現在の行方さえつかめれば。 こいつどこかで。
お知り合いですか？
知り合いじゃないがどこかで見た気が。ん？ああ！
さて、そろそろ授業だ。席に着かないと。どうかしたのか、三笠さん。
いえ、サトルが帰ってこないので。
そういえばそうだな。まだ怒られてるんだろうか。
Here we're on the case! But yeah, at this point I'm convinced. Like, before it was speculation, now I
急にどうしたん
know.
ですか？話題にはしていましたが、今まではそこまで本腰を入れていたわけじゃありませんよね。
Well, there's no specific reason, really. I guess you could say my interest in enhancement and manifestation increased the more I thought about it. I was wondering if maybe the reason why it's so difficult to achieve is because there's some sort of
バックログ画面だ。
some sort of risk or danger associated with it.
わかりました。そういうことでしたら、今からお渡しするものは役に立つと思いますよ。
Here's the papers. Just as he's reading, just die. Like if the whole evil part wasn't a thing of her personality, I'd tap it. However, now I know for sure that the evil part is a part of her personality, so no. Anyways. So that's why she was also questioning, like, have you taken the medication? Take the paper she holds out to me. It's written on these pages, just maybe the key to reaching the truth. Heart beats faster in accordance with the mixture of nervousness and excitement that's bubbling inside me right now. Do you mind if I read through it here, right here?
ダメです。もう授業が始まります。と言いたいのですが、どうせ授業中に読むのでしょ。それならいっそ好きなだけここで読んでください。
Thank you very much. Immediately lower my eyes towards the paper. The first two lines in it are already immensely startling. Every astral has a set maximum amount of energy that they can gain, which constitutes the potency of their astral ability. It can then be inferred that there is a biological limit set by the brain based on a subconsciously registered safety threshold. Essentially, if one were to artificially lower the safety threshold through some means, it would be theoretically possible to cure astrals. Cure? So, also, why lowering instead of increasing? Also, then again, if lowering the threshold is possible, increasing it should be as well. Observation has shown that this area of the brain can be numbed by manipulating the production and distribution of certain hormones via the use of drugs. This will result in an altered sensitivity to astrals for the individual. However, the experiment conducted to test this ultimately ended in failure. The numbing of the aforementioned area of the brain has a high chance of resulting in a breakdown of regulatory control mechanisms rather than a loss of functionality. As a result of this, the threshold was increased rather than decreased. However, some individual differences in the effective dosage and drug interaction time have been observed. Additional confirmation through a further experimentation is necessary before drawing a significant conclusion. Does this mean these experiments are what caused the astrals to lose control? Intrigued, I turned the page and continued to scan over it. The method of numbing the brain has ended in failure. We have concluded that numbing the responsible area of the brain cannot remove sensitivity to astrons entirely. Instead, it causes the individual to lose all control over their ability. In this state, production of energy exceeds the threshold, leading to a phenomenon where the affected ability goes haywire. We call this the frenzied state. Due to a power output that far exceeds the control capabilities of the astrals, the ability self-destructs. The probability of damage to the surrounding areas and to the individual in questions are exceedingly high. The dosage amount and concentration of the drug bear a strong correlation with the ability of the aforementioned state to be achieved. What? This is literally talking about the control of stuff the principal was hiding. Registration of a drug in the brain, loss of control. What is this? I can't believe it.
ええ、私も驚きました。
And delve back into the paper, flipping through the pages. There's a lot of techno babble, but I can't comprehend the majority of what it's saying. But I can tell that this research is of critical importance. Line after line, page after page, it continues storing snapshots inside my memory. Wait a second. This paper seems a little too detailed. The way it's written suggests that these experiments have already been carried out.
ああ、資料の他にも渡しておきたいものがあるんです。ちょっといいですか？
I'd like to give you a bullet. Huh?
まあ、ちょっとしたプレゼントというやつで。
Ah! She catches me unawares and thrusts an object against my neck. The very next second, I can feel something cold flowing into my body. Sensei, what did you... All of my hair is standing on ends. The sensation assaulting me can only be described as... I can only describe as something is crawling under my skin. Stimulus goes beyond what my body can handle, and I start to become dizzy. Shit, did you inject me with a drug or something? Wait, no. No!
プレゼントというのは論文に書いてある暴走の実体験です。
What?
そういえば、その論文を誰が書いたのかまだ言っていませんでしたね。私です。私が書いたんですよ、それ。有原くんが知りたかったことが全部載っていたんじゃないですか？
Feel my phone vibrating inside my pocket. Doesn't matter who it is, I need help right now. But my hand is shaking so severely that I can't even properly grasp my phone. Fuck! Who the hell are you?
ですから、ここに X の値を代入するわけですね。
お父さんから電話。通常回線で？何の用だろう。仕事は関係ないのかな。それとも、そこまで緊急を要するようなこと？先生。
何です？有原さん。
頭が痛くて、授業を受けるのも辛いぐらい痛くて。だから、保健室に行っても、いいですか？
そうなんですか？顔色は問題なさそうですが。
尋常じゃなく痛いんです。頭がかち割れそうなほど痛いんです。
まあ、それなら仕方ありませんね。では、誰か付き添いを。
いえ、一人で平気です。ありがとうございます。私のことは気にせず、授業の続きをどうぞ。それでは失礼します。
やっぱり元気そうですけどね。
もしもし、お父さ
ん？よかった。ナナミは出てか？
何？今授業中だったんだけど。
緊急事態だ。サトルが電話に出ない。
だから今は授業中って。
俺から通常回線で連絡をすれば奇妙に思うだろう。実際ナナミは電話に出てるだろう。いいから聞け。余裕がない。規制派組織の残党の最後の一人の顔が割れた。
これ通常回線だけど。
最後の一人は俺も見たことのある顔だった。発表祭を見に行った時だ。サトルと話していた。
それどういうこと？待って、いや、でも、
私も潜入工作員というやつです。ええ、あなたと同じですよ。もっとも立場は真逆で、私の勤め先はもう潰れたも同然です。
So, you're with those people who attacked...
残りは私だけになったようですが、のこのこついてきたということは、顔はまだ割れていなかったようですね。
How did you... She includes with the principal. No, not likely. She just said that she was the only remaining member of her organization. The principal and the anti-Astro group are unrelated like I initially thought.
どうして気づいたのかということですか？そうですね。昨日、私の PC に何かを仕込みましたね。さすがに動きが不自然でしたよ。どんな間抜けでも気づきますよ、あんなの。それに他にも、暴走に関係しそうなことに強い興味を抱いていること。そして、貧血でもないのに、また検査を受けに来たこと。ああ、そうそう。それから、 貧血の薬飲んでいませんでしたね。その症状が見られませんでしたから、医者の言うことには従ってもらわないと困ります。相模くんはちゃんと飲んでいてくれましたよ。
So that's what you... Sagary's control loss resulted from his checkup.
ええ。有原くんに渡した薬も相模くんに渡した薬も暴走をさせるためのものです。
She told me that she used to work at the Vashisu General Hospital. In fact, she also mentioned that she's still part of a part-time physician there. So the people who used the drug and experiments were all patients who underwent physical checkups conducted by her. And her switching over to the academy was just a means to cover her tracks. Ah, damn it! God, why didn't I know it sooner? The night Ayase was first attacked, the last person she was with was Kakimoto. She purposefully left her alone to create the ideal situation for a would-be kidnapping. Back during the Astral Expo fair, Kakimoto was also the one who summoned Ayase. But did I not notice that she was present in every single one of those scenarios?
薬もまだ完全とは言えませんし、慎重に進めたかったんですが、私の PC を調べていたということは、ついに疑いの目を向けられ、もはや捕まるのは時間の問題かと思ったんですが、勇み足だったようですね。とはいえ、今さら引けません。多少強引でもやるしかありませんか。この資料は返してもらいますね。燃やして処分しておかないと。ああ、PC の中身も全て消去していますから、心配には及びませんよ。これで資料は全て処分済み。
What are you?
仕事ですよ、これも。アストラルの危険性を知らしめるんですよ。
You're the one causing the control loss.
世間に危険だと認識させればいいんですよ。事実がどうであれ、広まってしまえば。
You brought me here to... This dizziness I'm feeling really is.
ええ、その通りです。有原くんは身体強化ですね。それが暴走したらどうなるんでしょうね。大変に興味深い。
Why are you doing this? Oh god, that's just a spider. I got luck trying to find out.
おかしいでしょ。目に見えない力を操る化け物を放置して天津さえ歩み寄ろうとする。
Are you serious? Tell me you seriously believe that horse shit.
問答するつもりはありません。時間も残されていませんしね。有原くんには騒動を起こしてもらいますよ。
It's not gonna lead to the effect you want if I lose control in a place like this.
えそんなこと考えていません。邪魔なので片付けたいだけですよ。あと職場を潰された恨みも多少ありますが。有原くん、おそらく無関係ではないですよね。残念ながら有原くんでは役者が不足しています。それにこの学院にはもっと適した人間がいますしね。
No, you don't mean...
重要な役目は三笠さんに追ってもらいますから、ご心配なく。
On my watch.
いくら凄んでも体の自由が利かないでしょ。ついでに教えておいてあげましょう。これからしばらく全身のしびれは続き、熱も上がって鼓動も速くなります。ですが死んだりしないので安心してください。それらは過剰にエネルギーを生み出す負荷で起こることです。次に生み出した過度のエネルギーから逃れようと勝手に能力が発動します。そうなったら自分では止めることもできずに暴走が始まります。覚悟を決めるのはそれからでも大丈夫ですよ。
Honest God, I really want her to just like watch until the ability actually goes out of control and like instead of actually out of control, he's just suddenly like... Are you sure this was the right drug?
私は他に用がありますので。では。
There we go! I was waiting for a new expression. She opens the door and walks out. But wait! I tried to pursue her, but immediately stumble over my own feet and fall pitifully to the ground. Ah! Fuck, my body's heating up like an oven. My heart's beating like my chest, against my chest like a sledgehammer. The sensation has gotten a hell of a lot worse. I can barely even feel my lips. Even something as simple as crawling on the ground is a struggle. Ah! This rapid change in my body is not normal, no matter how you slice it. Just how was the dosage you gave me? Probably high enough that that individual differences in how a drug affects someone don't matter. It's really bad. I need to do something before I lose control. No, I say I need to get out of here before something happens to her. I need to go to Ayase-Route. I have to protect her. Ah! My body won't cooperate, though. Now it feels like it's beating faster with each passing second as the heat starts to overtake me. It's even reached my head at this point. It feels like it's on fire. I can't think straight at all. It's what it's like. Feels like when you lose control. Rather than being flooded with power, it definitely feels more apt to describe it being it as being consumed by power. A giant wave of heat forms in my chest and threatens to sear my brain. My body going to spring out of control since I lie here and die. God damn it!
「どうしたね？今は授業中だろう。しかも直接ここに来るとは。
早めに報告すべきことができました。有原悟の行方がわかりません。
何？どういうことだ？
詳しいことは僕にも。授業に集中していなかったせいで、職員室に呼ばれたまま教室に戻ってきません。それに、電話をしても反応がありません。
このタイミングでか。何か兆候はなかったのか？
僕が気づいた範囲では何も。悩んではいるようでしたが、大きな行動を起こすような素振りは。
失礼します。よかった、いてくれた。
ななみちゃん？
あれ？スオ先輩？理事長室で何を？
いや、それは。
それよりも何か話があるんじゃないのか？
そうだ。すぐに柿本先生を探してください。
ん？
失礼します。
柿本先生？どうかしたんですか？
緊急の用事がありまして。三笠さん。
はい。何でしょうか？
話があります。詳しいことは外に出てから。実は緊急で取材が入りました。大きな特集で国の政策にも触れながら記事を作るそうです。そのため政治家との簡単な対談もあるそうです。
そうなんですか？
はい。ただ先方が多忙で、いきなりですが今すぐ対談を始めたいそうです。もちろん学長や理事長にも報告済みで許可ももらっていますから。一緒に来てもらえますか？
はい、わかりました。
門の方へ。そこからは車で向かいます。
行くのは私一人なんですか？
私も付き添いますが、それが何か？
政治家との対談なんて普通は学長や理事長がすべきことではないかと思うんですが。
後から来ますよ。
初耳だな、それは。
理事長、こんなところで何をなさっているんです？
それはこちらのセリフだろう。説明を求めたいのは私だよ。彼女をどこに、何のために連れて行くのか、もう一度教えてもらえないだろうか。
なるほど。すべて気づいているわけですね。
諦めろ。もう終わりだ。
どうやらそのようですね。もはや計画は終わったも同然ですか？
綾瀬。
動くな。
先生、何を？
無駄な抵抗はやめてください。もう逃げられませんよ。
There we go, that's the gun!
スオ君が、どうして？
ああ、なるほど。内部にいるとは思っていましたが、理事長の子飼いは あなただったんですか。とはいえ暴走車の回収を一人でできるわけはありませんよね。
安心してくれ。すでに他の者も呼んでいる。すぐに君は包囲されるだろう。
つまりまだ猶予はある。これを注入するには十分ですね。その様子では理解してくれているようですね。これが能力を暴走させる薬だと。
それって柿本先生がまさかそんな。
本来ならもっと被害が大きくごまかしの効かないように町の中心で暴走させたかったんですが、仕方ありません。学院の中であっても三笠さんの能力ならこちらの想像を超える被害を生んでくれるでしょうからね。
姉ちゃんを暴走させたのは
姉？
ようやくだ。ようやく犯人を見つけることができた。小鳥をあんな風にした犯人を。
いつから気づいていたんです？いつから私は監視をされていたんですか？
暴走が意図的に起こされたことは最初から分かっていた。だがその真犯人に関しては何も掴んでいなかった。
へえ。ではどうやって？
君の監視など行っていない。私が監視を行っていたのは有原君の方だ。彼がどういう動きを示すのか見続ける必要があったが、まさか焦って尻尾を出してくれるとまでは思わなかった。
慣れないことはするものではありませんね。
私はあなたを許さない。
そうでしょうね。何せ今からあなた自身暴走させられるんですから。
それは無理ですね。
妙に落ち着いていますね。暴走の事実を知っているくせに怯えがない。
暴走なんてありえません。だって私はアストラル能力を保有していないんですから。
What?
はあ？今さら何を言って。あなたが能力を使うところは何度も。いや、そうか。三笠さん、あなたは。
私はアストラル使いじゃない。
能力を付与する薬、そんなものを開発していたんですか？どうりで能力を使用しない不可解な場面があるとは思ってはいましたが、
Intriguing.
とっさの場合は薬を摂取できていなかったから、それが理由ですか？
もう分かっただろう。悪あがきは無駄だ。君はもうおしまいだ。死にたくなければその子から離れろ。
わかりました。従います。命は惜しいですからね。
三笠さん、こっちに早く。
ただ一つ質問よろしいですか？能力を付与する薬とは三笠さんがいつも飲んでいたビタミン剤ですか？そんな怖い顔をしないでください。研究者としては興味を持って当然でしょう。それに取材を受けるとき、私は三笠さんのそばにいることも多かった。いつも持っていましたからね。自然と目についていました。
だったら何なんですか？
いいえ、間違いでないのならいいんです。
She has them on her, is gonna take it and then inject the drug herself.
これで私も能力を使えるというわけですね。
バカな。なぜその薬を？
私の薬。
いつも持ち歩いていましたからね。今も持っていると思いましたよ。
Actually, she doesn't even need to inject herself with the drug, she just needs to start killing people.
手癖が悪くてすみません。
貴様。
もう遅い。なるほど。 使いこなすには時間がかかりそうですが、使い方そのものは直感的に大体の把握はできる。脳の機能の一部とはこういうことですか。気持ち悪い。
今の爆発は。
これが私の能力。爆発というよりも分類するなら熱に関する操作でしょうか。しかしくそ、誰も死んでいませんか。手加減したつもりはありませんが、使いこなすには経験が足りないということですね。もう少し慣れれば逆に熱を奪うことも可能かもしれませんね。面白い能力ではありますが、こんな戦闘向けの目立つ能力よりも逃げるのに適した能力が良かったですね。ままならないものです。姿が消える。スオ君も能力者、いや薬を。まあどちらでも同じですよ。
スオ君、
言ったでしょう。私の能力は熱の操作だと。
She can probably sense heat.
能力範囲内の熱源はなんとなくわかるんですよ。たとえ姿が見えなくてもね。だが空間座標の指定が難しい。どうも距離感の把握が甘いか。いや、考察している暇はない。まさか薬でアストラル能力を使っていたとは。がっかりですよ。結局このまま逃げるしかないんですから。ですがその前に目撃者を消す必要がありますね。
おとなしく消されると思いますか。
予備の薬でも持っているんですか。でわざわざ飲む時間を与えるとでも。おとなしくしていなさい。そうすれば苦しまずに有原君の元へ送ってあげますから。
どうしてそこで悟が。
そういえばまだ言っていませんでしたね。彼私の邪魔をしてきたのでそれなりの対応をさせてもらいました。
She already took some tablets, didn't she? And this is gonna be the moment that the old sex Cody over here regrets everything. Suspicious. Like it's funny how in this part I said if the evil wasn't a thing, I could probably tap that. And the evil is now skyrocketing to the point where, yeah, that's probably deeper seated than just evil. So nah.
三笠さんとは違って彼は間違いなく能力者ですからね。他の能力者同様発汗や息切れも見受けられましたから、今頃は。
悟が暴走。まさかそんなこと。
三笠さんが信じようと信じまいと、まず間違いなく彼は自分の能力で死んでいます。彼の能力が周囲に影響を及ぼすタイプだったならもっと大きな騒ぎを起こせたはずなのですが、残念です。
嘘。そんなの嘘に決まってる。
嘘かどうかは向こうで確認してください。ではさようなら。
Massive explosion erupts as inferno engulfs the area. However, Ayase is no longer there. Luckily, I managed to rescue her in time. This is gonna sound weird, but this is actually quite a nice angle. Not because of this, but because we can actually like see her hair like being properly, how it is properly like done. It looks like really nice. Like we always see it like semi-frontal, so it always just looks like she has her hair down, kind of. But this time we can actually like see the behind, so that's kind of intriguing. Oh, that was too close. The overwhelming surge of energy is slowly consuming me. I'm just barely managing to keep my conscience. Keep thinking of Ayase, but unfortunately willpower can't save me. Is this where I die? Fuck. Death. To be honest, it was never something that actively concerned me. Enemy astrals just aren't needed by this world. Oh well. Perhaps I would have simply resigned myself to this fate. The old me, the person I was before I came to this academy. Yes, the very moment I stopped thinking of death, Ayase's image flickers in my mind. My consciousness was slowly slipping away from me, but I grab it with both hands and dig my heels into the ground. I can't afford to die here, not yet, damn it!
Satoru-kun!
Nanami, what are you doing here?
理事長に協力してもらって、サトル君を探しに来たんだよ。
The principal!
お父さんから連絡があって、柿本先生が残党の最後の一人らしくて。今はそれよりもサトル君だよ。私の能力で直すから。
No, wait, your ability might only make it worse!
でも、それじゃあどうすれば。
It's the only way. You gotta halt the effect of the drug. The paper I just read contained the secrets to that. What the drug does is numb a part of the brain by manipulating the production and distribution of a certain hormone. All I have to do is use my ability to seize control. Go from this normal state back to a normal one. I have to pull this off before it goes completely numb. I feel an intense pain in my head. It's the exact opposite of what I normally do with my ability, and it's proving to be a hell of a lot tougher than I thought. To make things worse, this is the only shot I get. I'm gambling with my own life. But I can't get cold feet now. I have to do this if I want any shot of living. I can't break my promise. I have a life to live with Ayase. I can't afford to die here and leave her. What good is this power even if I can't... What good even is this power if I can't protect the people I love with it? Ayase said she'd always be there for me, even if no one else was. She'd always love me no matter what, so I just have to protect her, even if it means making the world my enemy. I'm not about to die here! I'm fine! More or less. The effect hasn't quite vanished completely. I can move, the symptoms have eased up, and I've gained control of my body. That's perfect. All the panting is making me go lightheaded! Help! First, brief me on the situation. No, wait, finding her is my top priority right now. Gotta protect Ayase. Get in touch with Dad, not me, tell him to send backup immediately.
わかった。
Thanks. Boost the power output of my muscles to its max and jet to the campus. Having to simultaneously keep the effects of the drug in check as I do this. Successfully pulling that off requires extremely precise control. My headache worsens, pushing my brain to its limits, and I can feel it boiling. I can't afford to but I can't afford to deactivate my ability just yet. I have to find ASAP. We're up on a scene which I can't fully process. The one thing that's readily clear to me is that Ayase is in trouble. She's frowning sadly. Kakimoto has revealed her true colors, judging by the conniving grin on her face.
嘘かどうかは向こうで確認してください。では、さようなら。
My head feels like it's about to split in two and my knees are about to buckle. But I ignore my body's pain-filled screams, rush over the Ayase and bring her out of harm's way just in the nick of time. I was way too close.
バカな。確かに暴走の症状が出ていたはずです。なのにどうして？
How? Well, the man's gonna protect his girl. Don't worry, this is a dream. I'm alive and kicking.
わかってる。
Man, I didn't expect it to be an
あ
astral.
れは違う。能力を付与する薬を飲んでる人為的なアストラル使いで。
Say what? Not only did she develop a drug to make astrals lose control of their abilities, she developed a drug to give normal people abilities. But I can't worry about that. I can worry about that later. First comes questions can wait. I gotta go to settle first. Let Ayase sit down and turn towards Kakimoto, my enemy.
一体何をした？なぜ生きている？
Don't ask me! Maybe your drug just sucks! Very embarrassing considering how confident you were when you injected it into me.
このガキ今度は確実に殺してやる
Following her menacing shout, an explosion occurs. However, my meat is ahead of the targeted area. I've heightened my physical abilities to the absolute limit, allowing me to avoid her explosion with ease.
身体強化か
She can cause explosions by remaining stationary. Easy solution then, all I gotta do is stay on the move.
ですが目で追い切れなくてもこの力なら
Ah! An explosion occurs right next to me. I didn't feel the brunt of its force, but I can tell it's heat waves it produced. Explosion after explosion occurs in rapid succession. Even so, I'm able to avoid each and every one.
くそ感覚だけだとテンポが遅れる
Sweet, I can use this chance while she's still trying to learn her ability. As I keep dodging out of her sight, relying on anticipation and sheer speed, I also pick up on the subtle signs. Whenever she wants to explode an area, her face scrunches up as she focuses, allowing me to react and dodge within a split second.
チョコマカトうっとうしい
To the right, to the left. Twisting my body, I ride the heat waves and flip through the air, leaping forward at the moment of landing. At times I also weave in some acrobatic maneuvers. I continue on accelerating faster and faster, evading her vision while also mixing in feints. I feel like my ability's performance better than usual. Effects of the drug, perhaps. That's why I'm able to deftly dodge every single one of her attacks, but it comes at a cost. A terrible headache. The area around my temples has started to convulse. But I don't let up focus. I keep moving my legs with the speed and precision of a ballerina on ice as I slip into her appliance bat. Now! I drive my fist into her back. I drive her fist into her back before she has time to react. But milliseconds before my fist connects, a cold shiver runs down my spine. My instincts react before my mind can think, twisting my body away from where I stand. Ah! An explosion bursts forth mere feet from me. The sheer force makes my bones crack and creak, and the entirety of my body ache. Having managed to avoid getting hit by point blank, I quickly pull away from her.
外しましたかですがおかげさまで視線で誘導しなくても空間を指定できる程度には使い方に慣れました
Satoru's face is twisted in anguish from the explosion. Even so, he doesn't stop. He keeps fighting and persevering. Want to protect me, like he said. He's putting his life on the line because of me. And all I can do is stand back and watch since I don't have an ability. No, stop thinking negatively, Ayase. I vowed that I would be there for him. That doesn't mean watching from afar as he's beaten and bruised. It means protecting him. I won't let things end the same way they did back then. There has to be something I can do. Just think. This time it's gonna be different, damn it. Take the drug. Shit! More like a shit! She's drastically improved by using her ability. The only signs I used to predict when she was going to fire off an explosion are getting less and less noticeable. No matter how hard I try to throw her off, the explosions are getting closer and closer to me, so she can see where I'm going to move. Ah! And unwittingly stop at a short moment. Her mouth twists into a sinister grin as she looks at me and prepares to finish me off. But instead of an explosion, I hear the sound of a bullet rip through the air. Blood splatters from her hand, and at the same time, some kind of object is flung out of her hand. What was that? Joey! What's he doing here? Why does he have a gun? Wait, that's irrelevant now. I have more important things to worry about. Like, not wasting this brief opportunity window. Spurring my battered body into action, I kick the round. But right before that... What? As he comes rushing past me towards Kakimoto. She can spawn explosions in her blind spot now. This isn't good. Thank God. I should save us from the explosion less than a second before it blew her up.
Satoru...
I'm going to get yourself killed here, Ayase! I feel her shaking in my arms. Her hand is clenched tight. She has something in there. That's the thing Kakimoto just dropped. Is that why she came running over? But why? Is that going to... What is that going to do?
二人とも同時に焼いてあげましょうか。最後に言いたいことがあればどうぞ。
Like, how long has this been going on ever since he was injected with the fucking drug? Because that's... Ever since then, I've just been, like, panting over here because of the fucking situation. Because the fucking lines. And my fucking head is becoming more and more lightheaded. Help! Help! She looks down on us with a visage of arrogance. Maybe she's convinced that she's already won this battle. Which in my own chagrin, I deny that our fate might be sealed very shortly. If I can't figure out a way to turn the tables now, it'll all be over for us. However... grind my teeth in frustration. However, Ayase hasn't given up hope yet. Maybe he's shaking, but I can see a strong, resolute will in those eyes of hers. All while she's looking up at me, she keeps a tight grip on that pill case she picked up. All of a sudden, those words Ayase said to me yesterday run through my mind.
そばにいるから何を悩んでるのかわからないからアドバイスできないけどそばにいる。もし何かあって世界中から否定されるようなことがあっても私は認めてあげる。何があってもそばにいるから。一緒に怒られて一緒に謝ってあげるわよ。
That's right, I'm not in this alone. Ayese's right here with me. The power of love, I believe in you, Ayase. So cover my back for me, will ya?
最後のコミュニケーションはもうおしまいですか？なら今度こそ殺す。
I'd like to see you try! Charge forward, seizing the initiative. However, not a second later, a giant burst of flames appears in front of me. The explosions she's creating seem to be for the purpose of halting my movements. Over he boosted my physical abilities to the absolute limit. Regardless of that, another explosion occurs frighteningly close to me. I bear the impacts of several explosions in quick succession, and my body is searing in pain. I'm seeing white stars in front of me, my consciousness is close to fading. For long, my legs are forced to come to an abrupt halt. Kakimoto's eyes are focused on nothing but me right now. I know what's coming, but my body won't move. And that doesn't matter but that doesn't matter if I can have someone else move it for me. Now! Ayase uses her ability to create a feel of repulsion, which sends me flying forward from behind. As fast as she is, even Kakimoto wasn't able to react to that in time. I zap past her explosion with ease, and flying in a direct course towards her, and she can only stand there stunned. I finally made it close enough. At this range, she can't create an explosion without hurting herself too. I'll step forward and my fist will be able to reach her. I shut out all the intense pain assaulting me as I clench my fist tightly. So tight that the bones crack. I then pour every ounce of rage in my body into that fist and let it loose. And she just broke her fucking neck. Just like fucking broke her neck with a single punch. Not even caring for the fact that she's a woman, I slammed my fist into her face with all the force I could muster. Equality! Torment Cosmo would be proud of you! Even multiplied by my own weight, coupled with the additional acceleration provided by Ayase's repulsion field. She's flung through the air, then rolls a few times upon impact. After she's traveled a couple of meters, her head falls back as she lies there sprawled out. Her eyes have rolled into the back of her head, and her mouth hangs agape. She's out for the count. You did it. It's all over.
Satoru.
Ayase. She throws herself into my arms. My head feels awful, like it's about to explode. I'm also being assaulted by a terrible nausea and dizziness. And above all, every single one of my joints aches. Even though I Never got hit by an explosion. The resulting heat waves and debris did quite a number on me. Plus, I had to force my body to its physical limits. My muscles feel really sore. But the comforting warmth I feel from the sweet girl in my arms makes that all an afterthought. Ayase, embrace her as tight as I can to make sure the girl in my arms is no illusion.
生きてる。死んだりしてない。ちゃんと生きてる。
Come on now, of course I am. We've barely been dating for any time at all. We've still got our whole lives ahead of us. I said there's no end. Hell, I'd die now. I want to hold you. I want to feel your warmth. I want to be with you forever, I say. Also, I'd like to get down dirty with you in the bedroom more. She reciprocates and hugs me tightly back. Through this act, we both reassure each other that we're alive. The physical sensation proves to us that the person we love is still here. I can hear her sweet voice, feel the warmth of her body. Still, it's a simple physical act, yet it fills me with so much happiness. But my body is giving out on me. Sorry, I'm at my limit here.
ちょっと、サトル！
I fall to the ground lifelessly. It just fucking drops.
リドルジョーカー。
フローチャート画面だな。
Truth. For months we've been trying to get to the bottom of the string of the disappearing astrals. Principal Nice, on the other hand, have been searching for the culprit behind the control loss incident. Through the apprehension of Kakimoto Kaori, both cases have been resolved. But that was far from the last of our problems. Numerous security personnel and teachers rushed over upon hearing the explosions. Among them were also a few researchers. I would have preferred to conceal myself and escape, but given how much I pushed myself, my whole body was being tormented by a hellish pain. In that state, I couldn't possibly muster up the necessary willpower to take flight. Not even if I'd wanted to. The effects of the drug hadn't worn off yet. Naname's ability boosts the body's natural healing abilities, which meant that there was a risk that it amplified the effects of the drug. That being the case, I was constantly in a state of extreme tension. I had to keep returning my brain to normal after it go haywire for almost 7 hours after we defeated Kakimoto. Needless to say, I didn't have the time nor the energy to do any sort of explaining. I didn't even have the mental capacity to think up an excuse. I didn't bother wasting my time. That being said, I was able to conceal my identity. I pretended to be an innocent victim, keeled over on the ground as I left all the explaining to the principal. He has as much to lose as I do from the truth coming out. Just I expect that the principal explained everything away after he regained consciousness. His story was that an accident occurred during the testing of astral technology that Kakimoto was developing. That's what caused the explosions. Ayase and I were helping her test it, and that's why we were caught up in the accident. It was a rather crude explanation, but if all the involved parties attested to it, everyone has no choice but to accept it as the truth. Above all, the principal's word carries a certain weight to it, him being the Academy's representative. Nobody would dare question him. In any case, the whole incident was safely brushed under the rug. The effects of the drug finally wore off, and Nanami patched up my injuries. Even after that, my body still demanded further rest. I ended up staying in bed for 2 whole days. When I woke up, I found Ayase by my side. She apologized profusely. She confessed that she wasn't truly an astral and felt awful for having to lie to me about it. But I didn't find fault with her for that. After all, I did the same. I told her I came to this academy to protect her, and only compounded more and more lies on top of that. Over the course of our time together, even now I still haven't told her the whole truth. Knowing that, I still wouldn't feel right. Still wouldn't feel right for me to approach her with some sort of holier-than-thou attitude. Besides, I know full well that she didn't lie to me with any ulterior motives in mind. She was stuck in a situation where she didn't know who was friend or who was foe. Even so, she chose to trust me. I greatly appreciate that. For that reason, a simple apology was more than enough. Or someone else who needed to answer them for themselves anyway.
あの爆発に関しては実験の事故で問題なく収集する。暴走を生み出していた犯人も捕まった。これでアストラルの暴走事件も起きないだろう。心配なのは 彼女に仲間がいた場合だが。
それについては大丈夫だと思います。
We've already captured all the other members of our organization.
そうか。それは何よりだ。それで何が聞きたい？疑問があって当然だ。
Everything, if you don't mind. I know you didn't technically lie to us, but you very clearly weren't giving us the whole story. Could you now tell us everything you withheld from us then?
すべての始まりは小鳥だ。あの子の母はアストラルを嫌悪していた。その気持ちは能力を持つ小鳥にも向けられた。さすがに虐待などを行っているわけではなかったが、子供はそういう視線に敏感だ。だから私はあの子の居場所を作ってやりたかった。少しでも受け入れられる社会にしたかった。
もしかしてそのためにこの学院を？
小鳥のためでもあるが、他のアストラル使いのためであることも本当だ。そんな私の気持ちに応えるためだろう。あの頃の小鳥は研究棟で行われる実験に協力してくれていた。
Experiments.
勘違いしないでほしいんだが、非人道的な人体実験などではない。安全が確保されたものだけだ。いくつもの実験の中であの子の能力の出力や限界に関してはよく把握をしていた。だからあの日突然制御できなくなり暴走したということが信じられず、徹底的に調べた。
So we were fairly certain there was someone behind it?
問題はその犯人だ。可能性が一番高いのはこの学院や研究棟の関係者。そちらの調査はそこで行き詰まった。
だから気づいていないふりをして相手が尻尾を出すのを待ったんですか？
その間生み出される暴走車を拘束しながらな。
So where does Ayase fit into all this?
綾瀬は私の娘だ。つまり小鳥の妹だ。母親は違うが。
I really want Sato to just like, huh? Should I call you dad then?
小鳥の母とは家のつながりで結婚したのだが、年を重ねるごとに互いにズレを感じるようになっていた。小鳥には申し訳ないが、すでに別居していた。話し合いも終え、あとは離婚届を提出するだけの段階にあった。母親に引き取られる予定だったが、あの子はアストラルに目覚めた。アストラルを嫌悪するあいつのもとにあの子を残すわけにもいかず、私は離婚を踏みとどまった。
So where does Ayase come in?
別居の後、離婚するよりも先に私は女性と関係を持った。その女性との間にできた子供だ。綾瀬にも申し訳ないことをした。私は正直に話をした。離婚するつもりだったこと、他の女性と関係を持ったこと、そして小鳥には妹がいること、綾瀬にも同様の話をした。するとあの子たちはその姉妹に会いたいと言った。考えた末、私はその希望を叶えることにした。最初こそよそよそしかったが、すぐに二人は仲良くなり、同じ屋根の下で育った姉妹のような仲になった。いつしか私を通さずに連絡を取り合い、秘密を共有するような仲にまでなっていたらしい。
What sort of secrets?
小鳥が協力していた研究についてだ。
So that drug that can manifest an ability in a non-astral. Is it really safe? I mean, generation of energy beyond one's inherent limit was what supposedly caused those frenzied states from Kakimoto's drug. Does it really have no negative repercussions on Ayase's body?
能力を付与するといっても、使用者とアストラルをリンクさせるものじゃないんだ。あれ、柿本香織の研究とは完全に別物だ。
How does it work then?
アストラルの干渉が一定ラインを超えることをリンクというが、それ以前の状態でも無意識のうちにアストラルに干渉している。
It just somehow amplifies the energy or something. Yeah, that came up in class.
その際、非常に微弱なエネルギーを垂れ流している。それらは微弱すぎて 普通なら何の影響も及ぼさない。だが塵も積もればという言葉があるように、微弱なエネルギーも集めれば強力な力となる。
So if I'm understanding this right, the person activates the ability not through their own energy, but through accruing energy from the surrounding people. That honestly blows my mind. I've never considered doing something like that. Even when you're working for a secret organization, it turns out there's a lot of stuff out there that you don't know about. I would have imagined a drug like that had already been tested and made ready for use.
すでに安全性も認められ、完成といって差し支えない段階にあった。もし問題があるとすれば、それは社会の反応だ。今よりも否定的な雰囲気だったこともあり、我々は慎重を期すことにした。
Which was better?
そこを疲れた。
Why not? What's the intent behind the control loss then?
アストラルが有益な道具として広まり、社会の一部に組み込むことを反対する連中だろう。小鳥はその被害者だ。
I spread disaster at the end of the Astro. They wanted the public to know this wasn't just a case of bad apples. It was a risk associated with all Astrals and all Astral technology in general.
なんとか暴走を無理やり抑えることはできたが、根本的な解決は難しく、意識を奪う方法しかなかった。それでも被害は出てしまった。
So I took that drug in order to reduce the damage as much as she could.
我々のすぐそばに敵がいる。だが、特定できない以上、新たな動きも見せられない。私が頭を抱えていた時に、綾瀬に言ったよ。
To use her as a bait to lure out the person? And since she's not an astral, there'd be no worry of her ability going crazy and causing another disaster.
言い訳にしかならないが、私は反対をしたが、綾瀬は納得しなかった。小鳥を目覚めさせたい。そして目覚めた時に少しでも小鳥が笑顔になれる世界にしたい。こんな思いをする人を増やしたくないと言った。
And you purposely set her up to be the perfect target so the enemy wouldn't be able to resist.
これが全てだ。一つ付け加えておくが、綾瀬は小鳥以外にも暴走車が生み出され続けていることは知らなかった。あくまであの子は姉のためにやっていただけで、他の拘束には関わっていない。それだけは断言しておく。
I know.
自分のしたことは理解しているつもりだ。私を確保するなら素直に従おう。必要なら自首をしよう。
Even if it wasn't artificially induced through a drug, we still can't go public with the ability with the control loss stuff. The same goes for the police. All information will have to be regulated and concealed.
そうか。なら私が勝手に警察に駆け込んでしまうと騒ぎを大きくするだけか。だが何のお咎めもなくこのままというわけにもいかないだろう。それだけのことを私はしていたんだ。
まずは薬の開発に集中してください。重要なのは一刻も早く薬を完成させることです。今理事長に何かあれば薬の開発に遅れが出るんじゃないですか？
That's what I want from you the most, sir.
わかった。
On that note, what's the progress on the cure like?
それに関しては、柿本香織は PC や研究資料をすべて処分していた。思ったようにはいかなさそうだ。彼女が捕まり、今までよりも本格的に研究を進められるが、それでも全員を投入することはできない。たとえ人為的にとはいえ、暴走したという事実を隠せる人材を選ばなければならない。
そうですか。
だが、希望は見えた。ここで諦めることはない。
Actually, I have something that you might find helpful. I hold out a stack of paper toward him. He takes them with a puzzled expression on his face, after glancing over it for a second or two.
これは
He shouts out in astonishment, wide-eyed.
暴走に関する資料じゃないか。どうしてこれを君が。まさか君の組織も暴走について研究を。
Nope, we had no idea about it until we came to this academy.
なら一体。しかもこんなに詳細に。昨日今日調べて作れる資料ではないはずだ。有原君はこの資料を一体どこで。
I don't want to raise any suspicions, so I'll just be honest. That paper was written by Kakimoto Kaori herself.
バカな。資料は何も残っていなかったはず。
I can't disclose how exactly I got my hands on it, but I can say that it is a paper written by Kakimoto Kaori that I obtained before she began disposing of everything. It's not the original, though. After reading it at one time, I stored everything in memory. I used that to type everything out word for word, and then printed it. Unfortunately, though, I have no way of verifying if everything written in that paper is factually correct.
十分だ。内容の精査は必要かもしれないが、全てが偽りということはないだろう。ほんのわずかでもいい。暴走につながるヒントがあれば、その分だけ薬の開発も進む。
Also this here. I figure having an actual sample of the drug itself will also help.
だが、これは。私は助かるが、まずいんじゃないのか。薬は全てどこかの組織が回収したはずだ。
It's just simple medicine that helps with anemia. Kakimoto Kaori gave it to me when I was suffering from it a while back. I was still lying in my room, but I no longer have any need for it. Would you mind disposing of it for me?
わかった。
Cheeky little shit!
本当に助かった。ありがとう。有原七海君にも感謝している。
私ですか？
あの時、私たちを信じて話してくれたから、なんとか間に合ったんだ。それに、怪我も治してもらった。
いえ、私の方こそありがとうございます。私は戦いには不向きですから。
君たちがいてくれたから、ようやくだ。これで語りが。
His hands are visibly shaking as he holds the papers.
すまないが、すぐにでもこの資料を研究棟に持って行っていいだろうか。
Nope, go right ahead. I have no further questions.
そうか。なら私はこれで。有原君はまだ薬の影響もあって本調子ではないんだろう。ゆっくり休んでくれ。
Thank you, I will.
有原君、本当に助かった。ありがとう。
Welcome. I hope you find the cure soon.
あ、もちろんだ。
That's it. It's all over now. All it began with that attack on Ayase, where she and I both accidentally learned each other's secret. As it turns out, Kakimoto Kaori was already having Ayase take the control loss drug at that point in time. However, she noticed no change in Ayase whatsoever and wanted to test certain hypotheses in order to find the issue and perfect the drug. But she didn't account for what she didn't account for was my interference. Following that incident, from what I hear, even before that, her organization had been standing on shaky ground. They were formed with the goal of achieving Astron regulation, but weren't showing any results, and the drug also wasn't where they wanted it. To make matters worse, a number of their members were captured because of that incident. It was a massive blunder on the anti-Astral faction's account that allowed their political opponents to gain dirt on them. In a panicked attempt to make up for their failure, they decided to make their next move at the Astral Expo fair. But their plans were once again thwarted due to the SFD. Not only that, the whole organization was subsequently busted, leaving them with no way out. That served as the underlying reason behind Kakimoto Kaori's final act of desperation in the hopes that she'd be able to make Ayase's powers wreak havoc. However, those plans were foiled yet again, peaceful conclusion to this episode. Not quite. The victims of the control-lost drug haven't recovered yet. They're all still stuck in an artificial comatose state. It's hard to say the situation has been completely resolved. From here on out, there's nothing that we, the SFD, can do. We'll just have to place our hopes in researchers working diligently to find a cure. And as for how exactly the principal will be punished, it'll probably be up to Dad, or rather the higher-ups. Dad says he doesn't expect it to be anything severe.
お前の言う通りだった。失踪者を調べたところ、鷲津総合病院で診療を受けた記録があった。調査を進め、協力者の洗い出しも済んだ。もう大丈夫だ。あの薬が使用されることはない。
That's a relief. So, do you know what'll happen to the principal?
彼の場合、一般的な不祥事とは全く異なる。これが露見して困るのは、アストラルに肯定的な主流派も同じだ。暴走が自然発生する危険があるならまだしも、人為的に作られたものだからな。間違っても広めたくないだろう。
Understandable. What's going to be done about all the victims when they eventually wake up?
そうだな。馬鹿正直に打ち明けるわけにはいかない。菊花学院の存続が危ぶまれるからな。かといって、今時神隠しというわけにもいかない。となると、どこかの組織に拉致、いや、それだとやはり騒ぎが大きくなるか。
Kidnapping by the Ayase-Route
身
faction.
元不明として病院に保護されていた。多少無理はあるが、それなら妥当か。ま、心配するな。そこら辺の工作活動こそが突破の仕事だ。何とでもする。それよりお前に追加の任務だ。なんだ、不満そうだな。返事はどうした？
Don't you think you're working me a little too hard? I'm not even fully recovered yet.
もともとお前が望んで踏み込んだ道だろう。今さら文句を言うな。
I realize that, but still.
だが、そうか。お前が文句を言うようになったか。
Why do you sound like you're happy about that?
文句一つ口にせず、任務に没頭してたお前から初めての文句だ。任務以外に大切なものができたってことだろう。
So what's the new mission?
偽厚則の監視だ。24時間貼り付けというわけじゃないが、首輪をつける必要がある。
To prevent something like this from ever happening again, I guess. So am I supposed to make him turn in reports concerning the research?
もちろんそれはやってもらう。だがそれだけでは足りない。柿本香織は秘密裏に薬を開発していたんだからな。そのため学院で行われている研究の監視も今後の任務に加わるだろう。
Jesus Christ, give me more. Alright, I'll discuss it with Levy 9 and come up with a plan.
よろしく頼む。本当にお疲れ様だった。まだ薬と能力の過剰使用の影響は残っているんだろ。しばらく大きく動くことはない。まずはしっかり体を癒せ。
Thank you. Oh man, like I would adore this right now. Just going to the principal's office. Okay, due to how things are standing, I would have to ask you to hand in a report on the research regularly. This is amazing, telling it like a person that works in the educational fields to write a report and hand it in time. You don't understand the kind of euphoria I'm currently going through. This is amazing. Shit like this should happen more often. After getting the report out of the way, I slept for the entire day. And as I was lying there in bed, I began to think about Kakimoto Kaori. It's been a long, long time since someone ever looked at me the way she did. I can still vividly recall that twisted smile filled with hatred and bloodlust. Obviously, not many people have ever looked at me with intent to kill me before. Negative feelings in general, however, I have a wealth of experience with, especially during my childhood. Looks of scorn and disgust simply because of the fact that I was an astral. It really pissed me off that people would judge me like that. It's honestly why I think I got into so many fights. Deep down, what I really wanted was to be accepted by those people. That desire was what fueled my attitude towards working at the SFD. I clung to the naive hope that perhaps if I made myself useful to society in some way, society would in turn recognize and accept me. Over the course of working in the SFD, I realized just how foolish I was for thinking that. Don't know what reason led Kakimoto Kaori to join the organization that she did. Maybe she had some sort of negative experience with astrals that gave rise to her hatred and bigotry. Whatever the case, nothing justifies conceiving catastrophes involving astrals in order to create a false danger that shouldn't normally exist. The point being, there are people out there willing to put blood on their hands to keep astrals out of society, and also people willing to go along with it. I realize it's a pretty extreme example. But even so, we astrals have a long way to go before we are truly accepted. That twisted smile of hers almost seems to mock me, knowing that. I've recovered to the point where I can get out and move around again. Man, I'm still far from in peak form.
もう一回能力を使ってみようか?
Nah, you don't have to. I'm not really injured. My injuries are all healed up. My body feels slightly hot. Regardless, I can't stay in my room. Have to go and talk to the principal as soon as possible. Man, I'm gonna be good doing surveillance, huh? Given what transpired, I understand why it's necessary, but I honestly don't think anything will come of it. Judging from our conversation following the incident, I don't think we have to worry about him doing anything like that again.
理事長を見てる限り、そんなの必要になりそうだとは思わないけど。
Well, even if he himself doesn't cause any problems, there's no guarantee others won't. That's the higher-ups' stance.
それは、そっか。
For example, I doubt they'll keep the same research team forever. After more progress is made, they may potentially need to add more people. If that happens, we can't rule out the possibility that one of them will just be another Kakimoto Kaori. Think you'll be able to manage it?
一朝一夕にはちょっと。全部の PC にバックドアを仕掛けるだけなら難しくはないけど、もうちょっと監視しやすいものにしたい。
Well, feel free to do whatever you feel you need to. You'll need to discuss the details with Dad, though.
まあ、そうだろうとは思ってたけど。
Sorry to make you do all this work. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know.
はいはい。だったら、おとなしく部屋で横になってて。まだ万全じゃないんだから。
Okay. Suddenly, as the two of us are walking along and chatting, someone approaches us.
いや、サトル。
How are you feeling? Your injuries all healed up?
うん。爆発で脳震盪を起こしただけだったから。それに、怪我はナナミちゃんに治してもらったしね。本当にありがとう、ナナミちゃん。
いえ、それぐらいなんともないですから。
So I guess you're here to talk, huh?
うん。まあ、サトルも僕に聞きたいことがあるだろうしね。
じゃあ、私は先に戻ってるね。
Alright, give me a call if you need anything.
僕は別に、ナナミちゃんも一緒にいてくれても構わないんだけど。
いえ、あの時、サトルくんを心配してたスオ先輩の姿を見ただけで、十分ですから。それじゃあスオ先輩、失礼します。
うん、ありがとう。
So, what do you want to talk about?
ああ、まずはいろいろ騙しててごめん。
Well, in all fairness, that applies to me as much as it does you. Our circumstances differ, but he's also no ordinary student. He probably went through many of the same things that I did for being an astral. But I have no intention of prying into his personal life. Plus, he saved my life back then. He's not an enemy, and that's all that matters. But I am curious. That's just one thing I want to know. Where are you watching over me this whole time?
僕の任務は学内の監視と情報収集。編入生は例外なくしばらくマークすることになる。でもサトルを本格的に監視し始めたのは発表祭のあたりからかな。理事長が気にしだして。
So you weren't hanging around me entirely for work reasons.
それは
Oops. That's all I care about, honestly. We both have our jobs, so let's just draw a line there and not ask too many questions.
本当にそれでいいの？そりゃ 僕としても友達でいられるのは嬉しいけど。
Sure, it's a mutually beneficial relationship for the both of us. If he's telling the truth, then the time we spent together was real, and he is my friend. He's a nice guy with a big heart and a pocket dimension in his stomach. It's still the same old Kyohei to me. Few enough friends as is, so I'd rather not lose the ones I have.
そう言ってもらえると僕も嬉しい。
So let's just put all this stuff behind us and never bring it up again.
そうだね。ありがとう、サトル。
You too, man. Whew! I never imagined that rolling around in my bed could feel so relaxing. I can of course stand and walk around, no problem. My body is still very clearly exhausted. Crap, I almost nodded out there. Gotta change before I go to sleep. Get off my bed and put my hands on my shirt, but then I noticed something. The light on my phone is blinking. Come to think of it, I forgot to take my phone with me when I left. Stayed in this room the entire time. No, it was only a short trip to go to see the principal, but still, it's not something I'd normally do. Guess it just goes to show I'm not fully back to normal form yet. Take my phone to check the notifications. Ugh. I missed call from Ayase. She's only called me twice before. First time she was on the verge of crying from playing that horror game. The second time was when she was on the verge of crying because she was feeling insecure and lonely. Regardless of the underlying reasons, she called for help both times. I've come to learn now that Ayase had been undergoing periodic checkups ever since she started taking the drug that gives non-astrals access to an ability, just to be doubly sure that it isn't affecting her negatively. Today was one of those checkups today's. My heart pounds against my chest, giving fuel to my anxiety. Oh God, don't tell me they found something at the checkup. No, that's unlikely. It's already night. Checkups should have ended hours ago, and she should be in her room now. She probably just wanted to call me to see how it went. I understand that's the logical conclusion, but I just can't rid myself of this anxiety. Please let it be some harmless reason. I press the call button as I cross my fingers. Shortly after, a voice enters my ear, allaying my worst fears.
もしもし
Are you alright, Ayase?
無事って何どうしたのそんなに慌てて
It's really late, and every time you've called me before, it's been because you needed my help. So I was just kind of worried that maybe something happened again.
ああ心配させてごめんでもそういうことじゃないからサトルは今日授業を休んでるって聞いてたから報告をしようと思って検査が終わった後電話しただけでもしかして寝てた起こしちゃったら本当にごめん
Nah, I was awake. But glad you're okay.
心配しすぎだってば
Yeah, I guess I am. Hey, mind if I come up to your room?
今から
Yeah, I just really want to see you. I probably won't be able to sleep if I don't.
でも体調はまだ戻ってないんでしょ私がそっちに行った方がいいんじゃない
Well, wouldn't that take a bit of time? I mean, you not only have to get changed, but you also have to take care of your chest.
殺す絶対殺すぶっ殺す
Sorry, I wasn't trying to poke fun at you. I just want to see you ASAP, so the quicker option is better for me.
それなら最初からそう言ってくれればいいのになんでわざわざ胸を盛るには時間がかかるとか言っちゃうわけ
I was just guessing! Or whatever, point is, I'm dying to see you, Ayase. So can I come over?
わかったそれに私もずっと会いたかったからすぐに来てほしい待ってる
What? Yeah, I'll be right there. You better go through the fucking hallways. Good. Today I leave through my actual door and walk through the hallways like a normal person. Once I reach the stairway, well, I walk up to Ayase's floor, then head to her room. Man, it's funny I'm getting all nervous from visiting her the normal way. Boys are still out on the girls' floor at this hour. Plus, I'm her boyfriend. There's no reason for me to feel this way, but I don't know. Either way, I give her door a good knock. I open the door and walk in her room. The first thing I do is stare at her sweet face.
何
So you really are okay?
だから心配しすぎだってば私よりもサトルの方は 寝てたわけじゃないのなら、もしかして私からの電話無視したの？
Come on, I'd never do that. I just went out and forgot to take my phone with me, so that's why I didn't answer. Sorry.
体調不良で休んでるのに一体どこに行ってたの？
Well, me and Nanami went to talk to the principal. I had him tell us everything, and that included stuff about you, so let me go ahead and apologize. I know that he's your dad, and that Ise-Kotori is your half-sister.
そう。
Sorry, I know I basically dug into some pretty private stuff without permission.
うん。それは別に犯人も捕まったんだから。サトルにまで隠す必要はないから。というか、どのみちその話もしようと思ってたから、それは全然気にしなくていい。
Okay.
お父さんはどうなるの？
He'll probably have to be punished in some way.
そう。
That being said, his actions help protect Astrals, and even if we tried to prosecute him, all it would do is worsen the public's opinion on Astrals. Even if it was all artificially induced. Though actually, it being artificially induced is the reason why it blew up if it became public. The most important thing right now is to develop a cure as fast as possible so we can help the victims. The principal's assistance is indispensable if you want to achieve that, seeing as how he was the one leading all of it. So yeah, we couldn't do much even if we wanted to.
そっか。わかった。うん。ありがとう。説明してくれて。
So, the sacrifices you've been making all this time were for your sister?
頑張ってきたっていうのとはちょっと違うかな。私も悔しかったから。お姉ちゃんには優しくしてもらって、姉妹というより年上の友達みたいな関係で。私はお姉ちゃんのことが好きだった。だから、利用されて、あんな風に眠らせるしかなくなったことが許せなかった。それで私はお父さんに協力した。というよりも、おとりになるって言い出したのは私の方だった。
Right.
ごめん。こんな大切な秘密を打ち明けることもせずに。
No, I understand why you had to do it. Why you had to. Sharing something like that is just way too risky in a scenario where you don't know if someone's friend or foe. I don't blame you one bit.
ありがとう。
I also lied to you, Ayase. The truth is I never came to this academy to protect you.
別にいい。
Huh?
私が秘密を全部打ち明けたからって、無理に合わせようとしなくていい。仕事なら私と違ってまだ色々とあるだろうし。それに今回のことでサトルの気持ちはちゃんと分かったから、アストラル使いを守るために行動してるんだって。それに約束した通り私のことを助けてくれるって、それさえ分かれば十分だから。無理に言えないことまで言わなくていい。私の気持ちは変わらないから。
Ayase.
ただし女遊びは除く。浮気とかしたらぶっ殺す。
Man, hearing all those scary words out of your mouth makes me sad. I like my Ayase when she's happy and smiling.
ちっこもいじゃぞ。
That's not better at all. Putting a smile doesn't make those words any less scary, you do know that.
注文が多いな。
You don't need to threaten me, I'd never cheat on you, regardless. I've never even remotely thought about being with anyone other than you.
ならいいけど。とにかく私はこれからもサトルと恋人でいられれば、大切な存在でいられるのならそれでいい。
フローチャート画面だね。
You're still in truth. Does the fact that I'm an astral not bother you? A giant ball of anxiety is sitting in my chest and it won't go away until I hear what she says to that question. But I'm scared. I'm scared of hearing that answer. Those conflicting emotions only further stress me out, causing me to bite my lip. Kakemoto Kaori might be an outlier, but there's no denying that people like her exist. Ayase isn't actually an astral self, so maybe. She just tilts her head curiously. Not a single thing about her is different. It's the same Ayase I know and love. Nah, never mind. Right, Ayase is a kind-hearted person. Isn't that why I made the decision to trust her wholeheartedly? Can't believe I'm still having doubts. She had unwavering trust in me during a life or death situation, for crying out loud. Man, I'm pitiful. That's not an astral, yet he's devoting his life to helping them. Ayase herself made numerous sacrifices, all for the sake of her older sister, who's an astral. She says she loves me regardless of the fact that I have an ability, and she doesn't. I feel like my delivery was wrong. She says she loves me regardless of the fact that I have an ability and she doesn't. She's smiling at me with pure joy and affection. Maybe that's what I really wanted. I didn't need all of society to accept me. I just wanted one person outside my family who would tell me they loved me, not caring about the fact that I'm an astral. And that's what this sweet girlfriend of mine has already done. Found someone who will smile at me, love me, and accept me for who I am. That alone makes life feel worth living.
で、どうなの？私はこれからも大切な存在？
Now, of course, you're the most precious thing in the world to me, Ayase. To think it all began with one silly lie that I came up with on the spur of the moment. That lie had the power to change my entire life. Pretty amazing, isn't it? I'll always love you with all my heart, Ayase. Both now and forever.
ならばよし。
I'll make up for both all the lies I had to tell you and all the things I won't be able to tell you. I promise. So yeah, I want you there with me every step along the way. Always cherish you and keep you safe. Not because it's my job to, but because I want to. I love you, Ayase.
私も大好き。それで、サトルの方の体調はどうなの？
I haven't 100% recovered, but I'm feeling fine for the most part.
ならいいけど、でもどんな影響が残ってるの？
I've still got a bit of a fever. I still don't know if it's because effects of the drugs are still lingering, but my senses feel more acute than usual.
鋭敏って感情の起伏が激しいとか？
Nah, not exactly. It's more like I'm more sensitive to light stimuli and other stimuli. Oh no.
つまりちょっとした音や匂いに反応してしまうような？
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like that might also be the root cause of my anxiety.
ねえ、本当に体は大丈夫なの？なんだか心配なんだけど。
It's all good. The effects haven't disappeared completely yet, but it's not like I feel sick or anything. I'm just a little feverish, that's all. I'll make sure to get to bed once I get back to my room.
些細なものにしろ影響が残ってるならちょっと心配。ねえ、私が看病してあげようか？
I appreciate the thought, but I'm good.
なんでよ。私の看病じゃあご不満ですか？
Oh, it's nothing to do with you.
なら何よ。
I think I mentioned that my body reacts strongly to faint stimuli, so like smells. That a reaction also includes sexual arousal.
そうなんだ。
Yeah, so like I can smell your scent all around this room. And because of that, I've been ridiculously horny ever since I walked in.
そうなんだ。興奮しっぱなしか。
Plus, with the whole incident and all the checkups and whatnot that came after, we haven't really had any alone time in a while.
確かに、そうね。
So yeah, I'm pretty pent up as a result of that.
それなら余計に二人でいる方がいいんじゃないの？なんで一人で部屋に戻ろうとするの？
Well,
私のこともっと抱くんじゃなかったの？いっぱいエッチなことするんじゃなかったの？満足してないんでしょ？
well, no. Is that fine, though?
恋人だし、あなたのこと大好きだし、それにセックスだって嫌じゃないから。
Well, I know, but if we fuck now, I might not be able to contain myself. If you're still...
ああ、もういい加減、私だって満足してないってことを分かってよ。女の子だって性欲はあるんだから、好きな人にあんなこと言われたら我慢できなくなるの。 あれ以来ずっと体が熱くてほてったままで、そんな状態で好きな人と二人きりになったら期待とかしちゃうの。だからセックスしたい。好きな人とセックスしたいの。
I wonder if YouTube finally decided to get their shit together and republish my video. Nope, still no reply. Goddamn bastards. Oh no, I called YouTube a bastard in my video. This one's gonna be taken down as well. I'm actually not too mad about it. I just wish they would like get back to people about removed videos faster, since that's like a bit of an important thing. Like, it's been hours since I actually messaged them about that. So basically, I can understand why they would take it down because of one scene, I think, but I'm not sure. And this could also just be their bot going out of control again. So I'm not sure what to do. Anyways.
エロい女の子で悪かったわね。でも好きなの。好きだからこんなエロくなるの。文句があるならセックスの後で聞こうじゃないか。
Huh. So I guess we're fucking then.
だってしょうがないでしょ。ずっと期待してたんだから。好きなんだもん。こんなに自分がどうにかなっちゃったみたいに。好きなんだもん。
He just goes, well, rips his pants off. And I love you too. Horny or whatever else. You're still my Ayase.
全部言わせてるんじゃないわよ、女の子に。
I'm ready, Ayase, so let's fuck. I want to feel your body. Fuck it. It's more. What?
リドルジョーカー。
Did they fuck the day away? Thank God we woke up in time for school, but this is not the time to be celebrating. I've realized full well that I should have stopped yesterday, but I couldn't. My hips were swinging like they had a mind of their own. And thanks to that... I was greeted by the face of a demon when I woke up. That demon, of course, being my sweet girlfriend, who was in a not-so-good mood, to say the least. I'm sorry.
ひでえ。殺されるかと思ったんだけど。
I'm sorry, I mean it.
私、何度も何度も言ったわよね。無理、ダメ、やめてって。
I did.
ちゃんと聞こえてたんだ。聞こえてて、あれだったんだ。
I'm seriously sorry. But I couldn't keep my lust in check. It must have been the drug again.
薬を言い訳にすれば何でも納得すると思ってない。
He did actually warn her beforehand, so that's not what I was trying to do. But yeah, you're right. I'm just trying to shift the blame. Believe me, I realized my mistake, and I feel bad for doing that to you. I'll make sure it never happens again. You have my word on it. Honestly, I doubt I even have to stamina to do that every time we have sex.
まあ、今まではここまでじゃなかったから信用するけど、今後また同じようなことしたら分かってるわよね。
Yes. Can't object to anything. After all, I'm 100% at fault here.
でも、そうは言ってもセックスしたくないってことじゃないから、あくまで私の体力を無視というか、強引にしかも立て続けにするのがダメってだけで、せめて休憩とか挟んでくれたら。
For hours, huh? Did he outdo the Yamato, though? Have to wait and see.
だから変な遠慮とかして全然しなくなるのもそれはそれで嫌というか、男の子はやっぱり我慢とか辛いだろうし、私も大好きな相手と一つになってる感覚がそこはかとなく幸せで満たされて、だから
My foot keeps
だから
foot more like ankle. My
好
ankle
き
keeps
な人
itching.
とのセックス好
Do I understand? The pleasure is amazing for sure, but the best part about it, being so close to someone you love.
きならいいんだけど
Yeah, no need to say it.
本当にわかってる？今はそっちもシュンとしてるけど、盛り上がったら同じことを繰り返しそうな気がしないでもないんだけど。
Well, to be completely honest, I won't. I can't say I won't. You have to realize, I really love you, but it will never escalate to that level that it did last night. I'd like to believe not, at least. I'll definitely be more respectful of your feelings from now on. If I get the urge to go multiple rounds, I'll at least give you breaks in between. I'll try to.
約束だからね。
Sure.
じゃあ指切り。
Ayase puts out her pinky. I then lock my own pinky with
指
hers.
切り玄満。嘘ついたらちっこもぐ。
What?
指切った。
What? Ayase quickly removes her pinky as I stand there, still trying to process what she just said.
何よ。約束を守ってくれればそれで問題ないんだから。
I mean, yeah, I'll honor my promise. But anyways, I'm starving. I'd love to go down and get some food right now. But I guess it's gonna take a bit of time for you to get ready, huh?
ごめん。
It's fine, I'll wait.
ありがとう。
Actually, I need to change into my uniform as well. But right when I think about going back to my room, I'm rooted in place, captured by the sight of Ayase as she goes about her padding procedure. Huh, that's what she has to do. I feel like I'm beginning to understand why it takes girls so long to get ready in the morning. Wait, what am I thinking? Not all girls pat their chests.
あのさ、そんなにまじまじと見つめられると恥ずかしいんだけど。
What's embarrassing about it? We're a couple with an active sex life.
そりゃ恋人だし、すでにおっぱいとか他にもいろいろ見られてるけど、それとこれとは話が別というか、むしろそういう仲だからこそ恥ずかしいというか、なんかこういう影の努力を見られたくないものなの。
I sort of get it, but not really. And again, I guess I can sort of understand why that's something that she would really want to wouldn't really want to share with others. Are you sure you want me to you want to call that work though?
うるさいというか、何をそんなに見つめてるわけ？まさかまた興奮したとか？
Nah, you don't have to worry about that.
こんなまな板おっぱいじゃ興奮しないって言いたいのか？
Calm down, that's all I was saying! Just meant to have no energy left because of last night.
ああ、それなら納得。
Look, Ayase, I might not be able to get horny right now, but that doesn't mean I don't find your breasts attractive, because I do. You're my sweet, precious girlfriend, and I love you to death. How can I not find them attractive?
ありがとう。そう言ってもらえて嬉しい。
I was actually supposed to go to bed early today because of something coming up tomorrow. But yeah, look where that went. Anyways,
寄せてる最中に言われると、そこはかとなく虚しい気持ちになる。
It wasn't meant to be sarcastic.
それは分かってるんだけどね。でも、なら何を見つめてたの？
Just out of curiosity. I did take off your pads that one time, but I've never seen you do the actual padding, so I got kind of intrigued.
盛るとか言うな、ぶっ飛ばすぞ。
What wood do you want me to use then?
それは、だから、胸を成長させてるところとか。
She's cultivating her titty. Growing. Honestly, doping is the better descriptor. I'm always impressed by what you managed to accomplish through that growing.
そういう微妙な褒め方されるのが一番来るな。とほほ。こんな生々しいところ見てて、なえない？
Not one bit. It's the opposite, actually. I find it honestly quite endearing that she's putting in so much effort towards this.
そうなんだ。それならいいけど。
You could even lend a hand if you want.
いらないわよ。やっぱりバカにしてる。
That was my intention. How do I describe this? Thought maybe it'd be nice to make it like a boyfriend-girlfriend teamwork kind of
そんな
thing.
共同作業するか。もういいから何も言わずにおとなしく待ってて。
Right, alright. Look red or anything.
これでよし。フローチャート画面です。
Waking up together, by the way. For long, her breasts assume their usual size, and Ayase takes position in front of you with a sizable chest to boast. Gotta say, though, it never ceases to amaze me what these pads are capable of. No one would ever suspect that what they see is fake.
ジロジロ見てんじゃない。
I didn't say anything.
目が語ってる。どうせ見事に盛るもんだなとか考えてたんでしょ。うわ、目をそらした。図星なんだ。
This is what you'd call telepathy. Yes, it can be a bit of a problem when you understand each other too much.
ねえ、やっぱり大きい方が好きだったりしない？
Oh great, we're going here again? Look, I'm not dating a pair of tits. I love you because of the person you are. Shouldn't it be obvious that last night only happened because I love you like crazy?
分かってはいるつもりなん
He's
だ。
gonna like continuously just dispel all doubt by just referring to that night.
サトルの気持ちに嘘を感じるとかそういうことじゃないけど、やっぱり不安になる。好きだから。本当に好きだから。
The more precious someone is to you, the more you fear losing them. You also think about that possibility of you losing her. The part of her body that Ayase is most insecure about is her breasts. She essentially has a complex. Because of that, she worries, even if it makes no sense to her. That's just how it is. Besides, her chest wasn't the only thing. She and I were both forced to lie and keep quiet about a myriad of things over the course of our relationship. Maybe that's why she's so concerned. Yeah, I can't just leave things at that. Don't want a relationship where she has to feel anxiety when we're together. I say, can I have some of your time? There's a place I want to take you.
行くって。
I take her hand and pull her towards me, then pick her up and leap out the window. Jesus fucking Christ, come on, buddy.
何なの？
Shh! I don't want anyone to see us right now. We don't want anyone to see us right now. It'll only take a few seconds, I promise. Not used to the extreme height, she clings on to me while shaking lightly. I make sure to hold on to her as tight as I can while I run up the wall. No, not long after, we land on the dorm's roof.
私、屋上なんて初めて来た。
That's off limits and all. Kinda makes sense, seeing how they don't even have a fence.
それで、なんでこんなところに？
I have something very important to tell you and I can't risk anyone else overhearing it. I take her hand and look directly into her eyes. Having caught on to the serious nature of this, she audibly gulps.
はい。
There's something about my ability that I haven't told you.
能力。まさか、薬を使用してたってわけじゃないわよね。
Nah, I'm an astral through and through, but my ability isn't actually physical enhancement. More technically, it's brain control.
脳のコントロール。でも、ここまで壁を登ったのはいくら鍛えてるとはいえ、普通はあんなこと。
It's basically the same kind of hysterical strength your body gives you in life or death situations. I can use my ability to remove my brain's safety stopper and forcefully increase my muscles' output. That's how I've been able to get by with telling people it's physical enhancement.
そうなんだ。
So yeah, I can do a lot of other neat things with it. That's how I was able to keep my mind from going out of control back when I was hit with that drug. Used my ability to control the hormones in my
そ
brain.
んな風に能力を偽ってたのも仕事のため。
Yep. For various reasons, it was more advantageous for us to say it was that.
実際隠してたからこそ助かったのよね。
Right. Also, I wanted to talk about my work a bit. Can't go into too much detail, obviously, but our objective is to stop crimes that occur through the use of astral abilities. To achieve that, we sometimes have to break the
つ
law.
まり人には言えない正義の味方。
Well, I think I've already said this before, but it's not as black and white as us good, them bad. But I'm devoting my energy to this work because I believe in its ability to make a positive difference in the world. I'm motivated by the same wish as you.
それはまあ今までのサトルを見てきて分かってるつもりだけど。でも何？急にどうしたの？いや、そもそもこれって私に教えていいことなの？
No, I'm not allowed to tell you any of this. Like, at all. I would dread to imagine what kind of punishment I'd get if word got back to my boss. Just to give you an idea.
なんでそんな。私は秘密を維持したままでいいって言ったはずなのに。
I wanted you to know, Ayase. That's why.
何のために？
It isn't fair for our relationship to be a one-way street. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness to keep secrets, especially if I'm making you feel uneasy and hurting you in the process. So I wanted to alleviate your worries in any way that I could. More than that, now that you know, I can't exactly leave you to your own devices. I need to watch you so you don't go off and tell someone. I'll never be able to take my eyes off of you, Ayase.
勝手に口にしておいてそんな無茶苦茶な。
I will never leave you, Ayase. I'll always be by your side, and unfortunately for you, you're not allowed to leave me. I don't care about your tiny tits or whatever you think would make me not love you. I want you to be with me, even by the time we're old and wrinkly. You got that?
そこで貧乳ってワード必要だった？いちいち尺に触ることを言わないと気が済まないの？
Well, I didn't want to leave any room for doubt in your mind.
その秘密を知ってるのって私だけ？
One of the select few. My dad and Nanami, of course, know, because they're family. But unlike them... You're the only one I kiss.
そっか。秘密を知っちゃったなら仕方ないよね。一緒にいなくちゃね。
Yep, that's right. I'll always keep you close, and I'll never let you go. I love you, Ayase. More than anyone else in the world.
私も好き。愛してる。一緒にいる。これから先、ずっと一緒にいる。何があっても、ずっと一緒に。私も、離さない。
Right? Wanna do a pinky promise?
指切りはいい。それよりも、もう一回、キス、したい。これから先もずっと一緒にいるっていう、証拠のキス。
Beneath the clear blue sky, atop this rooftop where no one can see us, we kiss. It's not the kind of passionate kiss where tongues are involved. All we're merely doing is pressing our lips up against each other. Even as simple as it is, I don't think any other kiss we've shared has made me feel so warm inside.
大好きだよ。
Cue the ending credits. What? 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 The game just broke the moment the ending credits started. Come on!
リトルジョーカ
God damn it!
ーフローチャート画面だな。
Get that flowchart up in here. Waking up together. This only goes to chapter 7, actually. Wow. Skip to the next scene. There we go. There we have the ending. I'm gonna just like, as usual, shut up and leave now. Hold up, what's that one? I don't remember seeing that one. Like, sorry, I'm... like, sorry about, like, just, like, busting in here near the end of the ending, but... First, that second to last CG, that was not a thing, that was not a thing! That is adorable. That is absolutely fucking precious, and I will beat someone to death to protect that. Anyways, like, what was that second to last CG? Also, they fucked that fucking bullshit. They said there weren't any fences on the roof. There were. They weren't high, but they were. Anyways, the months passed, and the seasons changed. It's been a while since we exchanged that vow on the rooftop of the dome. There was the chilly wind of winter, the blossoming flowers of spring, the blistering heat of the summer. And finally, we were back in fall. In other words, it's been a year now since Ayase and I became a couple. While we did have the occasional fight or disagreement, our relationship had held together firmly. We were both managing to honor our vows without problem. To others, it might not seem like anything has changed about us. But every time we overcame one of those hurdles, I could feel us getting closer to one another. There might be minuscule changes that are noticeable, but I believe the accumulation of them has brought lasting change to our relationship. A wonderful love life aside, there have also been a number of other changes over the course of this year. Because of them, of course, being, of course.
ようやく暴走を収める薬が完成した。
それって、じゃあお姉ちゃんを
目覚めさせることができるはずだ。
よかった。本当によかった。
Impressed you managed to create it in a little over a year.
君からもらった資料のおかげだ。あの資料の中に必要なことが書かれてあった。我々がしていたのは本当にその薬で効果があるか安全か その再確認を慎重に行っていたようなものだ。
Well, either way, I'm glad you finally made it to this point. Talking aside, it was rather unfortunate that I was able to store the paper in my memory, but the problem was it was so long and detailed that I simply couldn't make heads or tails of it with my level of knowledge. I suppose the paper must have outlined the entire research process from start to finish. Man, and she only showed me that because she was positive I was gonna die. That sure backfired on her. Well, from our perspective, it was literally our saving grace.
それでお姉ちゃんはいつ目覚めるの？
今日だ。今から小鳥を目覚めさせる。そのために呼んだんだ。一緒に来るだろ。
もちろん行く。
有原君も来るんだろ。君には世話になった。だからできれば最後まで見届けてもらいたい。
A pleasure.
では行こう。
There's a single girl sleeping in this capsule, much like the other ones I saw. So that's her, Ayase's sister. Because she's been kept in this artificial comatose state for so long, her skin is hardly what you'd call a healthy color. Still, her face is quite pretty, and it's quite easy to imagine how beautiful she'd be if she were living a normal life.
準備整いました。
Standing next to a capsule was Mayu. Heard that she'd also been helping develop the cure as one of the few researchers that could be trusted with the information.
では注入します。
よろしく頼む。
Mayu slowly puts the needle in as the rest of us watch with bated breath.
薬の効果はすぐに出るんですか？
わからない。
Mayu can only shake her head in response to Ayase's question.
完全に暴走した人に試すのは初めてで、こればっかりは個人差があると思うから。
そうですか。
でも効果はちゃんとあるから、安全性だって何度も確認をしてるから大丈夫。大丈夫。絶対大丈夫。
Mayu stares fixatedly at the girl in the capsule as she mutters those words to herself, almost like she's trying to convince herself. Likewise, my eyes are also glued to the capsule, as are Ayase's. She's biting her lip while single-mindedly staring at it. Seeing her so distraught makes my chest ache with pain. I want to do something for her. I want to do something that I can. I want to do anything I can to make her feel better. Looking down, I realize I'd ended up taking her hand. With no words said, she responds by gripping my hand back. We watch Ayase-Route with bated breath, holding on to each other's hand tightly. Not hands, hand. However, her eyes still remain shut. It did not work. She just squeezed on my hand as if Ayase is admonishing me for having doubts. She's no longer praying. Wake up, wake up. She looks so brave and fearless that it's like she's trying to invoke those feelings through her gaze. Saying that, I pull myself together as well. Gaze firmly as Ayase-Route, removing all doubt and fears from my heart. Wake up, wake up. You need to wake up. There are so many people here waiting to see you again. Eventually, a subtle motion is detected.
今、指が。
動いた。確かに今動いたわ。
小鳥！
小鳥！お姉ちゃん！
As everyone calls to her frantically, long last, her eyelids begin to show signs of emotion. They're quivering ever so slightly. And finally...
お姉ちゃん。
何これ。どうなってるの？頭重い。これって一体。
お姉ちゃん。お姉ちゃん。
綾瀬？あれ？なんか大きくなってない？特に胸とか。本当に？なんでそんな大きいの？どうなってるの？これ。もしかして夢見てるのかな？
I really want Satoru to just walk up to Kotori. No, it's padding. And she immediately gets smacked over the head.
夢じゃないよ。夢じゃないから寝ちゃダメ。ちゃんと目を開けてて。
小鳥。
小鳥。本当によかった。
All the years of research have finally paid off. Each and every one of us were overcome by emotion. After the tearful reunion concluded, we slowly explained what had happened to her. Kakimoto Kaori was behind everything. Kotori had been asleep in a coma for a number of years. Her father and younger sister had worked tirelessly all the while, trying to find a cure for her. She was a little shocked by just how much her sister had grown. In addition to her father's aging, which was likely accelerated due to all the emotional stress, he also had to explain to her that her body would be a little weak since she'd only just woken up. Since there were some immediate medical checkups that had to be done, we decided we'd sit down and talk another day, and left the research center.
よかった。
You too, Ayase?
まだ全員が目覚めたわけじゃないけど。
But we have proof that the cure works. Just give it some time, and I'm sure everyone will be up and fine again, Sagami included.
そうね。
Boy, I can't wait to see the look on his face when he finds out we're his upperclassmen now. Speaking of surprises, your sister was pretty surprised. I loved the reaction she made when she saw how big your boobs were.
そこに突っ込み入れなくていいから。だいたいお姉ちゃんも失礼すぎる。私が巨乳になったらそんなにおかしいのか。
Well, in all fairness, the fact that they haven't kind of proves her point.
それはそうだけれども。あんなに驚かれると、このまま隠し続けてたくなる。きっと正直に打ち明けたら、やっぱりそうだと思ったとか笑われそう。屈辱。
Well, boobs talk aside, I'm sure you introduce her. Make sure to introduce her to me once things have settled down. I was kind of hoping I'd get the chance to introduce myself today, but everything was a bit too hectic.
そうね。彼氏がいるのは本当だもんね。恋人がいるって自慢しちゃおう。
Man, your poor sister.
いいじゃないこれぐらい。今まで頑張ってきたんだから。
Yeah, that is true. You did work hard. And we're finally rewarded for it. Congratulations, Ayase. Like, she's just like introducing this is my boyfriend. He saved my life a few times, and he's a fucking secret agent. Be jealous. I see what's supposed to reveal that. Whoops. She cuddles up to me with a bit of bashfulness and squeezes my hand.
ありがとうね。私のことずっと支えてくれて。
I was only doing what any good boyfriend would have. There's nothing I want more than to see my sweetheart smiling. Really have a picture-perfect smile, I say. You look so beautiful when you're smiling.
サトルって恥ずかしげもなく恥ずかしいことを言うわよね。たまに。
Is that odd? I'm just speaking from the heart.
そういう部分が恥ずかしいって言ってるの。
Really? Should I avoid saying stuff like that in the future then?
そうじゃないけど、好きとか言ってもらえると嬉しいから、これからも言ってほしい。
Alright, then I'll keep speaking from the heart. Hand in hand, we slowly walk back to the dorm. We're always kind of intimate in public. So I've gotten the feeling lately that people are starting to get fed up. But the pure joy we feel when together is strong enough to make that an afterthought.
ほんと、恋愛って惚れた方が負けなんだなってつくづく思う。嫌いなところが見つけられないんだもん。私ってば負けっぱなし。
But if whoever falls the hardest loses, then I'm clearly the loser here. And I fall in love with you more with each passing day, so I just keep falling further and further into the pits of loserdom.
何言ってるの？私でしょ？私なんて毎時間毎分毎秒ごとに好きになってる。
Why are you arguing with me over this? Are you 10?
私。
No, me.
私。
No, me!
なんかこのやりとり懐かしい。
Yeah. It's always ended in a draw. Today, what do you say we settle this once and for all?
決着ってどうやって？
In bed.
ここで下ネタとかないわ。
What, you don't wanna?
嫌ってわけじゃない。というか好きではあるけど。
Well, game on.
しょうがないな。
After that playful give, she affectionately cuddles up closer to me.
こんなこと許すの悟るだけなんだからね。
Well, that's good, because you're the only woman I'd want to take to bed.
ほんと単純だな私。そう言われただけでこんなに嬉しくなるなんて。
Well, I can be pretty dense, so it helps that you're easy to understand. And you'll always be my sweetheart, Ayase.
は？今さら何言ってるの？そんなの当たり前でしょ。
Promise I'll make you happy.
ありがとう。私もその分幸せにしてあげられるよう頑張るから。差し当たってはとりあえず今夜頑張る。
Oh, you've got me excited now. There's still no telling what the future holds for those of us known as astrals. Still might be a while before they are accepted as normal and welcomed into society. But as long as I have Ayase with me, I'm sure I'll manage just fine. That day will come eventually, I have faith. And when it comes, I'll greet it alongside this beautiful girl next to me. I love you, Ayase.
私も愛してる。リドルジョーカー。
So I got the achievement for beating Ayase's route, but I also got achievement for beating every route. Namely the whoa, look good, Joker! They really made that joke. They really decided to go for that joke. Are you fucking kidding me? Get out of here! Whoa, looking good, Joker! I will fucking strangle you to death. Yeah, every single achievement. Let's read through all of them, I suppose. What exactly is the riddle supposed to be? Start a new game, a pad of beauty, start Ayase-Route, picture perfect smile, clear Ayase-Route, my little sister, my backup partner, start Nanami's route, a special reward, clear Nanami's route, a fashionable lab coat, start Mayu's route, graduation gift, clear Mayu's route, you are my shogun, start Hazuki's route, justice and love, clear Hazuki's route, a tiny bundle of energy, start Chizuki's route, a happy life, clear Chizuki's route, hanging by a thread, Nanami hanging onto a rope, Princess Carry, save Hazuki from harm, plenty of room to grow, have a serious discussion about a certain topic with Ayase, collateral damage, Hazuki is getting hit as an innocent bystander, I want to unsubscribe from Ayase's cat facts, listen to Ayase talking about cats, a win is a win, right? Ayase losing playing cards, top secret, aren't you just curious about Mayu's browser history? Judgment, watch Hazuki's performance, where did I go wrong? Just a normal ending. Wow, looking good, Joker. Clear all achievements. So yeah. This isn't where the end part, where the video, this is, not video, series. This is where the series ends, because apparently there's like extra scenes that only that are only available in the uncensored version that are basically, I guess, lead towards sex scene. But apparently they also have like actual good stories, so I'm probably gonna actually do those. And there's also the whole noises thing to take care of. Also, I'm just gonna real quick just take the thumbnail. So yeah, that was Ayase's route. I gotta say, like, if I had to rate the routes at this point, I would probably, like, if I had to rate the girls, I would say Ayase is slightly above Mayu. Then further down we have Hazuki, then Chizuki, and then Hazuki and Chizuki is more like interchangeable, I suppose, and the last one is Nanami. she would probably be above Hatsuki and Chisaki if they didn't like continuously rub in the fact that they're related. It just felt bad. Just made it feel unnatural and weird. Since they didn't feel that way anyways. When it comes to routes, I'd say Ayase, Nanami, Mayu, Hazuki, Chisaki. Nanami only because it was actually interesting that they actually have massive problems. Like the whole organization is flipped on its head. That was actually really interesting. So yeah, that's how I rate the character, the girls, and the routes at this point. Tomorrow I'll try to get the uncensored version until tomorrow and start the video then. However, I won't promise because, like I said, I have something to do tomorrow, namely my grandfather's funeral. That's actually something I have not mentioned yet. Recently, my grandfather has passed away before the new year. I think I remember how something was happening, but I didn't want to mention it, so I was kind of down. And like a few weeks ago, it was after Christmas but before New Year, basically. So yeah, basically my grandfather passed away, but tomorrow, since it's 2 in the morning today, in 12 hours is funeral, and I still have to shower before that, so I'm gonna have to get up early as well as eat lunch. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. If I'm not able to get the uncensored version for this game until tomorrow, I'll just start the videos on the fan disc for the Dizzy Demons on Love With Me, I suppose. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And hope you guys enjoyed this one. See you next time. Bye bye.